Before we get into this week's episode, we wanted to talk for a moment about Hunt-A-Killer.
Hunt-A-Killer very graciously sent us one of their games. The one they sent us is Death at the Dive Bar.
Fantastic experience. I've always wanted to try one of these. They were kind enough to send one over. Wonderful.
It was a blast.
It really was. We've done the subscription ones before, but never a game like this.
Yes.
A lot of twists and turns.
Yes. It says that we should be able to solve it between 45 and 60 minutes, and I'll just say it took a little bit longer than that.
We haven't made detective quite yet.
Right. My shoes are sticky.
Yeah, but they're not gumshoes.
Right.
We did figure it out, though.
Yes.
And you can too. They were kind enough to pass along some discount codes. Hunt GA 1010 for $10 off any item.
Or Hunt GA 10 for 10% off your order.
Or Hunt GA 20 for 20% off 6 months or a 12-month subscription.
Very nice.
Very.
We want to thank the kind folks over at Hunt-A-Killer for sending us this game. It was a ton of fun. But now, back to your regularly scheduled program. Salutations. Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Travis Hunter, joined as always by my co-host, my sister, and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week, we're broadcasting live from the offices of the San Francisco Chronicle, discussing the 2007 true crime mystery thriller, Zodiac. This film was directed by David Fincher from a screenplay by James Vanderbilt, based on the novels Zodiac and Zodiac Unmasked by Robert Graysmith. With top-notch filmmaking, a stellar cast, and an incredibly well-written and paced screenplay, Zodiac is a masterclass of a true crime thriller. This film offers indelible characters, impressive attention to detail filtered through Fincher's signature style, and expertly applies tension and sequences befitting of a horror film. Though Zodiac wasn't the greatest box office success, it received critical acclaim and the adoration of its audience, and is widely considered one of the greatest crime thrillers ever made. This film was recommended to us by friends of the show, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Skank Sinatra, Megan M., and Kate Lamp. We want to thank each and every one of them for their continued support, as well as this suggestion. So, Zodiac, what were your first impressions on the film?
I'm going to be honest, I don't remember the very first time I seen it. I want to say that I watched it on HBO.
Okay.
This came out when I was gone, but I remember watching it and I was like, damn, this is long. Because it's very long.
Yes.
But it's a good movie. Very good movie. I know about the Zodiac, like the case and all that. I don't know the ins and outs of it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of hard for me to be able to like distinguish what was fact and what was fiction. Like what really happened or actually happened, you know what I mean, or whatever. But as a movie, this movie's good and it is paced good. I will give it that because I'm not much of a slow burn guy and all that. But it did keep my attention the entire, 2:30 something?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's long.
Yeah.
It's long.
For a runtime like that, it's very impressive.
Yeah.
Because that's difficult to maintain.
Oh, yeah. But I did enjoy a lot of the shots in the movie.
Yes.
I was watching and I was like, man, that looks really cool. Love Jake Gyllenhaal. Fantastic. Everybody in this movie is great. But I think I just like Jake Gyllenhaal. Nightcrawler was fantastic. Day After Tomorrow was great. I mean,
Donnie Darko.
Yeah, Donnie
Brokeback
Darko was
Mountain.
weird. Oh yeah.
Fantastic.
Oh no, yeah. Just let me love you. Yeah. It went, but the movie is good. I think this is the third time I've seen the movie. And I still really enjoyed it. I still really liked it.
And you're not the kind to really revisit a lot of...
Not at all.
Unless it's like The Evil Dead or...
Well, yeah.
You know.
But those are different. Yeah.
No, I love this movie. We were talking off mic because I don't remember the first time I saw it. You said, T, that you think that we saw it together in theaters?
Yes.
I'm just going to believe you. 2007 is the year I graduated. I was real wrapped up in me. A lot of other things. But no, I think this is an excellent, excellent film. I've made no secret that I am very interested in true crime. Mm-hmm. The Zodiac is one that has always fascinated me. And I know that this is filtered because this is based off of Robert Graysmith's account of the investigation and of his like obsession, I guess, with the investigation. So it's a little biased as to who they believe the Zodiac is.
Okay.
And I think that I agree with Graysmith, but even so, watching this, even though we'll get to it, but it is a bit heavy-handed who they think did it.
Yeah. Oh no.
Even with that, the frustration and to know that this was all real and the time that it happened, the frustration of getting all of these districts to fucking cooperate and communicate. And there's so much in this that is like, it's real. All of this really happened.
Yeah.
Which is like, and that's the other thing is how shockingly accurate it is.
Man, when we get to the production section of this little intro, it's staggering all the work that they did.
Yeah.
I was really because I haven't seen this in a while. I've seen this a handful of times, not as many times as you have seen it, T. That's for damn sure. But I've seen it a fair amount of times, and I was like, I wonder, I'm gonna dig back in and look at information on the real, case, and I was like, that's true. And that's true. I was like, there's not a lot to be like, well, what's interesting about that? Because it's kind of fucking covered.
Yeah.
But yeah, this case is endlessly fascinating to me. There's a shocking lack of Ted Cruz in this, but other than that,
they made a very specific choice.
Yeah. It's heavy-handed.
It is, yes.
But no, and on top of that, it's like we talk a lot about how there are some films where it's just everything kind of lines up, and for me, this is one of them that it's like, oh, like you were thinking of me when you made this, because it's like Fincher too, to be the one that does this, something about his films, his shows, his work, it just does it for me. I don't, in the hands of somebody else, 2.5 hours on a true crime event that is still technically unsolved. Yeah. This could have been a disaster.
Yeah.
But Fincher finds a way to keep it engaging. There are scenes where I was like fucking nervous, even though what's going to happen or what's not going to happen. I mean, it's fantastic. So this is your birthday movie, T?
Yes.
Thank you for picking it, because I know we were on the fence for a very long time.
Yes.
And I don't want to hear that's not a horror movie. I don't want to hear it.
I did want to talk about that up top.
As a birthday present. Just don't say it.
Yeah, just please don't. My birthday was just... But as we've kind of made clear, every year we each get one movie to pick each year for our birthday.
Yeah.
My birthday was April 21st, and so we are covering Zodiac. I will say, yes, it is a true crime mystery thriller.
Right.
But there are so many scenes that are played so horrifically.
Yeah.
Paced so suspensefully that I think that there are at least 5 moments in this film that you could argue could have been straight out of a horror film.
Oh, no, yeah.
I would definitely agree with that. I also want to shout out our friend Unicorn Ellie on Twitter, who a very long time ago, they said that they believe that thrillers should be classified as a horror subgenre. And you don't know this, but the number of times I've brought that up in arguments.
You have.
I fully agree. I definitely agree. Because again, 7 was one of those where it's like,
it's on the line.
Yeah.
But the thing is that I think that it depends on what the thriller is. I feel like Zodiac falls in the line of it only because it's my birthday movie.
Only because I said it.
Because I can see the argument against it. Flat out.
For sure, but we're not entertaining that today.
No. Just enjoy. But I did want to talk about my relationship with this film. Saw it in theaters. I was 16 years old, and it blew my mind. And honestly and flat out, as a 16-year-old kid watching this in theaters, I was fucking scared shitless.
Oh, I bet.
Because I didn't know anything about the Zodiac. Yeah. And so I don't know. I honestly didn't even know that this was based on a true story until they told me at the beginning.
This shit's wild.
Oh my God. And so there are times that characters are in peril, and I'm like, oh, they're going to die.
What's going to happen? Yeah.
But it's a true story of these people that are going through these things, and I didn't know anything,
Yeah.
But it really kickstarted my fascination with true crime, especially this case in general. But it really became all the more special when I decided to start twisting my hair.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is because it started getting longer and longer.
Stay with it.
Yeah, stay with me. just stay with me real quick.
My hair started to grow.
Yeah. It's a novel concept. But as it started to grow, I realized that I needed to start watching longer movies in order to keep my attention. I will admit, on Letterboxd, in the past 2 years, I have logged...
Oh my God.
I have logged Zodiac 25 times. And it became this like amazing comfort film for me. And watching it, and you're seeing all these different things you didn't notice the last time, because there's so much detail that Fincher puts into it that it's almost unbelievable. And when you learn everything they did to make that detail realized, it's even more staggering.
Yeah.
But yes, 25 times.
Yeah, I'm still...
I didn't know you could log it again.
Oh, you can.
Oh, yeah. It's like, trust me.
I thought it was just like, I've seen this before, and I liked it or I didn't like it or whatever.
Oh, no, they'll keep...
Oh, well,
they'll keep count.
Yeah.
You're probably going to get cut off soon.
Yeah, they're like, I think you've had enough. I'll tell you when I've had enough Letterboxd. And I'm going to watch it next week whenever I do my hair again. But the thing is that it's just so well made. It's brilliant. It's so accurate, as you said. And one thing that I've honestly never told anyone is that when I saw this at age 16, something about it kickstarted something in me that made me want to become a journalist.
Really?
Okay.
Yes, and that's one of the major reasons why I studied journalism and mass media in college.
I love that.
And so I guess I didn't realize how special it was to me until I started doing my hair like this.
Right.
And then I was like, oh, yeah, it was you.
So thank you, hair.
Like, I wanted to be a cartoonist.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I've been drawing so much. But I will admit, doing this film has been incredibly daunting for me. Writing the script is unlike any script that I've ever written for the show.
I bet.
I do very, very, very much want to thank my partner, Jules. They have been so supportive of me during this entire process because I've been stressing out. But
it's going to be great.
Yeah.
I'm so excited to be talking about it. I think that's the thing, is that when it's your birthday film, you're like, oh,
The pressure's on.
yeah, and then you can only talk about it once. It's the only time we're ever going to cover Zodiac. So I'm like, oh God, there's so much I want to say. But I'm very excited to talk about it. And before we do get into it, I did want to talk a little bit about the production. The interesting thing about it is that it comes to us, the screenplay, from James Vanderbilt, who we just talked about because he co-wrote Five Cream.
Okay. I was like, I know we just talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a very busy man.
Five Cream.
But this is what we're calling it.
I love how far apart those films are, and you're like, he's very
in 20 years. No, he works a lot. But he moved to LA after having read this as a teenager years before. And as soon as he gets to LA, his first thing that he wants to do is make Robert Graysmith's novels into a film.
Oh, wow.
And the thing was that the rights to these books were currently owned by Disney.
I'm sorry?
Which is very interesting. I don't think they were going to make a cartoon or anything. Although Graysmith was a cartoonist.
I'd watch it.
I would watch it too.
Was it like a side business that they have?
I think it
like
must
an
have been
umbrella, something
It
under
had to have
them?
been, because I don't think you could really do Mickey Mouse
Oh, yeah, whatever.
solving anything, really. I don't trust that mouse. But the thing is that he reached out to Robert Graysmith personally.
Yeah.
Him and the producer, Brad Fisher. And Graysmith told him that the rights were about to lapse with Disney.
Okay.
And so it begins this massive bidding war. And they sent in an offer, and everybody's sending in an offer. So Vanderbilt's like, they're not going to go with ours.
Yeah.
Graysmith personally selects his offer.
Hell yeah.
And that's how they got the rights for them to write the screenplay.
He's like, dude, I only gave you $1. He's like, it's okay.
That's
I
fine.
believe
You're
in you.
the right person. Yeah.
You're not that mouse who's trying to...
Yeah.
Anybody but that guy.
Yeah.
He's over there with that dog. What the fuck is that?
What's their story?
Yeah.
I don't trust him.
But Graysmith took them around sites personally in Vallejo, San Francisco, all these places.
Damn.
And that's when he got all this inside knowledge to write the screenplay, and it took him a year to do it.
I bet.
Yeah.
But then they need a director for the project. And they all loved Seven, because Seven's amazing.
Right.
And so they saw it more as a formality to ask David Fincher if he would direct it. And then after David Fincher said no, they'd move on to other people. But what they didn't realize is that David Fincher grew up in this area.
Oh, shit.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
And he was alive during this entire thing.
Yeah.
And so he has personal connections to the story
Yeah.
of the
Yeah,
Zodiac.
yeah.
And so he kind of latches onto the project and becomes very interested in it, partially because of that and partially because he had said as a child when he saw Dirty Harry, he was so... He said he was 12 years old, but he goes, I'm offended at how they've done this story. And so he had always wanted to tell the story of the Zodiac in his own way. And so this was his way of doing it. But they spent, I think it was 18 months, Vanderbilt, Fisher, and Fincher interviewing every surviving witness, interviewing all of the cops involved with the case, interviewing the families of suspects, interviewing like everybody they could get their hands on.
God.
I feel like that's got to be the difference between them making this based off of Graysmith's books versus someone making it based off of just the Zodiac killings. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Because that I appreciate that so much, because so often nobody's spoken to, nobody's consulted.
Yeah.
It's just, let's read articles and then, add some hot sauce and then here we are.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love that. That's awesome.
I absolutely agree that sets it apart because they actually had two of the victims of the Zodiac as consultants on this film.
I love that.
Okay.
And so you see that, when you're involving surviving victims of this case, they're putting so much respect on everything that happened here.
Well, yeah.
Nothing is sensational.
Yeah.
It's all just about telling the story accurately and telling it well, which is kind of what you hinted at earlier. I did, because usually when you watch films like this, it's a lot of, well, actually, but watching this, it's like, well, actually, no, that's exactly right.
That's what it was. That's what happened.
Now, before we terrorize this film for decades, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's rush a letter to the editor. So the film begins with the vintage logos of Paramount Pictures and Warner Brothers, very befitting of the era of the film's setting. We're then shown a title card reading, "What follows is based on actual case files." So I did want to say that they talked about the interviewing process of all the witnesses and all the people involved in the case. The issue they ran into a lot of the times was that they got conflicting stories. And so a lot of this is relying on the actual case files of the film.
Okay.
So that's why they kind of, they're like, it's also the book and it's also the case files, it's also the interviews, it's also, it's a lot of shit.
Yeah.
But Easy to Be Hard by Three Dog Night plays over a shot of the Bay Area at night. Fireworks burst in the sky in the distance over the city lights as the singer croons, "How can people be so heartless? How can people be so cruel?" I was like, this is perfect.
Very much.
It basically sets up, it not only feels like the era they're capturing, but then you also are like, this is kind of the thesis of the film. But the camera swirls over a bridge before we're taken to the street level, where we see joyous neighborhood residents, sparks of fireworks, and the porch lights of nearby houses through the passenger side window of a car. At the lower third, we get on-screen text reading, July 4th, 1969, Vallejo, California. The car eventually pulls up to a house, and the driver honks their horn. Young Mike Mageau, played by Lee Norris, rushes to the window, asking the driver where they've been because he's been waiting since 7. Darlene Farron, the driver of the car, played by Sierra Moriarty, just tells him to get in. Mike asks if he can drive, but Darlene just repeats for him to get in the car because she hasn't eaten all day. Mike fiddles with a lighter for a moment, contemplating his next move, but finally sits down in the passenger seat, putting a cigarette into his mouth as Darlene pulls away from the curb.
What does it matter who drives?
He likes to drive.
He came out of that house with attitude.
No, he did.
Okay.
I guess, obviously she kept him waiting or whatever, but this dude was pissy from, I'd be like, just go, I'm going to go get something to eat. You can just go back. Like, he was like,
well,
no, like, I mean.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Like, I can see fireworks alone. I don't need,
Literally.
I don't need this shit. But shortly thereafter, the pair arrive at Big Ed's Burgers and Fries, but the place is packed with cars. Darlene, seemingly and suddenly uneasy, suggests that they go someplace quieter. This is such an important little moment here because this actress plays it so well that she has sensed something here that is going to become an issue.
Yeah.
Right.
To me, Mike heard, "Let's go someplace quiet," and he was like, "Say less." That dissolved the attitude.
Yes.
From what I was seeing.
Well, that's fair.
I was like, okay, bet.
But we then see Darlene pulling her car into the parking lot at Blue Rock Springs Park. Mike makes note of her change in behavior, but Darlene very unconvincingly assures him that everything's fine. She leans her arm over the bench seat, taking notice of Mike's layered clothing, which she finds odd for July. He tells her that he's just cold, and she asks him confused, "You're cold on the 4th of July?"
See, this is to me because I didn't get any of that when she was like, I think we should leave. She seemed worried. He seemed annoyed. I was like, why are you mad? You're coming to eat?
Well, look, he's like, I thought you said you were starving.
Yeah, he's like catching her in a lie or something. You did eat earlier, didn't you?
And then she's over here. She's like, hey, why you got so much clothes on? And he's like, I'm
cold.
What the fuck?
I did hear the costume designer, Eduardo Singanco, he did a lot of the costumes based on crime scene photography.
Okay.
And so they did learn Mike Mageau, for whatever reason, he was wearing 3 pairs of pants and I believe 4 or 5 shirts. They asked him in Robert Graysmith's book, they talked about it. They said, were you cold? But it was, there's conflicting stories because one of them said that he wanted to look more muscular for Darlene.
Wow.
And so he wore a bunch of clothing so that he could impress her.
All right.
But if we're going,
I
don't know.
I'm like, that's what I'm saying. The shirts, I'm like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
The pants?
Yeah, the pants.
That's astounding. I don't want to wear one pair of pants.
Yeah. Then how do you explain that?
It's like a gag almost.
Yeah. No, the second one's a gag. The third and fourth, never mind.
Wild.
Yeah, never mind.
What is happening?
Yeah.
But just then, a pair of vehicles, which are the only other vehicles in the parking lot, pull out loudly with cracking fireworks before speeding down the street. Having both been startled by this, Mike looks back at Darlene before sticking his head out of the window and shrilly screaming, "Fuck off and die!"
They're gone, man.
Calm
Yeah,
down.
they're gone.
I'd be like, you know what? I'm not even into this anymore. Like that. What the ick? That was it. I'm done.
Let's see if they cleared out a big X.
Yeah.
You know what? I am starving.
I'm very hungry.
All right, put both your pants back.
Put all your pants.
Yeah.
But as soon as he settles back in the car, Darlene laughs at him. Mike laughs too as Hurdy-Gurdy Man by Donovan begins playing on the radio.
This is the first time I ever heard the song.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's got to be why it's so creepy to me.
Uh-huh.
I love this song. I have like
Yeah.
a spooky playlist and this is on there because it does creep me out now. It has to be because of this context.
Okay.
Yeah, because honestly, I mean, when you think about it, it's just one of those cool songs from the
He's
60s.
singing
Yeah.
songs of love.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, yeah, that's right. There was no fear here. What am I?
But I'm terrified.
No, it's always frightened me too, and it must be because of this. I did read Donovan. I guess the session musicians for this song were like 3 members of what would become Led Zeppelin. Mm-hmm. And so Donovan always took credit for creating Led Zeppelin. Which is kind of funny to me, but... But after laughing a little bit, Darlene fiddles with Mike's collar a little flirtatiously. But through the back window, she sees a dark car pull into the parking lot with its headlights beaming. It parks directly behind them and shuts off the lights. So for the purpose of this film, it's a Mustang that pulls up behind them. Mm-hmm. But according to a lot of accounts, they think that it was the same exact model car that Darlene is driving.
Right.
But David Fincher said that he goes, if 2 cars are the same and they pull up, it's going to look like a Charlie Kaufman film. He's like,
no.
Nobody's going to understand what's going on. They're going to think it's duplicates or something. But the couple look back at the car nervously, and Mike thinks that he recognizes the car from the drive-in. Darlene shushes him, but Mike's breath quickens, and he asks Darlene if she wants him to tell the driver to leave. With full sincerity, Darlene tells Mike to stay in the car. But after a lingering moment, the headlights of the car switch on, and it drives away. Darlene watches it until it disappears, and Mike asks her if that was her husband.
Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah, I was like, oh.
So this is also very true.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yes, from what I read in the book, it was kind of a known secret that Darlene had a lot of boyfriends.
Okay.
And so they were trying to convey that as well with this. And again, it's the accuracy of it because that detail doesn't even need to be here.
No.
Yeah.
But it only lends credence to all the research that they did to have it here.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
and it kind of explains Darlene because she does seem uneasy,
Yeah.
but she doesn't necessarily seem confused.
True.
Because it's not like, what the fuck? It's, oh shit. Like, that's what she looks like. Do you want me? Nope. Stay in the car. Like, she knows what this is.
But Darlene says that it wasn't her husband and not to worry about it. Mike continues pressing, but Darlene puts a stop to it. Silence eventually takes over the car and the mood of the evening is shattered. But things grow much more tense as tires loudly screech in the distance and the car speeds back to the parking lot. Darlene lets out a very knowing shit.
Yeah, that was my next note is the mood is ruined.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just fucking go. Like, let's go. It's dark out here. There's nobody else like that. Let's just go.
I remember on BuzzFeed Unsolved, they parked out here for the opening of it. And it's just scary out here, dude.
It is.
Like, just period.
I bet it's scary, but I bet if you're there for other reasons, it's not so scary.
Yeah, but we're not here for the other reasons anymore.
Well,
the mood is ruined.
Well, no, yeah, now it is. Yeah.
But the car parks right behind them again, and Mike says that they should just go. A man, played by Richmond Arquette, steps out of the car, beaming a very bright flashlight into the window.
There are a couple scenes in this. I mean, definitely the murdering scenes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a couple more that make my stomach hurt when I watch them.
Yeah.
And this is one of them because you can feel in that moment that you would desperately want to believe, oh, we're in trouble for parking out here. Or you know what I mean? It's just what happens is so abrupt.
Yes.
Once that car comes back, it's almost like they don't really have time to react to what's happening. It's so fast and it's just terrifying.
There's no, like, what do you do?
Yeah.
Like, that's fucking
After
terrifying.
a certain point, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
But the guitar solo of Hurdy Gurdy Man picks up as the man approaches the passenger side window, and Mike tells Darlene to get her wallet. The flashlight beaming into Mike's face, he smiles, telling the phantom stranger that he really creeped them out. Just then, the man with the pistol raised fires a shot right through Mike's neck. The blood spatters against Darlene, who raises her hand defensively, but is shot several times, all in slow motion, as the music grows louder and goes into a frenzy. The killer steps away for a moment, but returns with a reloaded gun, firing more shots into Mike as he dives over to the bench seat into the back seat of the car. So, something very interesting that I learned is that the majority of this film was actually shot digitally.
Really?
Yes, and these slow motion scenes are a few of the ones that were shot on film.
Okay.
And so the other thing about this is there is so much digital work in this film that you wouldn't believe it. All the blood in this film, digital.
I don't believe any of that.
What?
Yeah.
You're right. I don't believe it. You're a liar.
Oh, sorry. The thing is, David Fincher kind of works like Stanley Kubrick in that he needs like 80 takes of things.
Okay.
And so if every single time we have to clean up the fake blood.
Yeah. Okay.
So he's like, do it this, and then we'll just add it later.
Yeah.
And it doesn't show.
I couldn't tell at all.
Not at all.
But everything dips to black before returning to the scene of the crime. Small birds gather, and a motorcycle cop arrives to find Mike bleeding, but alive, leaned up against the back of the car. With a shaking hand, he points the officer inside the car for Darlene, and we hear a phone call play in a voiceover. The phone dials, and the police receptionist of the Vallejo Police Department, played by Janice Jones, picks up. The man on the other end says that he would like to report a double murder. He says go 1 mile east on Columbus Parkway at a public park, they'll find kids in a brown car. The officer shines his light into the vehicle, finding a bleeding Darlene clinging to life. The man on the phone says that the kids were shot with a 9mm Luger and that he also killed those kids last year. He very eerily and in an almost sing-song way says, "Goodbye," before hanging up the phone, and we cut to black.
I know that this is obviously a reenactment of what happened.
Yes.
But this really did happen.
Mm-hmm.
And it is very shocking. I mean, obviously in the best way that anyone could have survived what he just did to them.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm shocked every time that is true.
Yeah.
I think this scene, honestly, more than... Well, there are a couple that come up later, but this scene honestly scared the hell out of me.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
The first time that I saw it, and it's such an incredible cold open for the film because it doesn't start where the story of the Zodiac starts.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It was very interesting to start here because they made a very concerted effort. Every single crime and murder that you see on film was actually verified by at least one eyewitness.
Oh, okay.
And so the first crime committed by the Zodiac, there were no eyewitnesses, and so they didn't do it.
Right.
Yeah.
But this, with Mike Mageau, you have his entire testimony, and so they know that they can accurately recreate it
All right.
and give respect to the victims of the crime.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's just very impressively done.
Hell yeah.
But we glide over the water of the San Francisco Bay, getting a lovely shot of the skyline of the city and on-screen text reading, 4 weeks later, San Francisco, California. So the visual effects supervisors for this film were Craig Barron and Eric Barba.
Mm-hmm.
Barron actually worked with Fincher at Industrial Light and Magic in the 1980s. And so they've known each other for a long time.
Okay.
But everything that we see in this shot was not real.
Really?
Yes.
That
I can't
I
tell.
don't believe you.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Right? You're fucking lying.
The water's not real.
I can't tell any of that.
Nothing.
That's
at all.
amazing.
I think, and that's what I'm saying, because I know we talk, I know I talk a lot of shit about how bad some
Effects.
things can come off.
Yeah.
And I'm always like, no, practical.
Yeah.
But the thing is that when you can integrate it like this, just, you can do it.
Why wouldn't you?
No, yeah.
Do it, because there are so many scenes of the skyline, and this is accurate to the 60s.
Yeah.
They have buildings that,
Yeah, that
know.
would be different now.
Exactly.
Or then, whenever this was filmed.
2000s.
Now, you saying that does take me to a scene very much later that I did question.
Okay.
So you saying that now kind of validates
I
me.
think I know what you're talking about, but we'll
and
get
I was
there.
like, okay, I'm not crazy, because I watched it and I was like, man, that's not real. And I was like, whatever. And I just moved past
if we're talking
it.
about the same thing, I watched it and I was like, wow, that's amazing that they were able to
Okay, I'm excited. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Like, how did they do that?
That's incredible.
But Soul Sacrifice by Santana plays over the opening credits. After soaring over buildings near the port of San Francisco, we're taken to an apartment where Robert Graysmith, played by Jake Gyllenhaal, rushes to get David, his young son, played by Jack Sampson, ready for school. David brushes his teeth, and Robert tells him to spit it into the sink, but plot twist, David swallowed it because it was delicious.
Yeah, please
Don't
don't.
do that.
Don't do that.
I'm going to be honest, I know you aren't supposed to eat toothpaste.
No.
I know, and then we can all meet halfway on that.
No.
But to me, well, look, hold on. You didn't even let me finish. I know we're not supposed to eat toothpaste, but isn't it weird that it's fine for it to be in your mouth, but you can't eat it? That's weird, right?
Not at all.
Okay.
It's not weird at all.
Okay. It just makes me think that it might be poison.
Do you drink mouthwash?
Yes.
Honestly, a lot of things can go in your mouth you don't eat.
Come on, man. A little decorum.
The life just drained out.
I was just trying to make a toothpaste joke.
That's what I'm saying. Toothpaste.
We were all talking about toothpaste.
Robert laughingly scolds his son and scoops him up off the sink. Running late, they hop into the car together. Robert tells his son that he'll be staying with his mother and his stepfather tonight, and David just groans. Robert asks him if he doesn't like having a new little brother, and David admits that he doesn't. Robert appreciates the honesty. They pull away and arrive at the school, but before sending him off, Robert stops his son, telling him to learn a lot. David rushes off as the bell rings, and we get the title, Zodiac.
I just wanted to say I love how subdued the title was.
Yes.
Which I was surprised because I do love a, insidious, barbarian.
Yeah.
I do I love that too, but this really worked. And also, you got to be paying attention to the text that says that time is going by.
Yeah.
Because it is so subtle and almost cheeky that you're like, hold on, because it's like this much time has passed. This much, and you're like, it's been fucking years, and you're doing it in these tiny increments, so it doesn't really feel like it. But this is the first one where it's like 4 weeks later. I'm like, that's a fucking month.
Yeah, dude.
But
no, I get that for sure. And writing the script, I saw more than I ever did.
it's wild.
It happens
it's all
the time. I did want to talk about that title screen because I did this little challenge on Twitter where they're like, do the title screen of your 4 favorite films.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to do Zodiac, and every other title that I picked was great. And then I was like, it's just a man and his son. Nobody will even know what I'm doing.
It's a coming of age story.
But at a red light, Robert works on a cartoon in his notebook, but gets honked at when it turns green and drives away. This took dozens of takes, him dropping the notebook.
Yeah.
And David Fincher was pissing Jake Gyllenhaal off. And you see in the behind the scenes thing of him just dropping it over and over and over and over. And I remember Scatman Crothers, he's like, what do you want?
Literally. What am I doing wrong?
What am I doing incorrectly? But yeah, I mean, there was some tension.
Oh, fuck, man.
But he arrives at work at the San Francisco Chronicle building, and as he heads inside, the camera lingers on a USPS vehicle. Robert heads into the elevator as the postman pulls into the back of the building, loading a cart for one of the mailroom workers. As Robert arrives on his floor, the mail is being sorted with portions of it dumped into the editorial bin. Robert snags a donut, asking Shorty, played by James Carraway, how the coffee is this morning. Shorty doesn't answer, instead pointing to a hand-drawn sign that just says coffee. Delicious as hell.
I was like, I need that sign for my kitchen.
But a mail worker loads a cart into the service elevator, and the camera focuses on one white envelope on top of the stack with blue lettering. Robert walks over to his desk, passing a group of men crowding the desk of a very casual and very personable Paul Avery, played by Robert Downey Jr.
It's Iron Man.
The thing is...
And it is Iron Man.
He's not... That was my point.
Yeah.
He's not Iron Man yet.
No.
But he's so Tony Stark in this that all it tells me is that Tony Stark is just Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah. Yep. So everybody else, basically, of our main cast had a living person to base their performance on.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I'll just be myself.
That's basically it. Yeah. Paul Avery, I believe, passed away, I want to say in the early 2000s.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so Robert Downey Jr. was kind of just winging it.
Yeah.
Oddly, though, they said that people who knew Paul Avery was like, that's pretty close.
I was going to
Really?
say that there are people
yeah.
alive that knew him.
Yeah.
So,
I could have just talked to somebody.
Just saying Grace Smith knew him, but whatever.
That's fine. The crazy thing that really shocked me is what we just saw of him passing his desk and seeing all the people around. That's basically the extent of their actual relationship.
Really?
That's pretty wild. But you gotta make it work narratively.
And honestly, what comes of this is one of my favorite things in the whole film.
Yeah.
So I'll accept the lie.
The lie?
Well, I mean, it's a lie.
I do like this whole little when he's getting the donut and walking around and we see the letter going around and everything.
Uh-huh.
I enjoy that. I was like, man, there's a fuck ton of moving parts of this paper.
It is. And the music.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's like that letter is just a ticking bomb.
Yeah.
Ready, and nobody even knows that it's coming. You know what I mean?
They have no idea their lives are about to change.
Everyone, yeah.
But Robert sorts through his cartoons as Al Hyman, played by Ed Satrakian, passes his desk, reminding him of the editorial meeting in 2 minutes. But as the music reaches a crescendo, the mail cart reaches the editorial mailroom, bursting through the doors, before being scooped up by Carol Fisher, an editor for the Chronicle played by Candy Clark. But at the editorial meeting, Templeton Peck, an editor played by John Getz, greets a group of seated editors and copy editors, as well as Robert on his way in. Very randomly, Templeton Peck is the name of this editor at the Chronicle. Mm-hmm. Real human being. But Templeton Peck is also the name of the character, the Face, on the A-Team.
What?
It's his exact name.
Is it
Really?
based off of him?
I don't think so. But I was like, what? Because I was trying to find out more on Templeton Peck, and I just kept getting the Face. I was like, what the fuck am I doing? What am I doing wrong? But Templeton breezes past Robert, who tries to get his attention to approve his cartoons. He finally takes notice of Robert, cycling through the pages, each one earning a grade of horrid, except one, which he calls not so horrid, and suggests that it's the one they go with.
Thank you for your feedback, sir.
I quit.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
No,
No, I would be crying at my desk.
No, I can't handle an ounce of criticism.
Shit.
Yeah.
Shit. Not so shit.
Good Lord.
Thank you, sir.
And I have to show you my cartoons every day? This is just my life now? But at her desk, Carol opens the letter that we've been focusing on, a combination of transfixed and confounded. But back in the meeting, Templeton asks Paul about the crime beat, and he goes straight into shtick, telling him that Janice in Datebook left the fondue party before everyone got naked. Now that's a crime. I was like, a little decorum.
Yeah.
But all the men laugh, and Templeton jokes that it may be the beginning of a crime wave. I'm like, you're leadership.
Yeah.
You're setting the tone. You make this okay.
But Carol rushes in with the letter, telling them that they need to see it. Everyone looks on, unaware that this is the beginning of something huge. Mm-hmm. Templeton just tells Carol to go get the publisher. Charles Therio, the publisher played by John Terry, reads from the letter, written in blue ink and full of misspellings and grammatical errors. The letter begins, "Dear Editor," and it takes credit for 2 sets of murders, 2 teenagers at Lake Herman and the girl on the 4th of July in Vallejo. To prove he's the one who killed them, he goes into details about the crime scene that only the killer would know. Paul takes notes as emotion overcomes Therio, and he passes the letter off to Templeton to continue. He recounts the body positions of the victims of both crime scenes, as well as the brand name of ammunition and what the victims were wearing. The killer has also included part of a cipher, the other 2 ciphers having been mailed to the Vallejo Times and the SF Examiner, and he wants it printed on the front page of the paper. Through misspellings, the killer says that the ciphers contain his identity. And Templeton lets us know he forgot the T.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
But it says that if they don't print the cipher on the front page by the afternoon of Fry, F-R-Y, Philip J. Fry, 1st of August, 1969, the killer promises to go on a kill rampage that night until he ends up with a dozen victims over the weekend. The cipher makes its way to Robert, who stares at it curiously. It's a grid of peculiar shapes, all drawn in blue ink.
The whole time I'm thinking, I know that it's the 60s or whatever. Y'all gotta stop passing that paper around.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was getting stressed out because he's like, give it to me. I was like, stop touching it.
There are so many moments where you're like, no.
Please stop touching it.
But Robert begins to jot down a copy for himself as Templeton says that the letter is unsigned except for a symbol. Paul takes note of the symbol and its similarity to a gun sight. Now, this as well, you forget in the 60s. I remember we all know how much Nay and I love Mad Men. There was one very clumsy moment in Mad Men where they were talking about making copies of something, and Don goes, it's not as if there's a magical device that you can. And I'm like, we get it's the 60s, man. And so I just appreciated in this that he's literally just like, I'm just going to write. It's not like, damn, if only there was.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have to do this. But it's like,
These times we live in.
and it'll never change. But Therio notes that today is August 1st, and the killer wants his cipher in the afternoon edition of today's paper. Al looks at it as a scoop, but Templeton reminds him that whoever wrote this letter is threatening violence. But Al says that not running the letter might make him put action behind those words.
It's such a slippery slope.
Yes.
Personally, I think that I would push to publish it.
Oh, yeah.
But then, where does it end?
That's the thing.
It's
You're starting something.
Yeah.
I can literally see why it is a good idea to do it and why it is a good idea to not do it. That's very difficult.
I think they do a great job of presenting both arguments.
Right.
Because in reality, you probably shouldn't.
Oh,
you
no.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because where does it end? Not even just with this person, but anybody could write in and be like, well, if you don't publish my letter, then I'm gonna, you know what I mean?
And then the whole newspaper is just scary.
It's
Yeah.
just people being unhinged.
The newspaper's already scary.
The newspaper's scary enough on its own. We
That's
don't
true.
need these letters.
No.
I get it, but you also run the risk too of what if they put action behind what they're
Exactly.
saying. So
Yeah.
it's like,
But
man,
this doesn't this feel like a lot like the trolley problem with if I hit this button, what was it? If I hit this button, it kills one person, but I did it. But if I don't hit this button, then it'll kill 5 people, but I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
But you're like, I don't want this power.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
I don't want it.
Not even a little bit. Plus, if y'all have not seen The Good Place, you should really watch it because
Is that a part of it?
it's a part of it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a great show.
It's a very good show.
But Al says that it's newsworthy, but Templeton thinks that it would set a dangerous precedent to print it. But before they move forward at all, Therio asks for confirmation that this Vallejo story is even true. They look over to Paul, who incredulously asks, I cover crime in Vallejo? When his bosses look over at him, like, obviously,
Yeah.
Paul scoops up his notes saying that he does in fact cover crime in Vallejo.
I love that. And I know I'm sure that he's got to write about a lot of shit, but this just happened. The fact that you don't remember?
Yeah.
Like that's...
But this just feels like Robert Downey Jr.
It does.
Yeah.
It's just, he probably put that in. It's like, I'll pretend I don't know my job. They'll love it. And we did.
Yeah.
But after Paul leaves, Al suggests publishing the cipher and calling the San Francisco Police Department, and Therio seems reluctant to do much of anything. Robert, who is still lingering, is reminded of the deadline for his political cartoon, so he rushes off to finish it.
He's like dismissed. They're
Yeah.
so dismissive of him.
They are.
Pretty much the entire film.
Yeah.
Although,
Like, Robert, shouldn't you be working on something? Like, it's like, when you're trying to do something and your kid's like, blah, like underfoot or whatever. And you're like, okay, well, you can stir this. You know what I mean? Like, that's how they treat him. Go draw,
They
Robert. Let us handle this.
and then they're like, shit.
Yeah.
You drew this shit?
Oh my God, it's horrible. It's not even gonna go on the fridge. Like it's like, Jesus Christ.
Please, will someone value this man? It's hard to watch.
I think that's one thing that I really respect about this, and I get from Jake Gyllenhaal as an actor. This is an underdog story.
Oh,
Absolutely.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
he plays it so well, and you can't help but root for him the entire time.
Yeah.
But at his desk, Paul smokes a cigarette and calls Sergeant Jack Mullenix of the Vallejo Police Department, played by Elias Codius, to shed light on the letter. Robert watches on from a distance, clearly interested, but kind of annoyed that he has to go draw Richard Nixon or whatever. Paul simply asks if there were any unsolved homicides on Christmas and on July 4th, and Mullenix leans back into his chair, muttering, "Shit, you guys got one too."
Now, this dude, it's Casey Jones. He was Casey Jones in Ninja Turtles.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. When I seen him, every time I seen him, it's like, it's Casey Jones.
Well, he works for the police now.
Yeah. Well, he was fighting crime then, too.
Yeah, so he just grew into it.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Casey Jones. He could have been an adult on that show.
He was.
Okay, see? Thank you for being so kind to not tell me that I fucked up.
I love the Ninja Turtles, dude. Because he's in this, the first one. He's in there, and I know this isn't about Ninja Turtles, but every time I see this
out a
dude,
script.
it goes right. So we open the movie.
Yeah. The film begins in a sewer.
I'm like, oh,
Wait a minute.
It's like pizza or something. But Paul busts back into the editor's office with confirmation of the events. He speaks quietly as Al is on the phone with the Examiner and has learned that they received the exact same letter with a different cipher, as did the Times Herald. Paul reads from his notes to Templeton, recounting the murders of David Faraday and Betty Jensen on Christmas, and the murder of Darlene Ferrin, but the survival of Mike Mageau. He incorrectly says Mayhew at first instead of Mageau, and I'm assuming that was probably a publication error that actually happened in the Chronicle.
Okay.
Since they get the details so accurately.
Yeah.
Because it feels like even a throwaway line is not a throwaway line.
Yeah.
It's
No.
a reference to something.
Everything feels important.
Yeah.
And one thing I do want to mention that I did read in Graysmith's book that kind of sheds light on certain suspects is, and it's not mentioned in the film at all, but Darlene Ferrin that we saw at the Blue Rock Springs,
Right.
she knew Betty Jensen from the first crime that's not featured in the film. They knew each other.
Oh, okay.
And I feel like that's very important for something that comes later.
All right.
For sure.
And it's kind of shocking. But Paul says that everything in the letter matches the facts from the police, and after learning that both the Examiner and the Times Herald will be publishing the ciphers, but not on the front page, Al says that they should go on the front page. He says if this guy kills 12 people, it won't be their fault. Robert sits staring at his copy of the cipher, but gets the shit scared out of him by an annoyed Carol who asks him for his cartoon.
Again, man.
Yeah.
Robert, where's your shitty cartoon?
I think that's the thing is it's the most
Y'all
important.
don't even appreciate it.
It's the most important thing in the world.
Yeah.
But it also sucks. But she asks if he isn't finished, but he says that he is. He brings his cartoon to the office, but is told to wait a second, standing hilariously within earshot on purpose. On Therio's way out, it's settled. They'll replate the afternoon edition of the paper and add the cipher to page 4. Paul offers $20 to whoever cracks the psycho's name, but Robert says that the killer isn't going to give his name. Paul just looks at him like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
I feel like this is a common reaction to Robert.
He does.
Very unfortunate, though. But Paul then jovially invites everyone to meet him at Morty's, a nearby bar, except for Robert.
Yeah. I was like, come on, dude. He's right
Just
there.
mean.
It's like, I was in the meeting with you, dude.
Yeah.
You did say that it's a bar. He was like, everybody Morty's or whatever. And then we see Morty's and I was like, okay, madman. I thought it was a diner, which that's naive on my part. But I was like, the workday just started. Like, he just got to the office.
You're right. They're obviously going to get bacon and eggs.
Yeah.
But on his way to the car, Robert passes by Morty's, peeking in on a very lively company get-together that he was not invited to, as I mentioned. Young Girl by Gary Puckett and the Union Gap plays. That's another one of those great songs that you should not pay attention to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when you zero in on the lyrics, it's like,
Holy shit.
Bleh. But also they're having the time of their lives in there.
They are.
Yeah.
I was like, it's just sad.
Well, he's not there.
No.
No.
We hate Robert, right? His cartoons are horrible.
There's one thing we can all agree on.
They clink glasses or whatever.
Yeah.
There is a real bar named Morty's that the Chronicle employees would go to,
Okay.
but they wouldn't let them film there because of how lively, if you understand, they wanted the party to be.
Oh.
They're like, Morty's doesn't get down like that. But at the Chronicle offices, photos of the cipher are being taken for publication in the paper, and we get these very nifty shots of era-specific cameras, including a 4-megapixel lens. I did look, and I think the new iPhones have a 12 megapixel camera.
Damn.
We've come a long way.
Yeah.
And we have copy machines. So that's
Yeah.
But shortly after this, we see Robert arrive home with David from the library, and we see that he has procured a massive book titled The Code Breakers by David Kahn. Robert removes a piece of paper from a pin board to make room for the copy of the cipher that he made. He pins it to the board and tells David to get his pajamas on.
I would have done the exact same thing.
Yes.
I would have loved to be the one to fucking crack this code, especially when everyone's like, palming his face or whatever. I'm like, okay. When I roll up in the morning and I'm like, I know who did this.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all are all going to be sorry.
I love how driven by spite you are.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a motivator.
Yeah.
It is.
It really can be. But 12 hours later, at Skaggs Island Naval Intelligence Center in Sonoma, California, an officer passes out the cipher to code breakers, recounting the details of it. It's broken into 3 sections, each with 8 lines and 17 symbols. 6 hours later, at an FBI office in San Francisco, the cipher is being passed out as well. Code breakers gathered around a table as they're told that there are no breaks between the symbols and there are no numbers or clues to substitution keys. 5 hours after that, men gather around an overhead projector at the CIA in Langley, Virginia, as it's explained that the letters have symbols from 7 different sources at least: Greek, Morse code, Navy semaphore, weather symbols, and astrological signs. So it's very clear that it is going to take some very skilled, very trained code breakers to solve this.
Yeah, because even these people are having trouble.
Yes.
Yeah.
12 hours later. We cut to the breakfast table of Donald and Betty Hardin, played by John Sarno and Gloria Grant in Salinas, California. Donald reads the paper and, after discovering the cipher, passes it over to Betty, telling her, "Take a look at this code thingy." He simply asks his wife if she'd like to give it a go.
I love this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is absolutely true. And I feel like there are, I know the need for a lot of cases that things need to be held close to the chest. Logically, I understand that. But I think that this is proof enough that sometimes getting eyes on it, and I know that there are people that can make things worse, and there's web sleuths and all these people that'll take a shred and, it was Fred or whatever, and Fred didn't do anything.
Next thing you know, the monsters are due on Maple Street.
Exactly. And I can get how that is dangerous.
Yeah.
But if this wasn't available to this regular ass couple in their fucking breakfast nook, you know what I mean? Getting a fresh perspective is sometimes it's the key. And I also did read that they did this so fast that he was a suspect for a while.
Holy, they're like, he wrote it.
Because all of these agencies were working on it and they couldn't crack it.
They were just mad.
Yeah.
You're the Fred's the murderer.
They were salty as hell.
Yeah, but that it wasn't a long time, but briefly they were looking at him because they're like, there's no way that they solved this fast.
That's sad, dude. Maybe they're just good.
Yeah. I was gonna ask if this was real.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's like, that's cool.
Yes.
They cracked it when all you other motherfuckers couldn't do nothing.
And how cute it is that he's just like, you want to see what we can do?
Yeah, look what
not
my
even
wife
like,
did. It's like,
Yeah, not even like, oh, we got that. They're just like, hey, let's take a,
Yeah.
we'll try it.
And they solved it together.
Yeah.
It's a love story for the ages.
It is. Where's I want them to be the rest of the movie. I did want to talk about the props department. The head of the props department was Hope Parrish. And every newspaper you see in the film, she painstakingly, her and her department had recreated from the exact newspapers that were printed from the Chronicle.
Damn.
And so you can literally pick up these papers from props and be like, oh, this is what was going on August,
At the time.
whatever.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Like,
That's
it's
incredible.
Nuts. And the thing to me is that you don't need to do this,
No.
but you did.
Yeah.
And it's appreciated.
Yes. But later at the Chronicle, Robert sketches on a piece of paper and is startled when Paul approaches his desk. Paul says that the guy that used to have his desk, Bob Bastian, was a great cartoonist, but now he's on public television for some reason. It's like, are you jealous?
Yeah.
But Paul introduces himself to Robert, despite the fact that they've already met and Robert has been working here for 9 months.
I was like, ouch.
Yeah.
He's like, you make no
Yeah. I had no idea.
Yeah.
Dude. I thought it was your first day.
no presents. But Paul drops the solved cipher into Robert's hands, telling him that he was right. The killer didn't give his name. And despite the military and government's best efforts, it was cracked by a history teacher and his wife in Salinas. Robert reads from it in staggered speech. I like killing people because it is so much fun. It is more fun than killing wild game in the forest because man is the most dangerous animal of all. To kill something gives me the most thrilling experience. It is even better than getting your rocks off with the girl. Decorum. The best part of it is that when I die, I will be reborn in paradise, and all that I have killed will become my slaves. I will not give you my name because you will try to slow down or stop my collecting of slaves for my afterlife. So his identity, that was a fucking lie.
Yeah. And this really sets the tone because this motherfucker is a liar.
Yeah.
Can we talk about how funny it is that people are surprised that the Zodiac
told a lie?
is also a liar? Because people get so offended in this movie. It's so funny to me that they do. But it's
a murderer.
Yeah.
Are you really the Zodiac?
I trusted you.
Yeah.
Well, if I took all that time and I solved that puzzle, you better be giving me your fucking name, dude. But Paul posits that their friend here might be a bit fuckered in the head, and he even heard that he sent a code key to Vallejo just to help. So to me, I think that speaks so much to the psyche of the Zodiac.
Yeah.
It's not about what you think it's about. That's publicity.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it becomes more apparent later on where it's like, oh my God, like you're so fucking needy, dude.
It's
like,
bad.
Jesus Christ.
He's the kind of person that would hire paparazzi to be outside.
Yeah, just kill me. Fuck.
God, don't fucking write a poem
playing
about
this
it.
game anymore.
Jeez.
But Robert notices some leftover letters at the bottom and scratches them down on a pad. Paul looks on impressed as Robert tries to solve it, asking how he's doing that. Robert just says that he likes puzzles and does them a lot. He then runs through potential anagrams of names for the leftover letters, and Paul asks how Robert knew the killer wouldn't give his name. I'm like, are you suspecting Robert's?
Yeah.
He's like, I've never met you before, dude.
It was either you or that teacher.
Yeah, you started here today, and I'm just so confused.
The timing's off.
Just as the letters started to arrive. But even worse, Robert doesn't answer. He just tries to mentally place where he's heard the term most dangerous animal before. Paul just kind of slinks away with a smile before being called into the editorial office by Templeton. Al, Ferrio, and Carol are already there, but Carol bails out when Al tells Paul that there's been another letter. More details about the murders. Al says that the killer taped a flashlight to his gun, which is how he was able to kill people in the dark. The men gather around the conference table, and Ferrio places a piece of paper on it for Paul to read, saying that the killer has also given himself a name. The camera presses in on the paper, and written at the top of the page in blue ink, it reads, "Dear editor, this is the Zodiac speaking."
I think it means more if other people give you the nickname.
Yeah,
I don't
you can
know.
give yourself a cool name.
Yeah.
No, you just started calling yourself the
Yeah.
Zodiac? Like, whatever, Steve. Like,
Yeah.
I have to admit, for whatever reason, I think it's the sweeping of the camera onto this letter. It always gives me goosebumps every single time.
Yeah.
And it's such a big deal because this is just getting larger and larger, and they have no idea yet.
Yeah.
But a month and a half later, on September 27th, 1969, in Napa, California, a white Volkswagen speeds across the bridge. Brian Hartnell, played by Patrick Scott Lewis, sits in the driver's seat and looks over at Cecilia Shepard, his girlfriend, played by Pell James, riding passenger. They smile at each other as they speed down the road, and Gene by Oliver plays on the radio. I didn't know this song until this movie, but whoever Oliver is, he's fucking killing it.
He's tearing it up.
But they reach their destination, Lake Berryessa. Cecilia rests her head on Brian's chest, lying on a blanket. Overlooking the water, Brian tells her the story of Lake Berryessa. This actually used to be the town of Monticello, but the county decided that the town would work better as a lake, so they flooded it. He says that there's an entire... But then realization washes over Cecilia's face as she raises her head and finishes his sentence. Hidden city under the water. She tells Brian that he already told her this before when they came here last spring. Brian remembers, but just shrugs it off. This reminded me, and I know, Nate, you watched King of Queens way more than I did.
Oh, yeah.
But wasn't there an episode where Doug thought something was Carrie, but it was actually another girlfriend that he had?
He took her to a hotel, and he's like, "Member?"
No.
And it wasn't. Wrong bitch, Doug.
And hijinks ensued. It's a sitcom.
Yeah, that wasn't Carrie. That was me.
But Cecilia raises her head even more and notices someone off in the distance over a hill, walking through the grass, all in black, but she can't make out his face. We do see that it is flesh covered
Yeah.
face. Flesh covered. He is
Of
draped.
course.
Yeah.
Are you
No.
an alien?
Sometimes I feel like one, but I think it's
It's Uncle
important.
Frank, right? He's like,
Yes, this is Hellraiser.
Go get some skin.
It's a crossover.
Don't worry about the skin.
Yes, I'm just saying that he's not wearing a mask.
Right.
That's all I was trying to say. Jesus Christ.
That's the term.
Flesh covered face.
Flesh covered face is born.
Great. But Cecilia tells Brian that someone else is here, and he reminds her that it's a public park. We see the man shuffling, and Cecilia says that she thinks that he's watching them. Brian quips that they are very good looking, and Cecilia just flicks him on the nose.
What did we just talk about? Was it House of Wax?
Yeah.
That if I'm concerned, I'm going to need you to up your concern just a
Yeah.
little bit.
Well-
oh, yeah, because it's like, it's probably just a serial killer out there.
Yeah,
I'm scared.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I'm
What-
telling you, I see someone. Well, it's a public place. No.
Well, it looks like he hides behind the tree.
He does in just a second. And well, first of all, I got to disagree with you because honestly, if I'm scared, I don't want people to be like, "Oh my god, I know."
Okay,
I want people to calm me down.
be in the middle.
Okay.
Validate my concern. Don't match it,
Okay.
but validate it. Because both this and House of Wax, it was whatever. Like, don't do that.
Yeah.
Sit up because we're both reclined right now. We're in no position if anything rolls up on us. We sit up. Be ready because I fucking saw something. Don't scream like I am, but get up with me.
You know something funny is that we are like two completely different people because your note was that for that, and my note was, "Wow, it was really cute how she flicked him on the nose."
I'm like, get your ass
Yeah,
out.
I was like,
I'm scared.
this couple is adorable. But Cecilia loses sight of the man, but then sees the black of his outfit slink behind a tree. Amidst the sounds of nature and in broad daylight, she makes note of this, but Brian isn't bothered.
See, right. Get up. As soon as I hear, I think they're hiding behind a tree. Get up. Get up.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is a
that-
public place. There could be people around.
Still.
There's no reason
Yeah,
for somebody to be looking at us and then ducking behind a fucking
But
tree.
didn't
Yeah.
he-
Unless you hired a flash mob or something and I'm
Yeah,
about to be
no.
surprised. Do people do that anywhere? Probably not.
I don't
My
think
point
so.
is there's no good reason.
But I
there's
thought
no good reason.
he said that the guy could be taking a leak.
Why did you walk closer to us to go pee?
Yeah.
He just wanted to pee by that tree.
No. And again, that's not, to me, not a good reason for you to be over here. Pee over there.
Yeah.
No.
But suddenly, the man emerges from behind the tree wearing an executioner's hood and the symbol of the Zodiac emblazoned in white on the front of his outfit.
The thought of him putting this fit together is terrifying to me
Yes.
because you knew what you were going to put that on and go do. And you still wanted the zhuzh with your little symbol on it. Like, that is scary as fuck.
Yeah. I wonder, though, if there was any time that crossed his mind when he looked at himself and he was like, I look fucking stupid.
I think
This is a lot.
Yeah. It's like, what am I doing?
the strangest thing to me is that this is the only time that it ever happened.
Yeah.
And so
Probably he
it's
did
very
feel
possible. But that always startled me because in all the other murders, he never hid his face.
That's so weird.
But this one, for some reason,
That's
Yeah.
the thing. And I know I have it more in depth in my notes later, but the confirmed ones, not even counting all the ones that could have been him, but
Yeah.
we don't know or whatever, the confirmed ones are all so different.
yes.
And so it's like you hide your face in this one, but not in that one. You have a whole fucking costume in this one, but not in that one. Here we're going for couples. Here we're going for someone alone. Here it's night. Here
Yeah.
it's day. Like, it's just, that's what's so like, or part of what is so frustrating about this is because it's not even like you go for the same victims or you do this. It's all so drastically different.
Right.
And so, yeah, I can see, okay, we'll try this time. I didn't really like that, or it was hot, or I couldn't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you're evolving and it's fucking scary.
Yeah.
It is. I think, and the thing for me as well is that the fact that he is wearing a mask, I feel like I understand every single decision that they make here. Because when someone is wearing a mask, more likely
We
than
might
not.
get away.
Exactly. And I think that's what makes, I feel like this is probably the most tragic one for me, this scene, because not only is it terrifying and hard to watch,
Yeah.
but you know that there comes a moment soon where you think it's over.
Yeah.
And it's so sad.
Yeah. And you're going to get to it in a minute, but
Yeah.
I'll chime in then. Go ahead.
Okay. But Cecilia notices him coming towards them and jumps up in a fright, telling Brian that the man has a gun. The two stand together at the edge of the hill and at the end of their peaceful afternoon. The man tells them not to move as he holds them at gunpoint, asking for their money and their car keys. Brian assures him that they're going to cooperate, tossing the man his wallet and saying that he's welcome to everything he has. The man just stands there as the wind picks up, rustling the grass around them.
Once again, this is what you do.
Yes.
No money, no purse, no car, no nothing is worth your life.
Yeah.
Give me your shit. Here is my shit.
Mm-hmm.
Just, that's what's so, and part of what's so upsetting about this is
You're doing everything right.
He's not, no, fuck you. But he's like, okay, here, this is exactly what you asked for. Please just leave us alone.
Mm-hmm.
It's so scary.
And I think that's one thing that the accuracy of this, because of what we'll learn in just a minute, but that's one thing about true crime podcasts that kind of get to me is when there's a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking, and it's like, dude, this
you mean like what you should have done?
Yeah, it's like this is the worst day.
Oh, yeah.
And you don't know what you would do.
Yeah, nobody knows what they would do in the situation, but definitely he did what you should do.
Yes. But Brian offers to write him a check or even give him his phone number and says that he might actually be able to help him more than he might think. Cecilia nervously blurts out that Brian is a sociology major. Brian, in this moment, hilariously corrects her, saying that he's pre-law, actually.
It's like, no, it's not the time for this.
So there's a very, very good story about this correction. Vanderbilt sent the screenplay to Brian Hartnell. And this was the only correction he had, was that he wasn't a sociology major.
Okay.
And so they had it in on the day and forgot to add that. And so they just told the actor, they're like, well, just say you're pre-law because he was pre-law.
Yeah.
And so when Brian Hartnell is watching this movie in the theater with his wife, she leans over to him after they say that he's sociology. She's like, I thought you were pre-law. And then Brian on screen goes, pre-law, actually. And so it was just,
great. Yeah.
But Brian remembers that the man asked for his keys, and after getting silent permission from the man, he kneels down to the blanket to find the keys, tossing them over to the man. Brian goes to stand up, but the man tells him not to get up, revealing that he wants Cecilia to tie him up. He pulls a length of thin white wire from his waistband, and in a gorgeous shot of the frightened couple surrounded by the lake, we see the man has more wire and a knife sheathed at his waist. I did want to call out the cinematographer, Henry Savides.
Mm-hmm.
He was an excellent cinematographer. This film is brilliant for his work.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
He was, I think, a camera operator on Seven, and I think he had a cameo role in Seven as well.
Okay.
But he also directed a ton of music videos, or not directed, he was the cinematographer on them.
Right.
One of them was 9 Inch Nails Closer. A ton of Madonna. There was a ton of Rolling Stones.
Okay.
Like he did Violet for Hole.
Hell yeah.
Like, so this dude is fantastic, and there's some really great work here.
Mm-hmm.
Brian complies, and Cecilia walks cautiously over to the man, snatching the wire from him. She does as she was told, tying Brian's hands behind his back. He whispers to his girlfriend that if the man comes any closer, he might be able to get the gun from him, but Cecilia just shushes him, and the man, who clearly heard everything, tells Brian not to get any ideas.
Yeah. I was so stressed. I was like, please don't say that.
Yeah.
Brian lies to the man and says that he isn't getting any ideas. But the man shares that he killed a guard escaping from a prison in Montana, and he isn't afraid to kill again. After tying her boyfriend's hands, Cecilia kneels down next to Brian, and the man approaches her, telling her to look away. He ties her hands very tightly, and Brian asks the name of the prison that he escaped from, but the man doesn't answer. Instead, he pushes Cecilia to her belly and ties her feet. He tells Brian that he's going to take the car and go to Mexico. Brian tries to reason with him, saying that he didn't complain when he tied their hands, and he has everything of theirs, and he did everything that they asked of him. After the man finishes hog-tying Cecilia, he steps over to Brian, tightening Cecilia's weaker knots as Brian grimaces. He politely asks Brian to get down on his stomach so he can tie his feet as well, but Brian remarks that it gets really cold out here at night and they could freeze to death. The man just pushes Brian to his stomach, tying Brian up the same way as Cecilia. As the knots tighten, Brian sarcastically asks, "Are you all done?" The man steps away, but out of curiosity, Brian asks if his gun was even loaded. The man steps closely to Brian, removing the magazine and showing a full clip inside. The man starts to walk away, and Brian turns to Cecilia, who's in a state of shock. He tells her that everything is going to be okay. But suddenly, the man turns around, unsheathing his knife, and with violent grunts, stabs Brian several times in the back as Cecilia screams. Breathing heavily, the man turns his attention to Cecilia, stabbing her repeatedly in the back and stomach as she screams and tries to get away from him. Her screams echo over the lake, and we fade to black.
We are in this moment.
Yes.
Like, there's no cutting away. It is hard to watch. It's extremely upsetting. It is, again, I keep saying, it's scary because it is.
Right.
Again, the fact that we're not even using the gun here.
No.
And a knife obviously is much more up close and personal than shooting somebody is. So it's like, this is more just escalation.
Right.
He went up to them in the car, didn't say anything. He's like, I've been here, I've done this, and it's probably lies, but he's talking to them.
Right.
You know, using a knife up close to them, personally doing it.
Right.
It's just like, God, like, I can't. It's
more intimate.
Very much so.
Yeah.
And there's something scarier about it being out in the daylight.
Yeah.
In such a peaceful area.
Yeah. And again, that he survived.
Yes.
Yeah.
Again, I'm very surprised.
It's incredible.
I did want to talk about David Fincher's attention to detail because they took and we'll meet Ken Narlow later of Napa Valley Police Department, but Fincher took him to this site and Narlow was showing them around and he was like, and this is where this happened, that's where this happened. But through all the research that Fincher did, he goes, I think that happened over there. And Narlow goes, oh shit, you're right. And so they changed locations of where things were being filmed because of Fincher's knowledge.
Right.
And so they not only did that, but they also tried to recreate exactly what the scene looked like. And so they flew in by helicopter vegetation that was there.
Holy shit.
Wow.
On the day.
Yeah.
And then planted it exactly in the right spot and then lined it up to where they can get the shots right. It's kind of, it's remarkable, the attention to detail and the lengths they went to.
Yeah.
Right.
Because they did film this at Lake Berryessa.
So what kind of budget did this movie have?
I think they said something like $80 million.
God damn.
Holy shit.
But, I mean, you see it all.
Yeah.
They used it.
Yes, they did. But when we fade in, the sun sets on a road near Lake Berryessa where Brian parked his car. A park ranger comes around the bend in his truck, slowing down when he finds Brian's car abandoned and calls it into dispatch. As the camera presses in on the passenger side door, we hear a rotary phone dialing, and it rings as we see writing on the car, 12/20/68, 7469, September 27th, 1969, 6:30, by knife. We fade to black again, and when we come back in, the camera dips down the open door of the ranger's vehicle. The interior light shines over the shoulder of Brian, shaken and draped in a blanket. The man on the phone reaches the Napa Valley dispatcher, and we hear him say that he would like to report a murder. No, a double murder. He says there were 2 miles north of park headquarters in a white Volkswagen Karmann Ghia. The camera presses in on Brian's face as the man on the phone boasts, I'm the one who did it.
Once again, you just need to have your fucking credit. You're calling the police. You're riding on fucking cars. You're sending, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, it's still scary and very disturbing. But I feel like I'm just like you're fucking pathetic. I mean, this is all you have.
Yeah.
This is, you can't do anything else but fucking scare people. And like, it makes me mad.
No, it does. And then to seek out that, I mean, it all goes back to him sending a key for the code.
Yeah.
He's like, no, but what?
Like, I need you to know.
You know,
It's like,
you're not supposed to be
geez.
fast enough. I'm not getting my accolades fast enough.
It was
like,
the next day.
calm down, daddy, chill. It's too much.
No,
I think watching this and having to really think about everything that's happening, even being very familiar with this case and very fascinated by this case, I never looked at it that way.
No.
That it's like, oh my, like, you're fucking pathetic. How, oh my God.
Right. It is funny that he needed that. Like, really, dude? You shouldn't be killing people anyway.
Well, of course not.
But I mean, like,
Podporter says, don't kill people.
Well, we shouldn't have to say that.
Well, no, you shouldn't. But yeah, he's being a dick.
It's unbelievable.
It's too
Constantly.
much. You wrote. It was the writing on the car that made me like.
Yeah.
It was the call for me. It was the come
call
on,
too.
dude.
But he's like, and this one, and I also did this one. And it's like,
chill
oh
the
my
fuck out.
God, somebody catch him.
Yeah.
Yes. But at the San Francisco Chronicle, Robert sketches the Zodiac's outfit from the murders at Lake Berryessa as Paul recounts the events, summing it up with, "The boy lived and the girl didn't." Considering the dates on the side of the car, Paul speculates the reason for the locations of the murders, 2 in Vallejo and now 1 in Napa. He asks what the Zodiac is doing out of Vallejo, but then he notices Robert's sketch offering a sweet Mother of Christ. Sirens wail in the background as Robert explains that this is what Brian Hartnell described that the Zodiac was wearing. Al walks up, annoyed at Paul for just hanging out instead of typing up his assignment, but suddenly a light bulb goes off for Robert. He rushes away from his chair and into a nearby office. After explaining Robert's drawing to Al, Paul asks what is up with Robert, basically saying that there's something off about him, but Al just says that Robert is a fucking Boy Scout. He doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, and he doesn't curse. Paul's like, and he started here last week? But just then, Robert returns with a book, saying he knew it. He shows them a page in the book explaining Most Dangerous Animal to be a reference to the 1932 film The Most Dangerous Game, which is about a count who hunts people for sport. Paul points to a picture of Leslie Banks in character in the film, Robert explaining that that's Count Zaroff. Paul takes notice. Zaroff? With a Z? There's a very dramatic fade out here.
Yeah.
I don't think that's big enough to go out on.
It's really not.
It's a letter. It's the same letter.
We'll allow it.
But over dazzling shots of city lights, we get text reading, 2 weeks later, San Francisco, California, October 11th, 1969. A radio host is heard discussing the recent murders and announcing that the police have ordered curfews in several counties. He urges his listeners to stay safe. And that's not The Purge.
Yeah. Not the Purge way.
The camera also peers down the partially constructed Transamerica Pyramid, and that leads to a very cool sequence later in the film.
Yeah, a sequence that I can't believe they
Man, they were so lucky to have been
that
there.
I can't believe they were able to capture.
But he then takes a call from Vic in San Francisco, and the host asks Vic if he's scared of the Zodiac. Vic says that he isn't because the Zodiac is only killing, quote, those farm kids. And what he really is scared of is those hippies out in hate with their free love and weird clothes.
How is that scary?
I don't know.
Yeah, leave the hippies alone.
Yes.
First of
Yeah,
all.
You're
What?
lucky enough to be living at the same time.
Literally.
Yeah.
But again, that MO is changing from attack to attack.
Yes.
Yes, it has only been, I don't want to say farm kids. I don't know what the fuck that means.
I don't even know what that
Yeah.
means.
I guess they think that they're safe in the city is the insinuation.
Maybe.
I'm not sure. It doesn't really matter because,
Yeah.
you know, as rapidly as this is changing, I wouldn't even feel like it's only couples at this point. You do know what I mean?
No,
Like,
yeah.
No.
I wouldn't feel safe at all, no matter where I am in any of these counties, no matter what time of day it is. When you go from nighttime to daytime, I feel like that's so drastic, gun to knife. He doesn't care.
I feel like that's one thing that this film captures very well is the paranoia. Because it's rampant.
Yeah.
Right.
But the host then takes a call from Alfred in Vacaville as we see the bustling life of the city on the street level and notice a man played by Bob Stevenson hailing a cab. Paul Stein, played by Charles Schneider, pulls over to let the man in his cab as Alfred says that the last caller was pretty offensive, saying that the victims were nice, clean-cut young people. The radio says that no one is downplaying the loss of human life, but Alfred says that the last caller was. He says they have good, solid communities in the North Bay. Unlike in the cities where you have Satanists running around.
Okay, so now
like,
you're
what the
being
fuck?
Oh, wow.
I thought you were, man, that's not cool, Alfred.
not at all.
But the camera follows the cab overhead with gorgeous cinematography as the cab rounds corners of the well-lit San Francisco streets.
Man, I almost went and did a side mission. I thought I was playing fucking GTA. I was like, I'm not
Not a
going
side
there.
mission.
Yeah, I was like, hold on. Somebody down the street's got something for me.
Yeah, we don't want to do the main story
Yeah,
yet.
I have to tell you both, none of this is real.
Oh, I believe
Get
it.
the fuck out of here. I
Yeah.
don't.
The buildings aren't real, the cars aren't real, the people aren't real, none of it's real. Now, when you see him getting into the car, that's real.
I feel like I
That's
know.
nuts.
Is Jake Gyllenhaal a real person?
That I couldn't find out. I searched.
I feel like I need to rewatch it now and be like, zzz, like Bender eyes.
Uh-huh.
Because that is very shocking.
No, this
Nothing
looks
looked,
really cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nothing
Yeah.
looked off to me at all.
The way it turns, it makes you feel very uneasy.
Yeah.
There's almost a surreal feeling.
Yeah.
But I was like, man, Fincher knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
That's all I thought. But The radio host says that Alfred has raised a good point. Is the Zodiac a Satanist? I'm like, no, he didn't. That's not a good point at all.
That's not a good point at all.
No.
But he asks the next caller, Amber from Oakland, who says that she doesn't know, but admits that the clothes they printed didn't look very Christian. It's like there's literally a cross on them.
Yeah, I was going to say, hold on.
But Amber says that the real problem is that the paper never should have printed the Zodiac letters in the first place, saying it was all just to drum up more sales.
Yeah, so you got to know when you make the decision to go ahead and print the letter in the cipher that you're gonna get
piss
that.
off.
Yeah.
You're gonna get both.
Yeah. And people are gonna blame you if there are murders, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you didn't print it and there are, if you do print it, there was no way to win that.
There wasn't. But the host reminds her that the Zodiac threatened to murder a dozen people if they didn't print it, but she says that he would have done that anyway. The host says that it's an interesting point, and as the cab slows to a stop and we enter through the passenger side window, we find a man in the back seat is shrouded in shadows. But the radio host asks, "What do you think the Zodiac will do next?" The man grabs Paul Stein by the shoulder, pulling out a gun and fires a single shot through his head. Blood spatters in slow motion as Bang Bang by Vanilla Fudge plays in the background. The camera pulls back from the lonely cab on the city street and we hear a phone dialing. We hear the voice of a young girl on the line with the San Francisco Police Department as we see the killer open the passenger side door, retrieving something from the driver. The girl tells the operator that there's a fight in the cab and they're on the corner of Washington and Cherry, and she thinks that the man is drunk and robbing the other one. The killer closes the door as the girl tells the operator that the crime is still in progress and tells him to hurry. The camera pulls back further, the killer walking around the driver's side of the car, and we fade to black.
This is so upsetting. This man is just trying to work and pay his bills.
Mm-hmm.
But once again, this is a man alone in the city.
Yes.
There's nowhere is safe.
Yeah.
I think that's where it starts to get even scarier, because you do feel that sense of and there's a lot of people who try to explain away proximity to crime.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And by doing that, you kind of make yourself, I guess, feel safer.
Yeah.
But when it comes to this stuff, you can't do that anymore.
No, not at all. And it was interesting to me in terms of the film that this is the last known Zodiac murder.
Yes.
And we have over 2 hours left of the movie. So it's like, where are we going?
It's a lot of speculation.
There's a lot of it. It almost feels like waves in this film, like batons are being passed. Like, now we're gonna follow this for a while, you know. So it's just interesting the way that they chose to lay it out or to tell the story.
And it's interesting because the way that it's paced, you're not like, man, I wonder what Robert's doing right now.
Yeah.
You never do that.
No, it's just like, oh, hey, Robert's back.
Yeah.
But and also talking about changing the MO and the setting and the victims even, I do want to underline that there were clear witnesses to this.
Yes.
And that's something that we haven't seen yet.
I did want to point out this was partially shot on Washington and Cherry.
Okay.
But they constructed a set with blue screens after they started having difficulties with the homeowners association. I guess they didn't want to be associated or something. There was parts of that and then parts of the fact that they needed 5 nights to do it.
Yeah.
And so there were already tensions there, but then they're like, you know what, we'll build the set.
Yeah.
But in the darkness, a phone rings, waking up Inspector David Toschi, played by Mark Ruffalo, and Mrs. Toschi, his wife, played by June Diane Raphael.
We love Mark Ruffalo in this house.
It's the Hulk.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get the Hulk and Iron Man.
Yeah,
What a treat.
It's interesting when they have scenes together. You're like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh, and fucking Jake Gyllenhaal. He's Mysterio.
Oh, yeah.
It's, something for
fuck.
everybody.
This is just a superhero movie now. What the fuck?
This is the origin story.
Yes.
But Toschi smashes a lamp attempting to answer the phone, telling the person on the other end that whoever this is, they owe him a lamp. It feels a lot like the serial defense on Sunny. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
You assumed responsibility.
Yes.
But his partner, Inspector William Armstrong, played by Anthony Edwards, tells Toschi about the murder of the cab driver 3 blocks from the Presidio. Toschi snarkily gives his alibi for the crime, and Mrs. Toschi sleepily asks her husband to put on the coffee. Armstrong asks Toschi if he'll pick him up, but Toschi says that he needs to describe the lamp that Armstrong is going to buy him first.
You're not getting a lamp.
Yeah.
You're just not going to get one. I will say, though, I love that his wife just knew the drill.
Wow.
Like,
That's just what
this
it
is
is.
not the first time.
It does make me laugh that we're setting up Toschi and Armstrong's dynamic so soon.
Yeah.
Because I do like the way they play off of each other.
Oh,
Me
yeah.
too.
But we cut to Toschi picking up Armstrong at his house, and as Toschi complains about being woken up so late for the call, Armstrong describes the suspect as a black adult male. Going over the details of the scene, with Toschi still complaining, Armstrong hands his partner a box of animal crackers. The police radio chatters, and Armstrong changes the subject, asking Toschi if he's ever tried Japanese food. Toschi asks if he means teriyaki, but Armstrong means more like urchin and raw fish. Popping a cracker into his mouth, Toschi reacts in disgust, saying that he's eating here.
I have to say I love the need to always give our detectives a quirk.
Yeah.
If they're not compulsively shaving, they're eating animal crackers.
Yes.
they gotta have something.
The funny thing is that apparently Dave Toschi did this.
Really?
Yeah. And when he visited the set, he brought everyone boxes of animal crackers. So it's just, I guess it's real. But Armstrong looks on through the windshield, thoughtfully saying that he's always wanted to try this food, but he just hasn't gotten around to it. Very important for later.
Mm-hmm.
But the men arrive on the scene, which is now full of police and crime scene personnel. They're greeted by Inspector Crack, played by Joel Bissonnette. They make small talk of the recent crime wave, Crack telling him that he has patrols in the park and dogs are on their way too. He tells him the victim's name is Paul Stein. The suspect fired one shot in the back of the head, and the victim's wallet and car keys are missing. Crack notes that he's surprised to see a crime scene like this taking place in this neighborhood, so he's already set up a transportation for the cab to be moved, and the coroner's on the way as well. Crack also points to the house across the street where the kids called it in, and says that the oldest kid described the suspect as a white male, glasses, crew cut, stocky, and wearing a dark jacket. Toschi is confused as he heard that the suspect was black, and that was the description that went out to police radio cars.
But those kids never said that.
In reality, there was some kind of
Confusion?
miscommunication, and that's so detrimental and dangerous to any black man that could have just randomly been in the area.
Absolutely.
Because the eyewitness literally said that it was white, stocky, crew cut, right?
Yeah.
Nowhere in there is black, but that's what was put out. And again, it's even detrimental to the case, which we'll get into later.
Mm-hmm.
But I was fucking furious because this literally happened.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. So the kids did say that.
The kid said he was white.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So why would you throw that in there?
It was some mix-up.
Yeah, but
Come on. Yeah,
I mean,
come on.
It's horrible, and it was detrimental to everyone.
I was fucking so mad.
But Crack says that they've corrected it, but it's already out there incorrectly.
That's the thing. You can say something after, but you
can't unring a bell.
No, the damage is done.
Yes.
That's over. You fucked up. That's done.
But Toschi tells Crack that he can go home, but before he does, he wishes Armstrong a happy birthday. Toschi, remembering as well, wishes Armstrong a happy birthday too. Armstrong asks if he wants the scene or the body, and since it's Armstrong's birthday, Toschi kindly takes the body.
That is a kind birthday gift.
That is.
I mean,
he's a good partner.
If you got to be out here on your birthday,
Daggett's, a lab tech played by Jason Wiles, tells Toschi that the car was wiped down by the suspect, but there was blood in the door jamb of the driver's side and possibly prints, but they won't know until they dust it in the hall. But the weird thing is that the killer also left a pair of gloves with blood on them. Toschi inspects Stein's body, which is rolled over and hanging out of the passenger side door. He finds a single 9mm casing from a Luger, which Toschi doesn't know was the same gun used in Darlene Ferrin's murder. Armstrong returns from canvassing the crowd with no results, and Toschi attempts to reenact the murder. He says that he's a black adult male who also happens to be a stocky crew-cut white guy.
Just boiling.
Just mad, just furious.
God.
He flags a cab, and after checking the fare book, realizes that the address was given 1 block east of this location. Toschi looks down an adjacent street, trying to figure out why the killer would have stopped here. So when he looks down the adjacent street, that street doesn't exist.
Yeah.
That's blue screen.
Wow.
Armstrong assumes that the killer might have seen a possible witness, so he had Stein go down a block. Using Daggett's as a Stein stand-in, Toschi assumes the killer to be smart, having Stein put the car in park so he doesn't hit the accelerator when he's shot. Trying to make sense of the body position, they also wonder why the killer would go into the front seat at all after the murder. Armstrong says Stein was dead, so he could have just reached over the seat instead of going anywhere near the blood at all. Toschi posits that the killer might be an idiot, but Armstrong says he couldn't be, considering he was smart enough to have Stein put the car in park before killing him. After consulting Stein's fare book, he says that the killer was an idiot because he just killed a man for $8.25. It was his third fare of the night. Antsy, Toschi asks if anyone has any animal crackers. A uniformed cop played by Cassius M. Willis is like, animal crackers.
Yeah.
Armstrong reminds him of the box in the car, but Toschi says that he's saving those for later.
Priorities, man. Priorities.
Yeah. He reluctantly goes crackerless to the house across the street. I do want to point out, I understand that Toschi ate animal crackers. There's a lot of animal crackers.
Yeah.
They really lean on the animal crackers.
I think half of his personality is he enjoyed.
It's mooching food for sure.
Yeah.
Dude, and they set up the funniest character arc for Dave Toschi.
Yeah.
Through the mooching of food. It's fucking hilarious.
No, it's great. I do want to say that it was a real treat watching them work out, you know.
Right.
I where he's like, oh, so he's an idiot. No, he can't be an idiot. I loved that. It was like watching a tennis match.
Yeah.
It almost felt like those old like detective TV shows.
Yeah.
You know? But Toschi introduces himself to the father of the kids who called in the murder, played by David Lee Smith. He asks if he can go talk to his children one by one and preferably alone. The father reminds him that they just saw a man murdered, which Toschi understands, but we quickly cut to Toschi interviewing all the children at once. Each of the kids blurts out some detail that they witnessed. It looked like they were drunk and fighting. The killer had a rag. He walked around the side of the car and he was wiping stuff. But one thing they all agree on when Toschi asks, the killer looked normal.
They always do.
What does that mean?
The killer, well, I think the thing is, and that's one thing that happens in this film a lot, is that you expect the actions and everything of the Zodiac. You're like, this has to be a larger than life. Like, it's just a dude.
You're looking for the guy on the neighborhood watch sign that's just like shadow and a hat. Like,
but he's got a face.
But a face with flesh on it or something.
Yeah, he's got a flesh covered face or whatever.
But yeah, these are people. They're monsters, but they look like fucking people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I still don't like that. He was normal. What do you mean?
Yeah, what is that? What is normal?
What the fuck you mean normal? Do I look normal to you?
Am I the killer?
Yeah.
It was Dave Toschi.
Did I do this?
It was JP. But 3 days later, at the Chronicle, Carol goes through a pile of mail, finding an envelope with the Zodiac symbol in the corner, addressed plainly with a note at the bottom reading, "Please rush to the editor."
And another one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Really? DJ Collins? Wow. She opens the letter, finding a piece of stained cloth, and not knowing what it is, reads the letter. After a moment, her screams echo through the entire office. Toschi and Armstrong arrive on the scene as Paul reads the letter. "This is the Zodiac speaking. I'm the murderer of the taxi driver on Washington and Maple last night. To prove this, here is a piece of his blood-stained shirt." The Zodiac takes credit for the previous murders as well, saying the police could have caught him if they had searched the park properly, instead of holding road races with their motor sickles. Dude can't spell, and they let him hear about it. It is a topic of conversation. Yeah. But the usual crowd is gathered around Paul in the editorial room as Toschi and Armstrong make their way inside. Paul and Toschi address each other on a first-name basis, and he directs the inspector to the cloth. They now understand why the killer was in the front seat, to tear off a piece of Paul Stein's shirt. Paul asks if this is on the record, and Toschi just sarcastically asks him, "What do you think?" I mean, you gotta ask.
Yeah.
Is this a Gail Weathers record or like, nah?
No.
But Al tells the officers that the Zodiac confirms the Vallejo and Napa killings. Robert, who is straight up lingering in the background, cryptically mutters, "It gets worse." Templeton's like, "Don't you have a deadline or something?"
Yeah.
Like,
Literally. He's like, I want to be in the room when it happens. Yeah.
Toschi asks what Robert means, and Theriot just tells him to read the last part of the letter. In the letter, the Zodiac says, "I think I shall wipe out a school bus some morning, just shoot out the front tire and pick off the kiddies as they come bouncing out." Toschi says that they'll have to notify the school board and says that he'll have to get elimination prints from everyone on staff. Only one editor in the crowded room raises their hand when he asks who hasn't touched the letter.
Yeah, again, can we please stop fingering the evidence?
Yeah.
That's what they were doing. You're the one with the dirty mind this time.
No, it's a decorum.
It's a decorum. It's a piece of decorum. That line about the kids always scared the shit out of me, even when I was a kid, because the way that he uses the word kiddies and bouncing, there's such like playful words almost, and what he's describing is
the worst.
The most
Yeah.
horrific thing. It's always chilled me. And so hearing it on this, I mean, it scares the shit out of me every time I hear it.
But on their way out, Paul tries to get the scoopiest of scoops, even offering to let the officers use his phone at his desk. That's so fucking funny, dude. He's like, I'll just be here. Don't worry.
I won't listen at all.
But Toschi ignores him, telling Armstrong that they need to get a match on the bloody shirt, and he plans to call Napa and Vallejo, and will also get the letters to Sherwood in Sacramento. So this is a brilliant example of excellent screenwriting because we don't even know who Sherwood is yet.
Yeah.
And we're already primed.
Yeah.
Whenever they finally go to meet him, you're like, okay, this is the hand. Like, it's perfect.
Yeah.
So good. And they do this all the time in this film. Like, we've already met Mullenix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, stuff
He's
like
been
that.
mentioned. Yeah.
But Paul asks one simple question of them. Is it true that they got a print off the cab? Toschi admits that they got a partial in blood, but says that that isn't for publication. Paul's like, Davey, baby, it's me.
Yeah.
Like, why would you even tell him that?
I don't know.
Don't tell Paul shit.
But Robert sidles up to Paul asking about the print, and Paul very proudly says that they found a partial, as if he's one of the cool kids. Robert remarks that Toschi wears his gun like Bullet, but Paul corrects him. Steve McQueen got that from Toschi. Yeah. But Paul sits down at his desk, and Robert sits down on the desk like an excited child. He's like, do you think Zodiac's going to send another code? Because I think Zodiac's going to send another code. He's like, do you think Zodiac has a crush on anybody?
Yeah.
I think it's time to take a nap, Robert.
But Paul is over it, and in an almost big brother, little brother dynamic, tells Robert that he's doing the thing that they talked about. It starts with an L. Robert understands. Looming. And he scurries away. But back in the editorial office, Theriot says that in cooperation with the SFPD, they'll run the Zodiac letter, but as to not cause a panic, they'll omit the part about school children. He urges his staff to keep it confidential and act regularly, but Robert looks very worried. Everyone pours out of the office, and we cut to Robert the next day, waiting for the school bus with his son. He frantically checks to make sure that David has everything he needs, and David tells him that he doesn't need to wait with him. But at the very last second, he pulls David off the bus, telling the driver that he's going to drive his son to school today.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, I can understand the let's not cause a panic, but I feel like that's something that probably everybody needs to know about.
Yeah.
I think that's what's so difficult is you're like, this should be a matter of public information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that is something that changes plans for everyone.
Yeah.
Right.
But keeping it so close to the chest, it's such a risky call.
I feel like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The kids.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
come on, let's not do that. Let's not gamble with that.
I'm honestly surprised that they chose that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have.
No,
everyone
not at
deserves to
all.
know.
Especially since you've already published.
Yes.
It's not like, no, we're not telling anybody anything. You already have.
Yeah.
And this is something that could save lives.
Yeah.
Or at least if the parents don't believe it, that's their decision to make. You don't get to withhold that
No,
information.
you got to keep people informed.
Yeah.
But 10 hours later, at the Bureau of Criminal Identification and Investigation, Toschi and Armstrong meet with Sherwood Morrill, a handwriting analyst played by the late, great Philip Baker Hall.
It's Bookman.
Yeah.
And he is great.
He's the same.
But with Toschi over his shoulder, Sherwood analyzes the Zodiac letters side by side with a magnifying glass, an older one and the newest one sent to the Chronicle. He stops to write notes and when asked, tells Toschi he detects similarities in the lowercase r's. He inspects a bit more, writing down more notes, and Toschi asks what that means. Sherwood says it means that Toschi will be waiting in the hall if he speaks again. Toschi apologizes and learns the hard way that sorry counts as speaking.
He just had something. He did.
I would be crying in the hallway.
I laughed because Sherwood makes a big display of not working.
He's like, yeah, get the
He's
fuck
like, you
out.
need to leave.
Yeah.
He just told him,
Yes.
don't say shit.
Sorry.
Oh, that counts. You need to leave. But he heads out into the hall where Armstrong is waiting, telling his partner what he learned from Sherwood so far. Armstrong tosses Toschi a box of animal crackers
It's a Scooby snack.
and says that they need to release the school bus threat. Toschi says it'll screw them, but Armstrong says that they're already screwed. They just went from routine cabbie shooting to mass murderer targets children. Sherwood emerges from his office, giving a silent nod that the letters are a match. But at his apartment, Robert sits in front of the television watching the nightly newscast. A newscaster reports that the SFPD have confirmed that the Zodiac has come to San Francisco. With impeccable timing, just as David rounds the corner into the room, the newscaster describes in great detail the Zodiac's threat to wipe out a school bus full of children. Robert hops up to shut off the television, and David stands there stunned.
It's bedtime, little buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah,
Well,
right?
you know, he's like, oh, that's why
Yeah.
I couldn't ride the bus.
And you don't even think about it really, but it's the age that David Fincher was around this time. He probably relates to what David's going through more than anyone.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's tough. But Paul, still at work late into the evening, overhears the same newscast, which tells viewers to call the SFPD's tip line if they think that they know who the Zodiac is. In an odd moment, we see Paul type into his typewriter that the Zodiac could be latently gay. And so I read this article from 1969 by Paul Avery. And what it is he's quoting psychologists that he interviewed. So it's not Paul's input. It's a fucking ridiculous theory that they forwarded as psychologists. That is, and the reason for it, it's just so fucking absurd and offensive. Like, it's hard to believe that these people were considered professional with what they said in this article.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at the time. It's like
but it's so disappointing.
a lot of them were fucking out of pocket. It's like this was accepted as, you know.
Yeah.
That is what gets me.
Yeah,
like
it's
you
pretty
really,
scary.
Yeah.
You're so glad for progress made in a lot of areas in society.
Yes.
And you also know that there is a lot more progress to go. But at the San Francisco Police Department, phones are ringing off the hook and the entire bullpen is filled with frantic officers and personnel. Captain Marty Lee, played by Dermot Mulroney, steps out of his office. So apparently Dermot Mulroney is really, really good friends with David Fincher. And I didn't know this about Dermot Mulroney, and I don't know why I keep saying his full name. I didn't know this about Mulroney, but apparently, like, whenever they filmed Zodiac, and we just saw him in Scream 6.
Yeah.
But whenever they filmed Zodiac, he was in amazing shape, and it annoyed David Fincher. And so they had a suit made for him to give him. David Fincher said, "I needed him to have a belly like me."
Okay.
It's like, well, all right. But he said that this character needs to look like me. I don't know why it needs to look like David Fincher, but that was the whole point.
When we show up for recording next time, I'm going to have bellies for both of you.
Whatever.
Just so we can all match.
Whatever. But Lee sits on Toski's desk, telling him that the press conference is at 4 and he needs something to tell them. Toski very plainly rattles off that they're cooperating with the school board and expect a break in the case very soon. Lee asks where they really are, and Toski admits that they're swamped. He says when callers can't get anyone on the tip line, the switchboard puts them through here. The phones ring incessantly as Toski tells him that he's been getting about 90 suspects an hour and is up to about 500.
Now, I know that earlier I was really released all the information.
Yeah.
Again, I understand.
Look, there's good and bad with
I get why it's not the best idea all the time, but just release it to me then.
But you just want the tea.
Sometimes. But also, you never know who has seen something, who knows something, who can figure something out. But on the other side of the coin, you get this.
Yeah.
That they saw the Zodiac at a phone booth yesterday. And no, you didn't.
Yeah.
You know?
It makes me think of Dr. Loomis in Halloween. When he's like telling them not to say anything and like, I see him on every street corner.
I mean, it's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Tell your men to keep their mouths
gonna-
shut and their eyes open.
I thought you were going to say when you told that kid to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, well, that too. That couldn't hurt. But Lee asks if they can narrow it down, and Toski says that he would if he could get out of this chair. Almost on cue, 2 more calls come in, which Toski and Lee both answer and put on hold. Lee says that he's going to have to say the entire department is on this, when in reality, all he has is Toski and Armstrong, and Monday's a school day.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. Toski's a bit annoyed, reminding Lee that he knows he has 3 daughters of his own after all. Lee understands and asks where Armstrong is, learning that he's on a call with the Vallejo Police Department. We cut to Armstrong on the phone with Sergeant Mullenix, attempting to coordinate. He tells Mullenix that he wants to set up a meeting with Michael Mageau, the survivor of the July 4th killings. Mullenix says Mageau skipped town. He was cooperative while he was in the hospital, but he booked soon afterward. Despite being the only person who has seen Zodiac without a mask or shrouded in shadows, Mageau wanted nothing to do with the case. Armstrong just asks Mullenix to send everything he has, but Mullenix replies that this road goes both ways and requests the fingerprint from Stein's cab and says that they should have been in on the handwriting as well. Armstrong apologizes and asks who he should get in touch with so they can coordinate with Napa. We cut to Armstrong's call with Captain Ken Narlow, played by Donald Logue.
Donald Logue?
Yeah. The funny thing, they asked Narlow and his wife during the casting process who he'd want to play him.
Yeah.
And Narlow's wife said George Clooney. And they couldn't get George Clooney. But Donald Logue is great.
Donald Logue, I mean, they look the same.
Yeah, same person.
Right, guys?
They're always fighting for the same roles. Yeah. But the first words out of Narlow's mouth, we should have been in on the handwriting.
That is, again, at this time, why so many crimes that spanned multiple jurisdictions went unsolved.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Because either it was a dick swinging contest between them, or there was just you visibly reacted to that.
I would like the listeners.
Your head fucking jerked back.
I would like the listeners to know that I recoiled.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize.
It was either that or just literally no communication whatsoever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, this happened here. We're dealing. It was a very like laser focused mentality.
Territorial.
It's wild to me because obviously that's not the way that things work now.
Yeah.
But it is. I mean, you can see it right here how detrimental it can be. You know, people don't. Well, I committed my first crime here. I guess I got to stay here. Like that's not what happens.
We're Vallejo men now.
Yeah.
I think, and this scene continues, but it does such a great job of demonstrating not only the confusion, but the interdepartmental difficulty.
Yeah.
And it's so well done. And the more confusion comes later whenever he gets off the phone.
Yeah.
And it just seems like a fucking headache.
No, and that was my note. Was I felt bad because I'm like, these dudes are trying to.
Yes.
And everything is, well, hold on though, because you fucked me over. Well, hold on now, I need you to scratch my back.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, dude, we're trying to get something done.
Yes.
And the only positive is that it seems like all of these guys want to, I'll give you this if you give me that.
Yeah.
But you get one asshole that's like, no, this was a Vallejo crime and we'll solve it in Vallejo.
Yeah.
And it's a roadblock to everything.
It's like, how about you let in anybody that can help solve Darlene Ferrin's murder and Paul Stein and
send me
Cecilia
the ciphers.
Shepard. Nate. God damn it. But after Narlow saying he should have been in on the handwriting, Armstrong apologizes again and asks if they can see the crime scene photos from Lake Berryessa. But Narlow says that he can't help them. Armstrong thinks it's a jurisdictional thing, but Narlow says that he literally can't help them. They don't have a crime scene. The ranger who found the kids literally swept everything up into a picnic blanket.
What?
Yes. When I tell you I gasped.
It's
like, for real?
unbelievable.
Yes.
Why?
I don't.
I mean, obviously you don't.
Well,
Gee, why did you do this?
I was the park ranger. It was dirty. There was a lot of. They left chip bags around. I don't know.
Chip bags.
Stealing picnic
Yeah,
baskets.
that's
I don't
the last
know.
thing we need. But I just can't believe, and I know that understanding of crime scene wasn't what it is today.
Right.
Yeah.
But you gotta know.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
That's just staggering and surprising.
Yeah.
But Narlow says that all they have are their wing walker footprints, which is totally news to Armstrong. Narlow says that boot prints to and from the crime scene were made in size 10.5 wing walkers, military-style boots only sold at military PXs. They understand that you can't buy at a PX without a military ID, so the Zodiac could be military. He asks Narlow if he narrowed down his list based off of this info, and Narlow says that he did. But when Armstrong asks if Vallejo did as well, Narlow snarkily replies that he doesn't work in Vallejo. He works here. So again.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
But regardless, Armstrong requests photos of the boot prints, and Narlow says absolutely, if he can get copies of the handwriting. He says Vallejo has them, but Napa doesn't. Armstrong says he'll telefax them over himself personally, but Napa doesn't have a fax machine. Armstrong says that he'll mail them then, and Narlow says that he'll do the same.
God.
It's a headache.
Yeah.
Armstrong calls Mullenix back, who appears annoyed, asking why they don't just get a photo from the original plaster cast of the boot prints. Armstrong says it's because Napa doesn't have a fax machine, but Mullenix says Vallejo doesn't have one either. Armstrong is exhausted, saying that he's just trying to get everyone coordinated. Mullenix suggests that Armstrong also call Solano Police Department because, as it turns out, the 2 kids who were killed at Christmas were just over the county line, so we'll have to check in and coordinate with them too.
Wonderful.
Jesus Christ.
Love that for all of us.
It's
Yeah.
just, it is too much, but Armstrong finally gets off the phone. As soon as he does, Toschi gets his attention, and they sit down with Patrolman Faulk and Zelms, played by Peter Quartaroli and Jeff Callan. Faulk explains on the night of Paul Stine's murder, they got a call to patrol the area in search of a black adult male. This was before the correction went out. But Faulk says that they saw a man heading east on Jackson, and Toschi confirms that this was 3 minutes after the shooting and about a block away from the car. Faulk says that the man they saw was white, kind of lumbering along. He confirms that the man was stocky and had a crew cut. Faulk says that it was dark, but Toschi says that the man would have been covered in blood. He asks the patrolmen if they stopped him. They remain silent until prompted and finally answer no. Toschi asks if they talked to him. They remain silent. Armstrong just tells Zelms and Faulk to get with a sketch artist to get a new composite out there. They Faulked up.
Yes. This is maddening.
Yes. And Toschi looks very disappointed, as he should.
Well,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sorry, but in all honesty, no matter what was on the radio, we have a man lumbering suspiciously away from a crime scene.
Yeah.
3 minutes after it occurred.
Period.
And again, I know that those kids gave a correct account.
Uh-huh.
I mean, obviously we don't know who the Zodiac was, so maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But they said a white male, even it being misconstrued, it is dark outside.
Yeah.
Anybody who's walking away from where this crime just took place, yes, stop them. Not, oh, he's white. That's all right. You know what I mean? What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I can't believe that. I did also want to call it because we didn't before, but we've had 2 actors play the Zodiac because they're all based on witness testimony of that specific crime scene.
Really?
Yeah, so however they were described.
I
Yeah.
love that because, again, this is an unsolved crime. And suspects that are introduced later on, especially one of them, it has a very distinct look.
Yes.
So, you know, it could be like, oh, it was him.
Yeah.
But no, you know?
Yeah. And it doesn't tip their hand
Yeah.
because they have an idea who they think.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But the next morning, Robert drives David to school, but the radio is all Zodiac all the time. Details of the crime, direct quotes from letters. Robert cycles through until he finds someone talking about the Rolling Stones instead. They're like, we'll see what Mick Jagger thinks about the Zodiac.
Yeah.
I was going to say, son, maybe we should just listen to some music.
Yeah.
But at the Chronicle, Robert looms over Paul's desk once again. He proposes a theory that Paul has never heard of, the water theory. And in this theory, the Zodiac is the opposite of the aliens and signs. Because Robert says geographically, every attack takes place near a body of water or a water-based name. Paul hilariously is like, oh, this is your water theory.
Yeah.
But Robert says Lake Berryessa, Blue Rock Springs, Lake Herman. Paul offers Washington and Cherry, and Robert's like, you think? Paul goes, no.
No. But that's the thing. Any theory that you could think to, like, kind of encompass everything, there's always an outlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's always something that doesn't fit.
But Robert shares that he's been reading a book by Lemoyne Snyder, pronouncing the name wrong and being corrected by Paul. But he says that the book stresses the importance of looking for patterns. But Paul says that you can't think of this case that way. There are 4 crime scenes, not a single usable print in the first 3 or on any of the letters at all. In their investigation, Toschi and Armstrong look over the fingerprint left at Stine's crime scene, Toschi pondering how a master criminal could leave a bloody latent. If the gloves were his, why would he shoot Paul Stine and then take them off? Cutting back to the Chronicle, Robert suggests that it might not be the Zodiac's fingerprint. Paul, snagging cigarettes from the machine, says that he's missing the point. The point is at the first crime scene, both victims were killed. From there, he only seemed to kill the women. Walking through the halls of the station, Armstrong recounts that Majot lived and Farron died, and then Hartnell lived, but Shepard died. He says the Zodiac is so caught up with the women that he forgets to finish off the men. Toschi remarks that they're also all couples, all on lovers' lanes. But stepping into an elevator at the Chronicle, Robert says that Paul Stine wasn't at all.
Yep.
Paul agrees that it doesn't fit, and he asks why the Zodiac would kill him. But in their office, it hits Toschi. He's breaking the pattern. Now, first, on the positive side, this is a slickly edited montage that I love so much.
Yeah.
And I love it. But after Toschi says that he's breaking the pattern, him and Armstrong look at each other so hilariously.
Yeah.
It's giving CSI or something.
So
like,
this is a research scene,
Yes.
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and there's more to
Oh.
go.
Oh, no, yeah.
Just you wait. But they it's like Toschi said something novel, but we know that already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's done it a few times
Yes.
at this
Yeah.
point. So
Yes.
yeah, that made me laugh too.
He's like,
It's like, it's like that proved nothing. Like
no,
that
you're
didn't,
on to nothing.
we're literally where we started.
But 2 days later, on October 22nd, 1969, late at night, the phone rings on Mrs. Toschi's bedside table. They moved the phone. She answers it and hands it over to Toschi, and we also see that his lamp has been replaced, so that's nice.
I wonder if Armstrong bought it.
I feel like Armstrong would have bought it.
Probably.
And some
Yeah.
animal crackers.
But it is Armstrong on the phone. He says someone claiming to be Zodiac called Oakland PD a half hour ago and says he's going to call into the Bill Dunbar show, and he wants Melvin Belli, a celebrity lawyer, to counsel him. A sleepy Toschi says that they'll need to go wake Melvin up then. We cut to Armstrong driving in the dark with Toschi in the passenger seat. Toschi asks his partner for animal crackers, and Armstrong points him to the glove box.
This man is a whole ass toddler.
Yeah. Straight up.
We cannot get in the car without a snack.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but if I'm Armstrong, I'm like, this is not a balanced breakfast, dude.
Yeah.
You've been eating nothing but animal crackers for about, I think, like 2 years now. But huddled in the back seat is Melvin Belli, played by Brian Cox, Logan Roy himself. You both need to watch Succession.
Yes, sir. But I haven't seen Succession, but I do love Brian Cox.
Yeah.
He's always great.
He is just great.
Yeah.
And he's fantastic in this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would also be laying in the floor.
Oh,
Like, I
absolutely.
don't care.
No.
I know they're looking at him like, ugh, but I don't give a fuck. I do not care.
I didn't even notice that until they in a second, and then he's leaned back and said, I was like, oh.
But concerned, Belli asks the men if the windows in the car are bulletproof. Toschi confirms that they are, telling him that he doesn't need to lie down, but Melvin reminds them the Zodiac is a marksman and he could snuff him out at a moment's notice. Armstrong asks Belli if he's even up for this, and he assures the officers that he'll be just fine when the lights come on. The man has asked for his help after all.
Why would anybody want to kill William Stryker?
What has he ever done?
Yeah. What have you done?
Toschi remarks, God, everyone is a superhero.
yeah.
Or at least in a movie. I don't.
Adjacent.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's met a superhero. But Toschi remarks, the man you're worried about snuffing you out? Belli is less concerned about this and more concerned about the state of cleanliness in the car, noticing cookies in the back seat and asking the officers, Dear Lord, do you ever clean this car?
Toschi's like, pass that up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't find any.
Yeah.
No, smash the crumbs together. It's fine. But the men arrive at KGO's studio, but are swarmed by media, as KGO clearly tipped off other stations as to what would be happening this morning. Inside the newsroom at the desk, Armstrong briefs Belli and Jim Dunbar, played by Tom Verica. He tells them that if Belli finds the opportunity, suggest a meeting at Old St. Mary's Church in Chinatown. Dunbar asks if they'll be tracing the call, and Armstrong says that he needs to be kept on the line for 15 minutes to allow for this, and Belli has the confidence that they can do that.
That's a really long time.
Yeah.
But I was like, yeah, that's super cash, just a very incredibly specific location
Yeah.
to tell him to meet you at.
On broadcast television.
That's not suspicious at all.
But Toschi watches from the control room as the director of the broadcast counts down to the start of the show. Paul watches at the Chronicle with Shorty, snagging a cup of coffee for his hangover, and Robert watches at home while David finishes up his breakfast. Dunbar welcomes the audience to the broadcast and introduces Melvin Belli, as the Zodiac personally requested him to appear to be counseled. Belli says that he's here to help, and Dunbar shares that the phone lines are open and urges the public not to call in so the Zodiac himself can reach them. After a commercial for the Slinky, David joins Robert on the couch. I know I said Slinky very positively. I don't know that.
You could hear the smile in your voice.
Well, because I had a theory and I thought that they might have chosen this ad for the Slinky because the Zodiac is slinking away from justice. But I didn't know if that was too far.
I mean, we'll go with it.
David Fincher's like, I always wanted a Slinky.
It made me laugh because, or that's the actual ad that played.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. History.
Yeah, history. it was so like such a tense opening, and then that Slinky commercial was so bright and like I was like, well, goddamn, way to break the tension.
But in the downtime, Dunbar compliments Belli on his appearance on Star Trek, and Belli expresses sympathy for the show's cancellation and says that he's often thought of becoming an actor full time.
Okay, so this kind of sent me on a Googling, frenzy, because I was like, why are they talking? What?
Yeah.
So apparently, he was on an episode of Star Trek. He played a character named Gorgon, who was an evil being who takes the form of a friendly angel, which it was really just him, but like green. That's all that it looked like. But they said it was like the casting just to get people to watch, because I was reading a lot of like Star Trek fans, and apparently he was awful. Like that was the consensus, was that he was a horrible actor, that it's one of the worst episodes in the
Jeez.
Like people were very unkind. I'm not saying that. I don't know. I have not seen it, but people were very
cruel,
very harsh. Yeah. But this is what blew my mind a little bit, because it's another true crime case that and I know you are too, interested in it as well. I'm getting too excited.
You're good.
But I'm endlessly fascinated by. But Melvin Belli was the attorney for Jack Ruby after he shot Lee Harvey Oswald.
That is
wow.
Yes, I was like, what? I felt like I don't know, like Mr. Robot or something, like digging and finding that. That is, or I'm a real Paul Avery. I was blown away.
No, that's unbelievable.
Because you think about the timing and stuff.
It's only 6 years before.
That's wild, right?
Yeah.
I knew that he was like a famous attorney or whatever, but I don't know if that's why. But yeah, Jack Ruby.
That's unbelievable.
Right?
But this is when the phone rings, and Toschi instructs the men to record and trace the call. Belli and Dunbar respond to the call as it's answered. After some heavy breathing, Belli introduces himself and asks who he's speaking with. The voice grumbles, "This is the Zodiac speaking." Belli asks for a less ominous name to call him, and the voice just says, "Sam." Belli asks Sam if he thinks that he needs medical care, but Sam says he needs medical care, not mental. He says he's sick and he has headaches. Belli offers help, but Sam abruptly hangs up the phone. From home, Robert gathers that the caller knows his calls are being traced.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm imagining somebody running through the aisles like on Black Christmas.
Dude, that dude.
I know.
I don't know why that was the same thing that popped into my head. Yeah.
Dude, and that was 5
we were all
years
like,
after.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
So,
all right.
Yeah, so that's probably exactly what's happening. Dude's getting a workout in there. But after a moment, Dunbar speaks down Linz to Sam, telling him that they're not tracing these calls. He says it's a long, difficult process and ineffective with these short calls. The phone rings again, and Belli calls out to Sam, giving him his word that the calls aren't being traced. He asks Sam what his problem is. Sam says that he doesn't want to go to the gas chamber. He has headaches, but when he kills, he doesn't get them. At the Chronicle, Shorty remarks, "That is fucked up."
That made me laugh out loud.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it is.
It is. It's a lot. Belli says that this is his passport to live and asks how long he's had these headaches. Sam plainly says, "Since I killed a kid." Everyone in every location reacts to this.
Well, that's the thing. You don't know what this man is going to say.
No, that's what's so horrifying.
So your kid should probably not be there watching this with you, Robert.
Yeah.
Probably not.
I'm looking at you, Robert.
I feel like this is, and just as I said that this film is kind of about paranoia,
Yes.
I think this film also becomes about obsession.
Oh, yeah.
It becomes about failure. It becomes about the idea of closure. Like there's so much going on thematically.
Right.
But this moment for Robert, I think, is when he's about to too far.
Jump
Yeah.
in.
Yes.
I know I said earlier, and I'm not like familiar with everything of the case. I know as dumb as this sounds, but do they know if this was an impersonator or if this was the Zodiac?
I will answer all of that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, because it's very fascinating.
Yeah.
But Belli assures him that he won't be hurt if he talks to him and says that they wouldn't seek capital punishment, but he could talk to the DA. He then asks Sam if he would like him to talk to the DA, but this entire conversation is interrupted by a sudden loud scream.
Do not make that sound again.
Yeah.
No. I'm telling you,
Say
again,
whatever you want. don't do that again. That was fucking horrifying.
That's strike one.
Yeah.
There's only 2 strikes.
Bell services are about to be.
I was like, I'm fixing to hang up. I was like, don't do that.
No, we'll talk about anything else with Jim Dunbar. What did you have for breakfast, Jim? But shaken, Dunbar asks what that noise was, but Sam says that he didn't say anything. Belli tells him that they heard a scream, but Sam just says that was his headache. Belli remarks that he sounds like he's in a great deal of pain, but Sam just says that his head aches and he's so sick. Overcome with emotion, he says, I'm going to kill them. I'm going to kill those kids. Robert immediately shuts off the television at home, and Paul sits down at his desk at the office with a very sarcastic, fantastic. Belli suggests to Sam that they meet and talk, just them. He requests the location given to him by Armstrong, but Sam rejects it, suggesting that they meet at the Daly City's St. Vincent de Paul at 10:30. Belli, with stone certainty in his eyes, says that he'll see him there and tells Sam to take care of himself. But we cut to this meeting. Dozens of police cars, news vans, Toschi and Armstrong pulling up with Belli. Belli steps out to the sound of screeching tires, helicopters overhead, and reporters and photographers stumbling out of their vehicles. He remarks, my, you fellas sure do know how to put on a secret meeting.
I was just fixing to say.
Yeah, I wrote discretion, 10 out of 10.
When you look up and there's 2 helicopters.
Yeah.
I was like, this is... One would be a lot. But back at the studio, Toschi plays the tape for Brian Hartnell, who says that the voice of the caller is too high to be Zodiac. Toschi thanks him for coming down, and he exits with a cane and a limp. Armstrong leans his head into the room, telling Toschi that their Daly City no-show called from a mental institution, and the dispatcher at the Oakland PD says that the man that she talked to had a deeper, calmer voice. It might have actually been him.
So you just traumatized everyone for nothing, for no reason.
Basically, yeah. And the whole Bay Area is watching this. Yeah. I honestly, and there's something that comes up later that is so fascinating about this case is because they're still discovering new things. Mm-hmm. There's a cipher in the next scene that I'm going to talk about that they didn't solve until 2020.
Really?
Yes.
Damn.
And it's very interesting, and I'll tell you why.
All right.
In just a minute.
Please hold.
Yeah. But 2.5 weeks later, Robert arrives at the Chronicle to hear Theriot reading from the latest Zodiac letter. The Zodiac vows to change his methods, saying that he'll no longer announce when he commits his murders, saying that they'll look like robberies and accidents. He says the police will never catch him because he's been too clever for them. He looks like the description passed out only when he does his thing, but the rest of the time, he looks completely different. He says he won't tell them what his disguise consists of, and he also says that he has left no fingerprints behind, despite what the police say, as he wears transparent fingertips made of airplane cement. Seated across from Toschi and Armstrong, Theriot continues, quoting from the letter, I enjoy needling the blue pigs. I was in the park. You were using fire trucks to mask the sound of your cruising prowl cars. Hey, pig, doesn't it rile you up to have your nose rubbed in your boo-boos? If you cops think I'm going to take on a bus the way I have stated I was, you deserve to have holes in your head.
Not him chastising them for believing what he said.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
hey.
Don't tell me shit then.
Yeah. You're like, print my letters and shit. I got shit to say. Oh, we believe you, and now we're stupid. Okay.
You made us print that.
Yeah. Also, the whole I'm not going to take credit anymore. That means that you're everywhere all the time.
Yeah.
Anything that happens to anyone could have been you. You're the fucking boogeyman now.
And I think that's what he wanted.
Literally.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's such a... You want to be everywhere. You want credit for everything. It's just, oh my God. He's so... I was going to say he's so fucking annoying. But he is.
No, he is. It's bad. But Robert sits behind Paul as Theriot passes the letter to the inspectors, who, after scanning over drawings and a list of sinister ingredients, realize the Zodiac plans to build a bomb. There's also another cipher, this one a full page. Toschi suggests that they contact the army to see if this could actually work, and Paul, however, suggests to Robert that they step out for a drink together, and Robert is very excited. So this cipher was the one that was solved in 2020, and in it, the Zodiac says that it was not him on the Jim Dunbar show. So the thing is that the police already knew.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it was printed. That's a thing that happens with the Zodiac so often. Mm-hmm. He'll tell you things that you already know.
Yeah.
And it's very frustrating.
He's annoying.
Yeah, he's just very annoying.
It made me laugh because it was like the call came from a mental institution. I was like, if this wasn't actually what happened, I would be rolling my eyes. Like, that's a lot.
Yeah,
and the thing is that is exactly what happened.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Now, the only video I have of this broadcast is a broadcast about the broadcast.
Okay.
So I don't know if he screamed. I don't know of any of that stuff. So I'm sure some of it had some dramatic license, but they did have someone call claiming to be the Zodiac. They did have Melvin Bella and the Jim Dunbar show, all of that.
It's just wild to think that, or to know this shit all happened. Like, this is all real. It's like, what the fuck? Like,
it's so worthy of film because it's so unbelievable. It really is.
It really is. But at Morty's, Bernadette by Four Tops plays as Paul smokes a cigarette at the bar and Robert is handed a bright blue drink in an ornate glass. Paul engages in small talk, finding out that Robert is divorced with 2 kids and that he loves to read and enjoys books, which Paul notes is the exact same thing.
it is.
I also love to read and enjoy books. I've only seen the one child.
Yeah, I don't.
Because even when he mentioned your new little brother, it made it sound like it was the mom and her new husband's child.
Yeah, I don't rightly know.
Yeah.
If she has 2 kids with her husband, aren't they like...
No, yeah, but...
Well, I mean, the kids are related, but that's got nothing to do with him.
Look, I don't know anything about...
that's still not his son.
I think the last family tree I made, I was 8. I
don't know how any of this works.
Yeah, I don't know anything. Who are you? But Paul then asks Robert why he's been going through his trash, which Robert doesn't respond to, and Paul just moves on. I do love the journalist tone of Paul because he goes, I'll come back to that.
Yeah.
It's very cool to me. But he asks Robert how he knew the Zodiac would send another letter, and Robert says that he guessed he would because the first code was too easy. Paul looks over at Robert's drink, saying that it can no longer be ignored.
We're not going to sit here and pretend like that didn't look delicious.
It does.
No, yeah. And those are the ones you want to look out for.
Oh, you got
to be careful.
Yeah.
They taste like juice.
I've heard they sneak up on you.
Well, because you don't taste it, and you can like barely taste the alcohol, and it's like, oh, this is great. It's
like, no, hold on.
Yeah, it's refreshing. No. Yeah.
Nah.
But Robert says that it's an aqua velva, and he wouldn't make fun of it if he tried it. Paul, with great ceremony, snags the glass and takes a big gulp, looking back to Robert.
It was the hesitation before the drink.
Yeah.
It's not poison,
It's
dude.
not.
Calm down.
It's not toothpaste.
No.
Right, guys?
Yeah, right, everyone?
Who would eat toothpaste?
Yeah, I don't eat toothpaste. I've never done it. And I don't drink mouthwash either. That was a joke. But we cut to an entire table being cleared of aqua velva glasses.
He was right.
Over a partially crashed out Paul with Crystal Blue Persuasion by Tommy James and the Shondells playing in the background. I love the idea of Paul requesting this song.
Yeah.
Because it's too perfect. But Robert, still on his first drink, analyzes the situation. Who cracked the code? A married couple who likes puzzles. So what does that say about Zodiac? Paul admits that it means he's not an expert, and Robert says that it's a simple substitution code like in Boy Scouts, and you just have to know where to start. He pulls the first cipher out of his pocket, which Paul thinks is weird for him to carry around, but he breaks it down.
It's a little weird.
It is a little weird. What's the most common consonant in the English alphabet? He helps a drunken Paul by telling him that it's the double L, and we all know the Zodiac is going to use the word kill in here, so you find the double symbols, the 2 preceding it, and now suddenly you have 3 letters. Paul asks how you go from a simple substitution to writing something like this, and Robert says you go to the library, pulling out his copy of the Code Breakers and explaining that in the preface, the author presents a simple code, and 8 of the 26 symbols suggested are found in Zodiac's cipher.
That's lazy.
Very.
Yeah.
Say, what did this guy do? Well, I'm going to copy your homework, but change it a little bit.
Not all the way.
But he then pulls out a second book that featured a code written in the Middle Ages, and the title is the Zodiac alphabet.
How do you not scream from the rooftops when you stumble upon? I would have ran straight to Toski and been like,
I've solved it.
Yeah, I work with you now. Like I'll meet you in the car. You know what I mean? Like I'm in on this.
It's like it was the guy who wrote the Code Breakers.
Obviously.
I did want to point out that this section is almost word for word taken from an explanation in Grace Smith's Zodiac.
Really?
Yeah, it's not, I mean, obviously it's not dialogue in the thing.
Yeah.
Right.
It's literally Grace Smith writing to
him explaining it
to you.
Yeah.
But Paul then asks what Robert is getting out of this. He says it's good business for everyone but him. Robert doesn't understand what he means by the word business. I do think it's funny because if you think about book sales, Graysmith probably made
more than anybody.
Yeah. But, and he also paid a price for his obsession too, which we'll get to.
Yeah.
But at Toski's house, his wife asks him to come to bed, but he thinks he might have discovered a lead in one of the letters. A line about the Zodiac's death machine being stored in his basement for future use. Toski calls Armstrong, telling him that there aren't that many basements in California. And Armstrong immediately connects it to the line in the letter, saying that he'll get Vallejo and Napa to check with their city planners and telling Toski to get some sleep.
The thing about that, though, is that would be a lead, of course. He's already proven himself to be a liar.
Yes.
We can't really believe anything that he's writing in any of this.
Yeah.
That is very true.
So while that should be something to run with and you know, maybe it is, maybe it's not. That's what's so difficult about this.
Yeah, there's really nothing that you can't hold on to anything.
No.
Yeah.
But a month and a half later, on December 29th, 1969, Toski and Armstrong arrive at Melvin Belli's house, still decorated for Christmas. I did want to point out, they said on commentary that this house you see in this shot is a matte painting. It's not there.
What the fuck? I feel so duped.
Yeah. I would have never guessed that.
Not in a million years.
No.
But they head inside past a holiday party, Belli reading a personal letter from the Zodiac to his guests. The Zodiac wishes Belli a happy Christmas and asks for his help. He's afraid that he'll lose control and take his 9th and possibly 10th victim. Society Woman, played by Anna Katarina, sounds impressed, telling Belli that the Zodiac is reaching out to him.
He is fucking loving this.
He is.
I cannot speak for the real Belli or anything like that, but Brian Cox's Belli, this motherfucker is a pig in shit right now. He loves this.
It was very, very funny because Fincher on commentary, he was like, we might have gone a little too hard on Melvin Belli.
He is just, he is enjoying the fuck out of this.
But Belli tells the inspectors seated in front of him that the letter was sent directly to his house. We get it. Yeah, I know.
We get it.
He says it's a cry for help intended as a private communique. Toski says that this must be why Belli contacted the press about it, but Belli says the people have a right to know.
All right.
Okay, Gorgon. Whatever you say.
Whatever, dude. But he also offers them a toddy, which is nice. It was very funny the way he did it. Brian Cox is just the greatest.
Yeah.
He really is.
But Belli says that the letter arrived in the middle of last week, and he thinks that the Zodiac only sent it because he couldn't get through to him on the Dunbar show or here at his home. As it turns out, the Zodiac tried to call him on the phone, but he was out, and so he spoke to his housekeeper, but didn't leave a number. Armstrong sarcastically is like, yeah, the Zodiac's really crafty like that.
Anyway, man.
But he excuses himself to speak with the housekeeper, and Belli allows it, but says that the real story is the letter. Belli holds up a piece of Paul Stein's bloody shirt sent to him by the Zodiac, saying that he believes that this is a window into this man's soul. Killing is his compulsion. He tries to ignore it, but it drives him. It's in his blood.
I was like, how many of those scraps did you take?
See, that was the thing. I was always very confused by that because the way that the kids made it seem, they said that he was holding a rag.
Right.
And so I thought that he only took a piece of the shirt to mail to the Chronicle.
Yeah.
But he's got like 5, 6, 7 swatches.
Yeah, because this is the only way you lie so much. This is the only way to prove that you're even involved in any of this.
Yeah.
And it's kind of unbelievable because didn't he just say that he was done contacting everyone?
Yeah, he did.
He's a liar.
That's just unbelievable. And I'm so shocked that the Zodiac is lying to us. But Toski says that the compulsion thing is possible, or maybe the Zodiac just likes the attention.
Belli's like, well, I wouldn't know anything about that.
Yeah, I'm a very modest man.
Liking attention.
That's weird.
How droll. Or whatever.
Hello, newspapers.
Yeah.
But 2.5 months later, on March 22nd, 1970, on Highway 132 near Modesto, California, the camera glides over the lights of cars on the road to find Kathleen Johns, played by Ione Skye, driving in her car listening to Rose Garden by Lynn Anderson. Ione Skye is Donovan's daughter.
Oh, that's cool. Right.
Yeah, and she's an actress in her own right, has done a lot of, I think she was in Say Anything.
Oh, cool.
Okay. So I thought that was very
Cusack.
neat.
Yeah.
But out of nowhere, flashing lights appear in her rearview mirror, and a man in a car honks his horn at her. He approaches her driver's side window and tells her that he noticed her right wheel is loose. He offers to tighten it up for her, and she accepts.
I'm actually going to meet a bunch of really strong and really large people right now. They'll take care of it for me.
Really large people.
Yeah.
Don't even worry. Don't worry about me.
They're planning to lift the car, I guess.
I'm gonna be fine. And if anybody's following me when they don't like that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, don't
Their
don't do
least
that.
favorite thing. They told me.
They get really upset.
I understand, and I know that, and your sister tells me this all the time. She's like, I don't know anything about the car. Like, I get it, but if your tire's loose, you're gonna feel that shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? There nothing was wrong.
That's just
this is.
I think it's so frightening because then you're like, oh, I can't trust anyone.
Yeah.
That's just what this is now.
Yeah.
Because I remember, well, no, that was just straight up. I was at a gas station in Odessa once, and this guy was on the other side, and he goes, your tire's flat. And I look, and it was.
You can trust him.
Yeah. I was like, oh, you're not the Zodiac. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, random man in Odessa.
Yeah, it was very flat. I don't know what happened. But Kathleen watches as he disappears to his vehicle, then back to hers. Watching him work in the side mirrors, she's distracted when her baby in the car seat next to her begins to coo. Is coo I've never had a baby. I don't know if that's... Okay.
Yeah, they coo.
It's like her baby's a pigeon.
They be good.
They go to, she gives him a piece of bread.
Then they fly to their crib.
Man, parenthood's crazy.
Sunrise.
Cats in the cradle. But the man finishes up, bidding her a good night after she thanks him. I'm giggling, dude. I don't giggle.
It's really funny.
But he pulls away, and Kathleen returns to the road, too. After a mere moment, the tire becomes unstable, dislodging and filling the dark street with sparks in her back window. She steps out of her car to find the tire lying there. The man reverses his car, rolling down his window to ask if she's okay, and tells her that it must have been worse than he thought.
I'm immediately throwing up.
Oh, no, yeah.
This is horrifying.
This is another one of the scenes where my stomach is just upset until it's over.
See, and I'm telling you, like, these are moments that feel like straight up horror.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
But he offers her a ride to the nearest service station. She accepts this offer as well, snagging her baby and getting into the man's passenger seat. His tone changes completely, telling her, I didn't know you had a baby.
He didn't sound happy about it, and that's really unnerving. Also, can we just point out how wild it is that baby was just freeballing it in the passenger seat?
Yeah.
Riding shotgun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the 60s. We're lucky that baby wasn't smoking a cigarette.
Yeah.
We're lucky that pigeon baby wasn't. It's an egg.
Fair enough. You're right.
But Kathleen asks if that's all right, and he very reluctantly tells her, the more the merrier, before pulling away. Kathleen lights a cigarette, and the man tells her that it's a bad habit and she shouldn't smoke. After passing a filling station, Kathleen points it out, but he tells her that it was closed. She nervously puts out her cigarette, asking him if he always goes around helping people in the night. The man simply tells her, when I'm done with them, they don't need much help. Her baby begins to fuss, and she tries to calm her down, but very abruptly the man tells her, before I kill you, I'm going to throw your baby out the window. Kathleen looks up in fright, and we fade to black.
The calmness
Yes.
with which he says it.
And this is something that I really respected about this movie, is that in these horrifying moments, like, you just hear one piano chord.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember in the theater getting goosebumps.
What's fucking...
Right.
Yes. And it was the same thing at the Lake Berryessa murder. There was no music.
Yeah.
And so that's another fucking thing where you're
Well,
just
that's
there
what
the whole
you're
time.
in the moment. It's not. It doesn't feel cinematic. It's almost
Horrifying.
too real.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we return to this highway through the windshield of a car of a passing motorist. The motorist, played by Karina Logue, yes, Donald Logue's sister, pulls up alongside a parked car in an 18-wheeler to find Kathleen Johns screaming in the middle of the street for help. So they did film on a highway and closed it down.
Yeah.
But then they also filmed some of it on a set with a blue screen. And I don't know when is when.
Damn.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
But she gets out of the car, asking a nearby trucker what happened. He says that he found her like this and she flagged him down. Frantic and speaking through tears, Kathleen says, he tried to kill me, my baby. The woman asks where her baby is, and Kathleen rushes over to nearby bushes, rustling through them, and she picks her up, holding her. The woman asks her if she hid her baby, and Kathleen says, in case he came back.
The way she screams,
Oh,
my baby,
God.
Yeah.
like makes like my eyes
Blood.
filled with tears.
Yes.
Yeah. God. But I read that Kathleen Johns said that this is how it happened, obviously with the tire and everything. He drove her and her baby around for over 2 hours.
See, and
What?
that's mentioned in
Yeah.
a letter later.
Yeah.
And I was like, how? Like, that's fucking frightening.
Threatening her
Yeah.
and saying what he was going to do for 2 hours. And then finally she grabbed onto her baby and fucking tucked and rolled out of the car.
Well,
He like slowed down and then fucking took off.
See, and once again, it's a wonder that they survived.
yeah.
Because again, when you see the situation, I was very horrified when that piano chord hit and it faded to black.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was, yeah.
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 So, good Lord. But in a montage set to I Want to Take You Higher by Sly and the Family Stone, we get shots of the Zodiac letters, Toschi and Armstrong continuing their investigation at the Chronicle over the span of weeks. We see flashes of newspapers, blue ink interlaid over the screen in the Zodiac's signature handwriting and ciphers. They inspect cards sent to the Chronicle from Zodiac, and we hear in a voiceover Toschi, Armstrong, Paul, and Robert reading sections of the Zodiac's correspondence. This is the Zodiac speaking, begins every section with the Zodiac taunting police, attempting to drum up publicity with people wearing buttons with his symbol on it.
Buttons? I was like,
Yeah.
oh, motherfucker. Like that,
Yeah.
you've been doing too much.
Yes.
This is,
He said they have peace signs,
Marketing.
they have black power. He goes, why aren't they wearing Zodiac buttons? He said that.
why do you think? What?
Yeah.
I can't.
But he also takes credit for crimes and even threatens the city with a bomb, giving them a short time to find it before it detonates. So this is an excellent montage.
Yeah.
It was done by Angus Wall, who edited the film. David Fincher on commentary, he goes, I want everyone to know that I had nothing to do with this.
That's good for him,
Yes,
though.
because
Yeah.
I was like, God damn. There's so many montages in this film.
Yeah.
Honestly.
There need to be, though.
There do. There
There do?
You see, so the first thing that goes is I think that stepchildren are half children. or half siblings. And then I also think that baby birds smoked in the 60s, I think.
Yes. Yes.
I'm losing it.
We've been recording for a really long
Yes,
time.
we have. And we have a bit more to go.
Yes.
But the montage ends with Robert at Morty's with Paul 4 weeks later. He reads that the Zodiac is upset that people aren't wearing his buttons, so he now has a little list, starting with the woman and her baby that he gave a very interesting ride to for a couple of hours a few months back that ended with him burning her car where he found it. Robert asks if they're not going to print any more of the Zodiac's letters, and a very drunk Paul says that that's all SFPD's idea to see how the Zodiac reacts to the lack of publicity. That, again, is very dangerous.
Yeah.
It is dangerous, but at what point do you draw the line?
I don't know. Well, I guess no. What side was I on when we started this? No, don't print it. Don't print it.
Yeah.
We cannot do this forever.
No, we can't.
And now you want buttons and shit. Like, where does it
Yeah.
end? We're going to
Honestly,
be doing a fucking Zodiac parade.
When it starts with the buttons, I'm like, this is just petty.
This is
Yeah,
too much.
I think that's where I would be like, all right, you're just trying to market your shit, dude.
Yeah.
We
I'm going to
don't-
do this and he doesn't. I'm going to do that and he doesn't. I'm everywhere. It's like you just want us to keep, feeding this myth.
yeah. It's like,
You
open-
got to draw the line somewhere.
Dude, just open up a Red Bubble
Yeah.
Yeah.
or a Teespring or whatever.
It's something.
Not sponsored.
No.
No.
I just wanted everyone to know
Yeah.
that because we've had some experiences. So-
Not with Redbubble.
no, Red Bubble's good.
Yes.
But they're not a sponsor.
Also not sponsored.
But also not sponsored. But Robert finds it odd that it took him this long to talk about Kathleen Johns. Paul isn't impressed, saying that it's because the Zodiac is full of shit. Robert is confused, and Paul simply says, "You don't know?" At the Chronicle archives, Paul tells Robert to pull up the Modesto B from Marge as he stands at the front trying not to vomit. He corrects Robert's understanding of a left turn and then snags an edition of the Chronicle himself. Looking over the Zodiac's letter, they find two facts: woman and her baby abducted, and car burned. But in the article from the Bee, those details were readily available before Zodiac's letter. Paul says that he's done this before, too, The Zodiac took credit for shooting an officer in his car, but a couple of days after that article came out and the police already had someone in custody is when he took credit for it.
Okay, Henry Lee Lucas.
Yeah.
Again,
Seriously.
You want to be everywhere. You want to be this looming figure over the entire fucking state of California.
I guess.
Like it's enough already. Like I'm just
You're chastising.
Yeah.
You're admonishing the Zodiac.
Yeah.
It's time out.
You're grounded.
It's enough. It's enough. All of this is just to feed this myth that you're trying to make about yourself.
Yeah.
Right.
And, Kathleen Johns is still widely regarded as having nothing to do with the Zodiac.
Yeah.
So I mean, you're just sit down. Get a hobby.
A good hobby.
Yeah.
A better hobby.
Yeah. Open up Redbubble, we said? Paul tells Robert that the Zodiac didn't do any of these crimes, but took credit for it anyway because he's in it for the press. He says the Zodiac even stole his symbol. This surprises Robert, and Paul, who didn't mean to reveal that, gets Robert to promise not to tell before revealing an ad for a watch called Zodiac, which has the symbol of the Zodiac at the bottom of the watch face.
Like in the name, you stole
all of it.
I'm a watch. It's like, God damn, you're not even original.
No, dude.
That's what I'm saying. Let them give you the nickname. Don't pick it. Yeah,
Don't force
because then,
it.
Now you're stealing it off a watch.
Yeah.
And it's sad. It's sad, really. But Paul sums it up. And we've already riffed on it, but I said Paul sums it up. Guy stole his logo off a watch. But Robert asks how someone who has killed 13 people, but Paul corrects him. He claims he's killed 13 people, but they can only confirm 3 in Vallejo, the 1 in Berryessa, and the cab driver. Robert looks disappointed, which Paul takes notice of.
But like you said earlier, that's what sucks, because he's saying anytime anybody gets hurt, it's me.
Yeah.
It's like, well, what is you and what's not?
Yeah.
Why?
He just wants to be a specter.
And it is disappointing because how much time and energy has been wasted on being afraid of him, on looking for him, on believing shit that he says enough for it to be a clue. You know what I mean? Working on these ciphers, going to the fucking library. Like, it is disappointing because it's like you're a fraud.
Yeah, I know. It's probably why they stopped printing the letters in the first place, because they're like, we can't even prove any of this shit.
Not at all.
You know, so it just became a big waste of time.
Yeah.
But on October 11th, 1970, Toschi and Armstrong sit in their car. Armstrong says the chief is pulling patrols off of buses, and Toschi says that something will shake loose soon. But Armstrong says that there hasn't been a peep in 4 months. Toschi wonders if they've driven him underground, and Armstrong wonders if he's just done. The car pulls away from the curb, revealing them to be parked at the corner of Washington and Cherry, Toschi wishing Armstrong a happy birthday.
It's like, it's been a year?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's crazy.
And I thought that was a great reveal.
Yeah.
It was.
You think they're just in their car.
Yeah.
But they're back at the location. But at the Chronicle, following a joke that did not age well.
Not at all.
Between Shorty, Robert, and Paul. Robert heads over to Paul's desk where he's opening his mail, watching a candidate on television. It's Florence Douglas, mayor of Vallejo, played by Judith Drake, running for governor, and criticizing the police's efforts to catch the Zodiac. Paul offers a sarcastic, "Sayonara police endorsement, great work, Flo." But as he continues to open his mail, he finds a card with a piece of Paul Stein's bloody shirt inside. He jumps back and out of his chair, confirming with Robert what it is and telling him to call the fucking cops. So he's held on to Paul Stein's shirt for a year.
Yep.
Yeah.
Over a year.
Yeah.
So that's just, and to send one to Paul Avery directly.
Yeah.
And that happened.
Damn, I couldn't even imagine. That would be so fucking like out of nowhere, and then you know what I mean? Everything's quiet, then you just get this bloody shirt.
Yeah. And he's just hanging out being Robert Downey Jr. with the lady on TV. Yeah, and then just this. Day ruined.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But we cut to Toschi and Armstrong reading the card at the Chronicle. It says something like "you're doomed" on the front of it, and inside it says, "I can feel it in my bones, you ache to know my name, but then why spoil our game? Happy Halloween." First of all, the card's great.
Yeah.
Yes, it's the best thing the Zodiac ever did.
I want to know, I haven't seen the real card, but I would be surprised if it was different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great card. Bring him back. But after Toschi calls some of Paul's coverage into question, Paul just tells the inspectors that he wants a gun. He pops a pill and Toschi is incredulous. But we cut to Paul at the gun range with Robert, absolutely missing his target with every shot. Robert sits reading an article from Herb Caen about Paul, and it says that due to the Zodiac letters, Paul has gained notoriety, leading several Cron newsmen to wear lapel buttons reading, "I am not Paul Avery."
And that's true.
Yes.
I remember we bought pins.
Yes, I had one on my bag when I was going to journalism school, which was pretty cool.
That's great. But yeah, that's true. They literally did wear those.
Yeah.
And I read that Paul Avery had written dozens of articles kind of talking shit about him.
Really?
Yeah, saying that he was clumsy and that he was a liar.
Well,
you know, which all, again, I don't, where's the lie? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I guess, you know, for him to be like, that motherfucker, you know.
That's a lot.
He did, he wrote dozens of, he was the crime reporter, you know?
He had to.
Yeah. That's just... I'm not that dude.
Yeah, no,
I'm not that guy.
The funniest thing about this shot is that Robert is wearing a pin that says "I'm not Paul Avery" on it.
Yeah.
And Paul is wearing a pin.
Wouldn't you?
Oh, hell yeah.
Absolutely, I would.
Absolutely.
That's so fucking ridiculous.
It's like whoever that guy
Yeah,
is.
I don't know who that
Sucks
guy
for
is.
Paul
Yeah.
Avery.
Whoever that is.
But Robert points to the pin on his lapel, telling Paul that he should sell them himself because he would do well. But Paul has other ideas. He says it's been a windfall since they published the threat on his life, and one guy won't stop calling him. He says he's going to meet him tonight in Riverside and asks Robert if he wants to join him. Robert can't join him because he has a date tonight. But he asks Paul who the tipster is, but Paul says that he prefers to remain anonymous, and since Paul wishes to remain infamous, they're going to get along great. He then reloads his gun, firing it and missing wildly once again.
He does need to be here learning.
Yeah.
But at an Italian restaurant that night, Robert arrives late in the rain, walking over to a table to meet Melanie, played by Chloe Sevigny.
Always a treat.
Yes. They introduce themselves, having met through a mutual friend named Glynis. Now, Glynis has never been mentioned in this film.
No.
And I can tell you why. Because Glynis doesn't exist. This is the only fictional character in the movie.
Well, 'cause
Wow,
he's like,
Yeah.
really?
Yes.
my kids are terrified of her. I'm like, who
the fuck is Glynis?
Did I miss something?
But I read on Twitter, I think it was in 2020, James Vanderbilt wrote that, and I just said Vanderbilt, it's Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
He wrote that Fincher wanted someone responsible for this blind date.
Okay.
And so he wanted, this made me laugh, he also wanted Robert to have one conversation in this film that wasn't about the Zodiac.
But very quickly.
Yeah.
Glynis is mean, right? All right, anyway, the Zodiac.
I am a bit curious though. Why?
Well, because...
You can't tell the story of how him and his real wife met, or?
Well, I mean, if you...
It was by a woman named
Yeah.
Schminnis.
I'm just curious.
And
That's
Schminnis
just
was
a-
like, don't
No, it's
fucking...
weird, yeah.
Don't use my name in this film. And they're like, all right, Glynis, I'm sorry. But no, I think it is refreshing for him to talk about something else, but I think that it should happen maybe twice.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
extremely brief, too.
But it's his obsession, and
Yeah.
it shows that. But Robert slides into the booth, accidentally knocking over a glass, joking about how late he is and saying that he was at a gun range. Melanie is surprised because Glynis told her that Robert is a cartoonist and asks what he was doing at a gun range. He very quickly just says reading and looks around frantically for a server to bring them some napkins.
He was reading.
Yeah.
He was. He finds out that Melanie works for this mysterious Glynis and bluntly admits that his children, as you said, are terrified of Glynis. Melanie says that she is too. I think Glynis is an urban legend.
Glynis is the Zodiac.
No shit, dude.
shit.
That's the twist.
Yeah.
You say Glynis 5 times in a mirror. And then she writes the fucking Chronicle. But conversation shifts back to the gun range, and Robert tells Melanie that he's working with Paul Avery on the Zodiac case, and he tells her that Paul's going tonight to track an anonymous tip in Riverside. He then realizes that he doesn't know where Riverside is, and when Melanie tells him that it's near Los Angeles, Robert gets a little nervous. Melanie says that it sounds dangerous, and Robert's like, how do you mean?
Really?
Like, you mean I should go? 'Cause,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean-
if you're saying I should go,
Yeah.
then
Melanie says that it could be an ambush. It could be the Zodiac. Robert just says that Paul has a gun, so... But Melanie picks up her menu, asking Robert what's good here, But Robert says that he's never been here before. It made me laugh because he hasn't looked at the menu at all. He goes, the spaghetti, the pasta.
Yeah.
He's just spitballing.
It's an Italian restaurant.
But when a server comes to take Melanie's order, Robert is frantically searching his pockets for change, so Melanie asks for another minute. Robert asks Melanie if she has any change, and Robert admits what she said about Paul was right. They agree that it's dangerous and stupid, and Robert wants to call Paul's wife to see if she's heard from him. Melanie kindly lends Robert some change.
Was anyone else surprised to hear that Paul had a wife?
Yes, because it's never come up.
Yeah.
And there's something that comes up later that I learned way after the fact that doesn't really fit into what happens with Paul really at all.
Yeah.
It's very, we'll talk.
Okay.
I do also want to say that people did complain to David Fincher because I believe that Melanie orders penne vodka with the cream sauce.
Yeah.
And people were like, that wasn't popular until the 1980s.
Oh,
And he's like, I don't care.
Yeah.
all the things he got right.
Yes, and that's the
And
thing.
that's what you want to, man, fuck you guys.
Maybe he just likes the dish. Fuck. Yeah.
He said, he goes,
It was a nod to
as
himself.
a foodie.
Yeah.
But we see Paul arrive in Riverside at what appears to be an abandoned gas station in the middle of the night. So I remember watching this at 16, and I'm like, Paul Avery's dead.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, no, yeah.
He is
Yeah.
going to be murdered tonight. And not knowing anything.
Yeah.
Well, because everything about this screams that it is a horrible fucking idea.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's no reason there's no like universe where he should be showing up to this.
Not at all. But in a cramped telephone booth outside of the restaurant, Robert makes the call with Melanie next to him. And upon hearing that he'll receive a call at home as soon as Paul returns, Robert tells Melanie that he should really head back to his apartment to wait for that call. After confirming that this isn't some sleazy plan to get her to come home with him, Melanie offers to grab the food to go.
I love how she's down. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because I would be fascinated.
I would, yeah, of course.
Like,
well,
what is going to happen?
I bet
But it
she's-
worked, right?
Well,
she
God.
take it home with her.
Yes.
I bet she's buzzing on the fact that she invented a dish tonight.
Yeah.
That's enough excitement. This is just icing.
But airplanes loudly flying overhead, Paul continues through the rain and the darkness, stepping past a peeled back fence, calling out to anyone who is possibly there. At Robert's apartment, Melanie wakes up on the couch at the dawn of day, Robert having been awake all night. She asks if he's heard anything, but he hasn't. He tells her that she doesn't have to stay, but she asks if he's kidding, telling him that this is the most interesting date she's ever had. So, this line seems very sweet now, but when it comes back later,
Yeah.
whew,
It hurts.
yeah.
Yeah.
A lot.
But Robert's phone rings, and it's Paul on a phone outside of Sherwood Morrell's office. He asks Robert if he's sitting down because he's not going to believe this. At SFPD, Armstrong calls Toschi into Lee's office where a newsman, played by Mitchell Fink, on the television says that Paul Avery has discovered information regarding the only unsolved homicide in Riverside County, a 1966 murder that Paul Avery believes was the Zodiac's first victim. Toschi reacts in surprise, and the captain is annoyed that Paul didn't notify them. On television, Paul hams it up, saying that the Riverside killer wrote letters to the press that he personally took to Sherwood Morrell.
That was my note was he is such a ham.
Yeah.
Because he's
Yes.
doing the most.
Yeah.
My favorite part is the next line.
Yeah.
Because the newsman asks what Sherwood Morrell told him, and Paul goes, "What I knew in my gut, Ron."
Shut up.
Yeah.
He says the handwriting matches Zodiac. Armstrong wants to know how Paul got the evidence out of Riverside, but Toschi is pissed that he took anything to Sherwood without telling them. Lee says that this looks terrible for the department, but Toschi asks how they can even know that it's real. Armstrong says that he knows, in fact, that it is real because he saw it on TV.
That's all that some people
Yeah.
need to believe anything.
It's very sad. But on an airplane on November 18th, 1970, a very annoyed Toschi sits down across from Captain Narlow. He introduces him to Mel Nikolai, played by Zach Grenier, who is working the case for the Department of Justice. Nikolai is perturbed that he's getting updates on the case from the Chronicle instead of calls from the inspectors. Toschi just says that they got screwed. Narlow tells Toschi that he does get his name in the paper a lot and people talk. Toschi says that he never talks about an open investigation, period. With perfect timing, Paul shows up, introducing himself to Narlo and calling Toski Dave.
Yeah.
The balls on this man.
Wow.
He asks if he can catch a ride with them when they land, since they're going to the same place, but Toski declines. Paul goes, he's going to make me take a separate car. Like
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Go sit down,
Yeah.
dude. Go sit somewhere.
Toski looks very uncomfortable as Nikolai stares at him. But at Riverside Police Department, the captain, played by John Mahan, goes over the case from 1966 as Toski, Narlo, and Nikolai sit at a table. Sherry Jo Bates attended Riverside Community College and was studying in the library on October 30th. She left with an unidentified male at closing at 9 p.m., and her body was found stabbed to death in a parking lot. A typewritten confession was sent to the Riverside Press Enterprise a month after the murder. The officers read from copies of it. It says, "I am not sick, I am insane, but that will not stop the game. This letter should be published for all to read. It definitely sounds like Zodiac." And 6 months later, the police, Bates' father, and the paper all receive letters from the killer. The captain says Sherwood matched these to the Zodiac letters, as well as a desktop, which was found a couple months later by a janitor. What appears on the desktop is a poem about murder etched into the wood and signed R.H. The captain doesn't see a connection, but he says he gave Paul Avery the exemplars anyway to cooperate. He even told Paul that he doesn't think this is the Zodiac. They have a guy that they like for this crime.
Really, Paul?
Yeah.
God damn.
Toski is incensed. Why give anything to Paul at all if they don't think this is the work of the Zodiac? He asks if his way of cooperating is giving information to reporters. Narlo tries to calm things down and piece it all together. Sherwood says it's a match. It's possible that their suspect killed Bates, Zodiac read it in the paper, and then took credit for it. He's done that before.
Yeah, he's back on his bullshit.
Yeah. But the captain is over it, telling them that they now have everything that they have, but in his opinion, they came to Riverside for nothing.
I would be... I'd be furious.
I was on a plane this morning.
Yeah.
You know how important that is? But outside the station, Narlo says that this could still be Zodiac, and Toski says that the problem is that the entire state already thinks it is. Narlo and Nikolai get into a waiting cab after seeing Paul approach them, referring to him as Toski's press agent. Toski tells Paul that he doesn't want to talk, but Paul says he's just trying to do his job. Pissed off, Toski says that because of that, he's not able to do his job. Toski explains the problems that Paul has caused, but Paul writes onto his pad, the normally cooperative.
Yeah. Oh, man, dude.
But Toski smacks the pad out of his hand. Paul says that Sherry Jo Bates was a gift, that he and Armstrong would have never found her. Toski just says that this might not even be Zodiac, and Riverside might not be able to make a case because of him. Paul says to tell it to Sherwood because he's out here beating the bushes trying to draw Zodiac out. He tells Toski that they're in this together, but Toski obviously disagrees, saying that he's not in this to up his circulation. Paul just goes, "Oh boy." This is going places.
Wow.
But he reminds Toski that Zodiac wrote to him and threatened his life. Before Toski gets into the cab, Paul calls out, "Hey, Bullet, it's been a year. Are you going to catch this fucking guy or not?"
You don't need to tell me how long it's been. I know how long it's been.
Toski starts toward Paul to fight him.
Well, goddamn, dude.
Paul is really...
Yeah.
You're pushing it, dude.
He is. He just stops and tells him to go fuck himself, and Paul goes, "Happily."
Well, on the cool, man, in all fairness, y'all were all working together.
They were.
Everybody was cooperating, figuring shit out. This should have been your dude.
Yeah.
You should have called him first.
And the thing is that you have, especially as a reporter, making these contacts is very important.
Yeah.
And now you've lost an entire...
Yeah, you shit the bed on that.
The department.
Yeah.
But Toski reiterates that he should have just called him, like you said. But to the tune of Isaac Hayes' hypersyllabic sesquidolamistic, we're treated to another montage. This one of informants spurred on by Paul's new article about the Riverside connection to the Zodiac case.
Yep.
Informants played by E.P. McKnight, Betty Murphy, Jeff Daniel Phillips. Remember him from Lords of Salem?
Oh, yeah.
Shane Woodson and Cookie Crawford all explain that they either know who the Zodiac Killer is or that they themselves are the Zodiac Killer.
It always amazes me the people that will step up and take credit for such fucking horrific things.
I don't know. It terrifies me.
It happens all the time.
Yeah. Each of them gets details of the crimes wrong. One of them does accuse a guy named Travis of committing these crimes. I was not alive. I promise I'm not the Zodiac.
Is that the guy who was just trying to get his coworker arrested?
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Fuck outta
He
here,
said
dude.
his foot got crushed, and he's like, he said something like a month after that, the murder started.
Yeah. You
Coincidence?
just don't like him.
It's like you just didn't like working with Travis. Great name. I don't know anything about him. The montage is great. It made me laugh with the informant asking Toschi if he thinks that Paul Avery could be the Zodiac, and he goes, I frequently.
Yeah. Absolutely, yes.
But the montage ends on July 26, 1971, and we see Armstrong taking notes on a legal pad as he interviews Don Chaney and Sandy Panzarella, played by John Hemphill and Paul Schultz, in the break room of a plant. Chaney explains how a former coworker used to talk about hunting people for sport, like in that old book. But he says the coworker also wanted to put a flashlight on his gun so he could use it in the dark. Chaney asked his friend how he would get away with it, and the guy explained that there would be no real motive to it, and that he would call himself the Zodiac and write letters to the police to mess with them. I'm like, this is too perfect.
It's too... Even the Zodiac?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
And I got to admit, if I'm Armstrong, after hearing everything that I've just heard, I'm like, okay, well,
Yeah, for sure.
Sure. But Panzarella just says Lee liked messing with people. Armstrong asks for clarification, and Chaney explains that Lee was raw about losing his job at the school. He even talked about shooting out the tires of a school bus and picking off the little darlings. Armstrong's like, he actually used those words.
Yeah.
As it turns out, this is what made Chaney remember in the first place. After that, he told his wife that he never wanted to see him again, and he hasn't since. He says Lee is also into skin diving, and he knows he's been up to Lake Berryessa a ton of times. He even went fishing with him near there a couple of times. But Chaney says that he put it together a year ago when he saw the story in the paper about the Zodiac, and he tried to tell the cops, but they blew him off.
The whole time he was talking, I was like, why the fuck wouldn't you tell the police?
Yes.
Why wouldn't you tell the police? He did.
He did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Things just get lost. It's so unfortunate to hear because you're like, dude, if you would have listened,
Yeah.
Yeah.
who knows?
What could have,
I will say also, Panzarella's finishing a lot of his sentences for some reason.
Yeah.
It's like, it's my story. Like, let me fucking talk. I used to have a friend that would try to finish all of my sentences as I was talking.
Yeah.
It would have been fine, but they were always wrong.
Yeah.
And it's like, will you stop? Please. I'm just crying.
Yeah.
Like, I want to be your friend, but you guys, this is the worst.
Right, you're not even thinking what I'm thinking.
At
It's like
all.
Are you even listening?
Yeah, like, Jesus Christ. But Armstrong confirms that the conversation with Lee took place on January 1st, 1968, and Chaney says that it couldn't have been any later. He started a new job on January 20th and had to move. But back at SFPD, Toschi isn't buying it. Arthur Lee Allen just lays out his entire evil plan to a fishing buddy on New Year's Day. Armstrong can accept the possibility and even shares that Chaney did in fact contact the police. He did so on January 10th, 1970, but got lost in the shuffle.
And, Paul Avery did some dirt, okay?
He did.
Yeah.
But in his defense, this was before he did his bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay.
That this was reported and ignored.
Yeah.
So this isn't directly Paul's fault.
He can.
A lot of other stuff is, but not this.
But Toschi asks if Chaney has anything against Lee, asking if he screwed his wife or something. And Armstrong promises a full background check, but admits he likes this guy. Toschi suggests that they pull some handwriting samples. But later at a diner, Toschi finds Armstrong enjoying a BLT at a counter. Armstrong gives Toschi half of it because he just kind of stands there.
He's such a little mooch. Well, he's like, well, what is that?
A BLT? And he's like,
So,
so half of it's mine.
Yeah.
and then it killed me. He took the tomatoes out. You just
Yeah.
make it your own and eat like.
Oh, so it's an BL.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's how I like them. But anyway.
No, honestly, they're better. I don't really. Well, you know what? I haven't had a tomato in quite a while. They might be good now.
They're fantastic.
And I like tomato products and everything. I'm going to try a tomato tonight.
Everybody have a BLT tonight.
I'm just going to take a bite out of a tomato like an apple.
You can. The cherry tomatoes are great.
They are. And you know what? The tomato, good for my teeth.
There you go.
Hey.
Problem solved.
Can we get back
Yeah,
to
sorry. sorry. But Toschi explains that Sherwood needs more samples as what they have so far is proven inconclusive. But what's more, Nikolai found out that Arthur Lee Allen was fired from his job for inappropriate touching. Armstrong says that he'll make a few calls, leaving the rest of his lunch to Toschi, who wolfs it down.
He's like, are those fries?
Yeah.
He does. He goes, you gonna finish that? Or?
I can't with them. Do they not feed you at home?
I don't know what's going on.
No.
I don't know what's going on.
It's just animal crackers.
No wonder you're starving all the time.
But Armstrong does make those calls. One to Panzarella at his office, who tells him that he and Cheney looked at the Zodiac letters sent to them by the department, and they're creepy. Creepy like Lee. He says the misspellings are exactly his style. And when Panzarella learns that the handwriting analysis was inconclusive, he posits that Lee could have done it with his other hand. Armstrong says that it's too neat for that, but Panzarella explains that it wouldn't be difficult for Lee because he's ambidextrous. We cut to Armstrong explaining this new theory to Captain Lee. In his everyday life, Arthur Lee Allen uses his left hand, but when he's writing as the Zodiac, he uses his right hand as to not be traced back to him. Toschi says that they have to meet with him, telling the captain that he's in Vallejo and his brother lives up there too. The captain says to see them both and to make sure to bring Mullenix up to speed since it's his jurisdiction. Toschi sarcastically says that cooperation worked so well for them in Riverside. But we cut to the sprawling Union Oil complex in Pinole outside Vallejo on August 4th, 1971. The Pinole foreman, played by Marty Lodge, leads Toschi, Armstrong, and Mullenix to a break room, and he tells them that this is where they can have their meeting. They decide Armstrong will take the lead since he personally spoke with the informants, and the three men take their seats at the table. Arthur Lee Allen, played by John Carroll Lynch, walks into the break room where the inspectors introduce themselves.
Always a treat.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He is such a great actor with such a presence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The second you see that he's played by John Carroll Lynch, though, you're like, oh, that motherfucker did it.
No, yeah. Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah, there's no question anymore.
Case
Yeah.
closed.
We got our man, Sheriff, or whatever.
Bake him away, boys.
But Allen looks uneasy when he hears that they're investigating the Zodiac case and takes a seat in front of them. Armstrong tells him that an informant shared statements that he has claimed to have made, and he says that if they're true, they're quite incriminating. He asks if he made such statements, and Lee says that he didn't. You don't even know what the statements are.
I've never said anything to anyone.
Yeah.
I've never spoken to.
But I still feel like that's a weird way to interview somebody.
I think
Somebody told me you did something bad, and if you're lying, you're in trouble.
Did
Why
you
would
do
you
it?
approach it that way?
Well, I guess Toschi usually leads.
He fumbled the ball.
Yeah.
He fumbled it.
If I'm Lee, I'd be like, what statements?
Yeah.
Because I don't even know what I'm agreeing or disagreeing to.
No, yeah, but I mean, I just found it a little odd to start that way.
It's not great.
Yeah.
No, it's not great.
Because you're already giving me a heads up that you're here for
Yeah.
something bad.
You did it, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. But they ask if he's ever read anything about the Zodiac, and he says only when it was first in the paper, but he didn't read anything after that because it was too morbid. A little confused, Lee says that he already told all of this to the other officer. They ask what other officer, and he says that it was an officer from Vallejo, but he can't remember their name. And he says that it was just about the time of the murder at the lake. So there's the first lie already.
Yeah.
Yep.
I stopped reading immediately at the beginning, but I know about the second murder.
Yeah.
They ask what he told the other officer, and Lee casually crosses his legs. He says that he told the other officer that he went to Salt Point to skin dive, and he met a couple there, and he has their names at home and can give them to him. Mullenix tells him, that would be great, Arthur. But Allen corrects him. Lee, nobody ever calls me Arthur.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
But there is such a switch because he goes,
Be cool.
Yeah.
he goes, no one ever calls me Arthur. Also, and he just moves to the next
Yeah.
thing. It's like, what the hell? But he says that his neighbor also saw him come home that day, a man called Bill White. But he died about a week or so later, so.
Of course he's dead now.
Put your hands behind your back.
Yeah,
Stop
literally.
talking. Stop talking. Oh my.
I was like, how
Yeah.
fucking convenient. No, there was a witness. He is dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
It's funny because the second that he says that, Toschi looks at him with a smirk.
Well, because
He's
it's
like,
like,
this is
come
suspicious.
on.
But out of nowhere, Lee shifts himself in his seat, telling the officers, the knives I had in my car with the blood on them, that blood came from a chicken that I killed for dinner.
That's enough.
What?
Yeah, that's enough.
Every single person goes, what?
What are you saying?
Now, I've got to ask. Of course, this is from the point of view of
Grace
dude,
Smith,
right?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. What? Like,
Now, I guarantee that they have audio recording of this meeting.
you can't. Okay, if this really happened this way, You can't tell me none of this can be used.
It's circumstantial.
Yeah, until you.
Okay, well, what about the witness who he just told everything
dead.
to?
It's
No.
Oh, the other guy. The other guy.
What
Don
about
Chaney?
the other guy?
It's circumstantial.
Yeah, there's
one
no
guy's
evidence to prove it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see those chicken knives.
Oh, he tossed those.
That's
But I'm my question was, what life are you leading that
you
those
have
ended
to.
up in your trunk that you had to go out and find a chicken and kill it and then just toss the knives in your trunk? It's just, it literally makes no sense.
They do sell chicken at the grocery store now.
It makes no sense.
But after everyone reacts very bigly,
As they should.
Alan says that Bill might have seen those knives and called the other officer on him. Mullenix is like, we'll check on that.
He's like, of course, Bill's not calling anybody.
Yeah.
What was that last thing he said?
Did you also kill Bill? Kill Bill. But he asks if Alan was ever in Southern California in 1966. Alan, who stopped reading about the Zodiac after the first reports, knows that this is about the Riverside killing, and he says that he was there around that time. How do
This
you...
is what I'm saying.
No, you're just telling on yourself after a certain
I don't
point.
understand.
And it's the way he says it. Oh, this is about the Riverside killing. It's like, dude, you were supposed to have stopped reading after fucking...
Yeah, you shouldn't even know about that.
Yeah. But Armstrong asks about his ambidexterity, but Alan says that this isn't true and that he's left-handed. Mullenix brings up the threats about school children, and Alan is seemingly overcome with emotion, saying that that's a horrible thing to say. Armstrong then brings up the reason for his firing from the school, and the mood shifts entirely in the room. Alan just looks at them plainly and says, I'm not the Zodiac, and if I was, I certainly wouldn't tell you.
Again.
Why did you say that?
Yeah.
So you're the Zodiac.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're the Zodiac.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even deny any of the molestation, like nothing.
No.
You're just digging deeper and deeper and deeper.
Toschi, who has been eyeing Alan's watch this whole time, asks if he can see it. Lee thanks him for the compliment because he first says nice watch and he hides it.
Yeah.
But then he tries to show it from afar, but Toschi means for him to hand it over.
Mm-hmm.
He does, and we see in a close-up that it is a Zodiac timepiece.
Yep.
I would be like, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
I laugh so hard because he shows it to Mullenix, and Mullenix's eyes are like, oh my fucking God.
Come on.
But Alan says that it was a Christmas gift from his mother 2 years ago, which Toschi says is very sweet, and asks if he had any conversations about the Zodiac with anyone. Alan says maybe his former coworkers, Ted and Phil at Vallejo Recreation, and then it hits him. The most dangerous game. That's why they're here. The officers don't understand, but Alan says that it was his favorite book in high school and explains the plot of the Count hunting people for the challenge. He says it was a great book, or at least that's what he told Phil. And I was like, Phil's dead.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Poor Phil. But a whistle blows for lunch, and Alan asks if he can leave.
That bell doesn't dismiss you either.
Yeah.
Sit
God
your
damn
ass
it.
back
It's
down.
high school all over again. But they give him back his watch and allow his exit. Alan puts it on, saying that he's willing to help in any way possible, and that he looks forward to the day when police officers are no longer referred to as pigs.
What?
Again.
I get it, but still, okay, even if it's circumstantial, whatever, watch him.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, for
Just
sure.
watch him. I don't
Clearly.
give a fuck if that's my job now. Who's assign me?
Yes.
Yeah, you're not
assign
going
me to him.
start
Period.
without
Yeah.
us writing it down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to watch this man.
You're on
Yeah.
Lee Allen duty.
yeah, that's it. That's it.
Good.
It's after the pig remark, Armstrong goes, thanks. Like,
Yeah.
he's like, what the fuck?
Unbelievable.
But he says that they'll be in touch. Toschi watches as Alan leaves, agreeing with the other officers that this suspect warrants further investigation. This sequence is so great.
Yeah.
It's so amazing. It's very tense. I love the edits where we cut to certain people with different reactions. The cinematography where we have certain people in shots, like you have Lee Allen in the front and then Toschi fucking making smirks and stuff.
Yeah.
Very smart.
Yeah.
Very well done. But 2 hours later, at the home of John and Catherine Allen, Lee's brother and sister-in-law, played by Matt Winston and Jules Bruff, great name, by the way, my favorite name, Toschi and Armstrong hand over the letters for the Allens to look at, and they say that they're looking at Lee as a possible suspect. John says that Lee has always been troubled and reluctantly confirms that it's true about the children at the school, and they don't see him much anymore. They ask John how he feels about Don Chaney, who just so happens to be John's former roommate. John asks if he's the one who informed on Lee, but they say they can't tell him that. So he just says that Don is a very reliable person, and anything that he's told them, he'd believe it.
There's more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Catherine notices something in the letter sent to Melvin Belli. Christmas. It's spelled with 2 S's at the end, like Christ Mass. They got a Christmas card from Lee a few years ago, and he spelled it the exact same way.
Come on.
I don't know what I'd be like, first of all, bring me the card.
Yeah.
But my note was that my Christmas card say I put the ass in Christ Mass.
Wow.
I may have been a little distracted.
You missed the next scene, didn't you?
I was giggling at that. So yeah, I didn't catch the end of this film.
But Catherine offers to look for it for them, and they ask if there's anything else they can do to help the police.
Your own brother.
Yeah.
Like, that is
Yeah.
that says a lot.
But I mean, look, if he's a Zodiac,
Yeah.
Exactly.
and he's proven he's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But back at SFPD, Toschi tells the captain that John offered to search Alan's house when he's out of town, which gets them around the search warrant. Toschi also interviewed the cop who interviewed Alan after the Berryessa murder, but the cop didn't think Alan looked like a killer, so he didn't like him for Zodiac. Shoddy fucking police work.
I had to pause it for a second.
Yeah.
Take a breath.
How
can you say somebody looks or doesn't look like a killer?
You can't,
No.
because
Yeah.
that's not a thing.
But Toschi admits that if it were up to him, he would have put the cuffs on him right there, which in all fairness is also shoddy police work.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you should.
Yeah.
You should. But the captain tells him to take it slow and gather more stuff for Sherwood to help with the warrants. The phone rings, and Armstrong walks in saying that Paul Avery is on line 2. Toschi tells him to screw, and Armstrong asks if he can spice it up a little more.
the nerve.
Yeah.
Paul,
It's like, no, we're still...
Right. Chill out.
Yeah, we're still friends. That's fine. But the men take what they have to Sherwood, and analyzing the handwriting side by side, Sherwood says concretely that Arthur Lee Allen is not the Zodiac. The sample they gave perfectly matches his canceled checks and his job application, but not the Zodiac letters. Armstrong suggests that they test Allen's other hand, considering he's ambidextrous, but Sherwood says in his 38 years in this job, he's never seen anyone that ambidextrous. He apologizes to the inspectors, telling them that it's not going to work, and hands back their paperwork.
this was frustrating to watch because just because you haven't seen something
Yeah.
doesn't mean that there's no way that it could happen. I'm not ambidextrous, but I can say without a doubt that there are absolutely no commonalities in what I write with my right hand
Yeah.
and what I write with my left.
No. And
What does it matter I understand that like you would have a different amount of control on your writing utensil or whatever, but like that to me is not enough for him to be like, whoop, it's not your man. Like I would be furious.
But I think the thing is that you would be surprised how well you could probably write with your non-dominant hand.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't timed writing these Zodiac letters. Like even
Yeah,
if,
no shit.
You
We
can take
have
a
all the
week.
time.
yeah, even if he wasn't ambidextrous, you could do a letter a week, and then
figure it out.
Yeah.
Letter a week.
And I mean, if you look at the letters, they didn't look very good.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I mean,
no shit.
I mean, seriously.
It was just very frustrating. He's like, well, I've never seen it.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I've
And
never seen a lot
Try.
of shit that
Yeah,
exists.
let's just try it.
But with even more bad news, later at the station, Toschi receives a call from Mullenix with Armstrong listening in. The judge won't sign off on a warrant for Allen's house, citing not enough evidence without a handwriting or ballistics match. Mullenix apologizes to a frustrated but understanding Toschi. Out in the lobby, the captain asks what Toschi and Armstrong want to do, but they tell him that they need Allen's right hand, but they can't get it without a warrant. The captain asks if there are any other suspects for them to be looking at, and Toschi looks at Armstrong for a moment with a scoff, and Armstrong says about 2,300 other people. The captain just says, okay then, and walks away.
Really, dude? Come on, man.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
This is the point, like, we're kind of on the downslope of the film now.
Uh-huh.
Just frustrating.
Yeah.
Like, I cannot imagine each time getting your hopes up and it being like, nope, because I've never seen this before. That's
So
not your
that's
man.
it.
Like,
Yeah.
I can't imagine. I know that they're not supposed to get emotionally invested or whatever, but how can you not?
Of course.
Right.
Especially after chasing somebody for this long and just doors slammed in your face again and again and again.
And it's even worse seeing Toski. He's like, okay then.
Yeah.
Because he has to get to work.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
But he just walks away too, and that's basically it. But in an amazing montage, we watch as the camera glides up the half-constructed Transamerica Pyramid. In a time lapse, we watch as it is built up to the sky, piece by piece, countless days turning into night, cloud formations swirling around until it reaches completion, and it fills with light and life to the sound of Inner City Blues by Marvin Gaye.
It's incredible.
Yes.
The whole time I'm like, oh my God, how much time is passing right now?
Yeah.
But this was the thing that I was like, wow, that's amazing.
But
Got footage of this?
the way you made it seem is like Fincher was driving by and he's like, we should film that. We should really get that on film.
I got just the thing.
But obviously, and what's cool is that the shot from earlier, the scene that began Paul Stein's murder,
Yeah.
where we see the beginnings of this building being built, that's all CG. And then this, of course, is all CG.
Well, yeah.
I'm kind of getting. Well, I didn't. I thought it was.
Well, you thought it was real.
Yeah. I was gonna say I'm honestly getting a little pissed off.
Keep tricking you, dude. But we cut to Templeton's office at the Chronicle 1 year later, where he admonishes a disheveled-looking Paul Avery for contacting the Department of Justice and asking to be put in charge of the Zodiac case.
Paul.
Yeah, what the fuck, dude?
You're
a reporter. What?
There is overstepping, and then there's...
Literally.
But Paul says that he merely suggested that people who know the case should create an information clearinghouse to promote the exchange and free flow of ideas. Templeton's like, and you should run it.
Yeah.
He goes,
Naturally.
He says, who better than me? The marked man. It's like, dude.
Yeah, chill out, man.
You need to.
Yes,
That's enough.
take a step back.
Have a seat.
Templeton is pissed, telling Paul that he needs to do 3 things if he wants to continue working at the Chronicle. Stop boozing, stop whatever else it is he's doing, and knock this nonsense off. Paul tells him that if at any time he thinks his work isn't in step with this trashy provincial rag, he'll more than happily decamp for greener pastures. I was like, God
I
damn.
know.
Yeah. What, dude? What did he send something with the letterhead from the fucking
He
company
did.
on it?
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
For real? Do that shit
forgot
on
about
your...
It's not a good look.
Yeah, do that shit on your own time. Don't involve my company.
No.
in
Because
what's
it looks
going
like
on.
you're speaking on behalf
Yes.
of. You know what I mean?
As a representative of the Chronicle,
That's why.
I would like to lead the Zodiac investigation.
Jeez, man.
But Templeton calls after Paul, but Paul's already bailed the office, slamming the door behind him. Robert walks over to him, Paul shrugging off what just happened and asking if Robert wants to go grab a drink. Robert reminds him that it's 10 a.m., so Paul calls it a late breakfast, early lunch. Robert asks if he's okay, and after a moment, Paul says no.
You got to appreciate the honesty.
Yeah.
Yes. Buddy pats him on the shoulder and says, thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Thought it was very sweet. But he calls out to Shorty, who is down for a drink, and when Al asks where he's going, Paul just gives him the finger. So he's on his last days.
Yeah.
You're on thin ice, buddy.
But back at the Allens' house on September 7th, 1972, happy 5th birthday, Dad.
I know. I have that in my notes. It's my dad's 5th birthday.
Yeah. Catherine is upset to learn that the inspectors have moved away from her brother-in-law as a suspect because they couldn't get a warrant. Catherine tells Armstrong that last year they arranged for Lee to see a social worker. He only went twice, but they saw him recently for the first time in 9 months when her mother-in-law brought him to see the new baby.
Why the fuck would anybody bring him to see a baby?
I have no idea.
That pissed me off.
No, it did. But this is what I was kind of confused about because, again, I know this is true crime. Even with family members saying, look, I think my family member is murdering these people. You still can't do anything? You can't watch him? You can't, I don't understand.
I think that, doesn't it get to a point that if there's no reason for him to be watched, he can say that he's being harassed by the police?
Yeah, you can't. They have to have substantial...
But you have reason.
Absolutely.
I mean,
but it's
us.
It's considered circumstantial because I could hate T and be like, I think he's a murderer because I'm mad at my brother. Like they're not for real. He's just shrugging.
But if it's you and other people that are not
Yeah.
family, that are
Yeah.
like, oh no, yeah, somebody that you worked with when you worked at the grocery store was like, oh no, he said some crazy shit. Like I can tell you exactly to the T what he said. But
Well played.
yeah, but you know what I mean? Yeah. I just feel like there's so much that they're like, look, and I get there's other people, but man, Again, I get this is dude's side of the story, but if this is really what you had,
it's so much.
It seems like it's really hard to look away from this dude.
It's incredibly frustrating. I think after a certain point, a mountain of circumstantial evidence, it's like it has to equal. You know what I mean? Like 4 quarters equals $1. Like I know it's not, one isn't worth $1, but 4 of them.
Now, let me say this. You say that until there's a lot of circumstantial evidence against
me.
you. Yeah. And then you're like, what about due process?
It's all circumstantial. You have nothing concrete.
You know, my
brother hates me.
But after Lee came by to see the new baby, Catherine went to see the social worker and asked him about Lee. He obviously couldn't talk about a former patient, but she asked him straight up if he thought that Lee was capable of murder. Armstrong's like, well, because of doctor-patient confidentiality. Catherine goes, the man said yes.
Yeah, he said, fuck doctor-patient confidentiality.
What the fuck?
I don't even know where you go with that. To the police? Or?
Yeah.
That's exactly where you go.
And did they talk to this dude or no? Or?
That I don't know. I would imagine they No, don't. Police, don't they have like a special privilege when it comes to that confidentiality and medical confidentiality?
I think
if it's like you're gonna hurt yourself or someone else, maybe.
You're supposed to.
But don't you need a warrant? And they can't get a warrant because because his handwriting doesn't match or whatever. Because Sherwood has never seen anything that different before.
One man.
Yeah.
But Catherine explains that they hadn't seen him in 9 months because he's going to school in Sonoma. Armstrong asks where he's been living, and Catherine answers kind of rudely, in his trailer. Like, now you kind of suck.
Yeah.
That was rude.
Yeah, I was on your side.
I like you, but I didn't like that.
No. 1 strike. But Toschi and Armstrong go straight to Captain Lee, who says it's been 11 months and now they want to search his trailer. Toschi says that if they find something, great, but at the very least, they'll get handwriting samples from both of his hands. The captain says that Sherwood shut them down, but Toschi says that they can get a second opinion. He then goes straight to Terry Pascoe, a handwriting analyst trained by Sherwood, played by John Innes. He seems hesitant to help because he doesn't want to step on Sherwood's toes, but Toschi says that he just needs to know if the letters could have been written with Alan's other hand if he's ambidextrous.
I feel like that's such a flimsy, bare minimum. Yes, of course it could have. Of course.
Mm-hmm. It's literally because he's not even saying with certainty.
Right.
Or
is it
even,
possible?
or is it probable?
Yeah.
Could this have? Yes, of course it could have.
Well, then
we didn't see it written.
No.
Anybody could have. You could have written it. Well,
let's hold off on that.
Hold on.
Sorry. But you know what I'm saying?
No, for sure.
Whoops.
No, you're good. But Pascoe says that there are differing schools of thought on this topic, but he believes that they'll get a match if Alan is the Zodiac. Toschi stands there nodding like they're scheming.
Yeah.
But he's not really doing anything wrong.
Well, they're going behind Sherwood's back.
Yeah, well, Sherwood's,
Yeah, whatever. I was actually...
he's not giving us what we want.
Yeah.
I was surprised, too, because he's eating a sandwich, and I thought Toschi was going to be like...
That's why he was nodding.
Yeah. So you're not going to offer me? Rude.
But they bring all of this back to Captain Lee in his office and include the potential testimony of a psychologist who says that anyone undergoing a personality change like Zodiac could manifest it physically, altering his handwriting, which is why Sherwood couldn't get a match.
Sherwood's like, no. Never heard of that.
No, I'm the best. I'm making a lot of jokes, but I did read that Sherwood was very well respected.
Yeah, I did too.
So
they kind of framed him as like a
villain.
Yeah,
yeah. They kind of did.
He's a major roadblock in the case.
Yeah.
Undeniably.
But in all honesty, he's a roadblock because he's doing his job.
He's doing his job, and even stuff that comes later, I read some very nice things about him. So it's like
I'm sorry.
How much of this? It's not Sherwood's fault.
But all of this, combined with Cheney's testimony, they think it could be enough for a warrant. The captain says to get Cheney on the record, and we cut to Armstrong doing exactly that at Cheney's job, reading off Cheney's previous statement in record time and confirming that he would swear under oath in superior court that it was true. Cheney even seems surprised by how quick this meeting goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's like, all right, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
he
sir.
literally gets things. He's like, yes, I would. He's like, thank you very much, Mr. Cheney. He's like, God,
I gotta
that's it. But we see a warrant slide across a desk signed by a judge on September 14th, 1972. We then see Toschi and Armstrong arrive at Alan's trailer on that same day in Santa Rosa, California, along with the SRPD. Detective Roy, played by Brett Rickaby, knocks on the front door with them, calling out to Alan, who isn't there. Did you recognize him from the Crazies remake?
I haven't seen that in a long time, though.
He was in it.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Cool. But Toschi lets everyone inside. The trailer is filthy, dimly lit, and they immediately find a squirrel in a cage and a decent amount of pornography.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, my next note is that a fucking squirrel?
He's like, let me out. I don't understand. But the thing about the squirrels is that there are, I believe, I counted 700 squirrels in this trailer. And then there's some, we'll talk.
Yeah, that's the part where I was like,
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
the knives were bloody for my chicken.
I think he classed up the joint.
He needed animals.
Yeah, what do people eat? Chicken.
Yes,
Chicken's
yes.
widely.
I had a pheasant, I believe. But Roy returns after talking to the neighbors, who say that Alan tore out of there a half an hour ago, and he's worried that someone tipped him off. Toschi says that they're not leaving until he comes back, so it doesn't matter. The men inspect the trailer as tense music mounts, and squirrels have their run of the place. Toschi finds a freezer full of squirrels, too, and they also find sex toys, a pair of black gloves, the same size as the one found in Stein's cab, several pistols, and a rifle that Armstrong assumes is for the little darlings bouncing off of buses.
Are you eating squirrels, man?
Yeah, because before I was like, all right, we're back in business. You know what I mean? Got dude's trailer. Let's get in there and look.
Yeah.
Then you get in there, it's just squirrels.
Yeah, well,
Fuck. Well, there's
more than
there's a
squirrels.
little more.
Yeah.
It started with
But
squirrels.
the squirrels are very distracting.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. But just then, the men hear a car pull up outside. They step outside just as Alan steps out of his car, and Toschi asks if he remembers them.
Booty shorts and all.
Yeah.
Just caught.
He's living his best life. Yeah. Hey, so what does skin diving mean? Does that mean what I think?
With skinny dipping?
Yeah, because they said that he liked to skin dive at Lake Berryessa.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
probably
know.
should have looked that up.
Quick Google search,
All right.
and it's just swimming without a diving suit in deep water.
Oh, so it's swimming.
Yeah.
Using flippers. Just swimming.
Yeah.
All right.
Just say that. Why
Yeah,
do you make it sound
no,
weird? I like to go skin diving.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm sure
I was
it's
like,
one of
what?
those like terms where it's like to us who don't swim like that, we don't know, but
Oh,
to them
true.
it's like, oh, okay, like they know what I mean. I
It's
don't
the
know.
swimmer community.
Yeah. No disrespect to the swimming
no.
community.
No. Every swimmer out there, we appreciate you.
Swim fan was great.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. I'm
Swim
like,
fan.
sorry.
Yeah.
It is great.
Yeah, we should maybe.
We should.
You know, it's horror, right?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
But we fade to black. We fade in on Captain Lee stepping out of his office at the SFPD. He walks into a very tight shot as Toschi and Armstrong wait with anticipation at their desk. After a moment, the captain simply says, "No."
There's no fucking way. I would be flipping desks. I swear to God.
Well, we don't know. They could have asked if he wanted to go to lunch with them earlier. And then
No.
like, we're still not sure about the Allen thing, but
I'm not hungry.
But there is no match on the handwriting, ballistics, or prints to Arthur Lee Allen. Armstrong makes sure that they tested both hands, which they did. So Toschi tells them to test again with another analyst, but the captain says this simply isn't their man.
How precise is handwriting analysis is what because I feel like if I did something and I left a note, if the police are like, hey, write this, I'm not going to write it the same way. I know how I wrote it.
Yeah, and can't people pass the polygraph test? Or they know how to...
Can't you tell? I mean, would you still be able to tell even if somebody is deliberately trying to disguise their handwriting?
I bet it would be like the polygraph test where you're like, you're intentionally being deceptive.
Yeah.
Because honestly, if someone's writing really slow, you're like, you're changing everything. You fucking liar. You're the Zodiac.
I just feel like the best case scenario, and I know that it would be harder with somebody who is ambidextrous, but find something in his house that he wrote where he didn't know that you were going to look at it.
In all honesty, it's possible that they did find things in his house. And then they tested his other hand.
Like on his desk, it was like, I wrote this with my right hand. I wrote this with my left hand or whatever.
I'm sure we've all done that. Not everybody has one of those at their desk. Just
all
to
the
test.
time.
Yeah. But Toschi takes a moment and then angrily grabs his jacket, pushing his desk chair before storming out. Armstrong looks defeated as the captain follows Toschi outside, stopping him at the stairs. He asks Toschi what he wants. Time off? A hug?
What a dick. Oh my God.
I
would lose my job.
Yeah.
That would set me over the edge.
I think that this is just the relationship that they have. I don't think that he was being a dick. Because he's very
I'm sure.
he's very sensible with him following this.
Sure.
All right.
No, they seem like they're buddies.
Right.
You know?
Now's not the time.
Well, no. But Toschi says that the worst part is he doesn't know if he wanted it to be Alan because he thought it was him or if he just wants this whole thing to be over. The captain says it's because he thought it was him, and so did he. But he tells Toschi to take some time off, spend some time with his family, go to Candlestick, go see a movie. I will say very quickly, during this scene and this conversation, behind him, you see a man and a woman walk by. That is Brian Hartnell and his wife.
That's awesome. The Survivor.
Okay.
Yeah, the Survivor.
Oh, nice.
That's
from
awesome.
Berryessa.
Okay.
So I was like, man, that's really cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
But after this, we cut to a special SFPD screening of Dirty Harry.
I was like, I don't think this is the
No,
movie
dude.
even for you to go watch.
Because on screen, they read from a letter very reminiscent of the Zodiac's letters signed by a killer named Scorpio.
Stop.
Now, the entire SFPD is there, and I'm like, is this fucking play about us?
Yeah.
Like, at what point?
I swear, for a second, I was like, what the fuck
Yeah.
are you watching?
Why would you invite them to see this? And everyone's there. The police commissioner,
Yep.
fucking like everybody.
Yeah.
But they're just like, no, this is great. But Toschi gets overwhelmed, and after looking back at the captain, tells his wife that he just needs to get some air. Robert is there with Melanie for some reason. I don't
know why he's there.
No, it's
How he
in-
got an invite, but I was happy to see that they're still together.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very, very sweet. But he does see Toschi leave. In the lobby after the movie, Robert finds Toschi smoking a cigarette.
Did anybody else laugh at the fact that he needed to excuse himself, but his wife stayed and finished the movie?
He's like,
He was out there by himself.
I'm not that close to it.
Yeah.
I haven't spent a lot of
This
time.
is good.
Yeah.
Well, that too, then you tell him to relax and this and that, and then this is the shit you bring him
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, that's
What
true.
the fuck?
But you are expected at the premiere.
Yeah.
Dude, could you imagine watching a movie that's about your biggest, what you feel is your failure?
Yeah.
That's still happening.
In
It's
life,
still
yeah,
happening.
it's currently going on. It's ongoing. But Robert spoils the ending for Toschi, which goes just about how you think it would. I'm not going to spoil it here. Mm-hmm. But Toschi asks if he knows him, and Robert introduces himself as they've never officially met before, saying that he works with Paul Avery. The police commissioner, played by J. Patrick McCormick, calls out to Toschi, saying, Harry Callahan did a hell of a job closing your case.
Wow.
Right in the heart, dude.
Yeah.
Toschi is a little stung, and he says, so much for due process, right? Toschi then asks Robert what he does at the paper, and he says that he's a cartoonist, but then he just blurts out, you're going to catch him. Toschi just walks off defeated, saying, pal, they're already making movies about it.
I understand his jadedness,
Mm-hmm.
but Robert here is so, to me, giving like little kid, like, you know, you're gonna get him, or, you know what I mean? Like,
Do you expect Toschi to turn around and be like, hey, kid, catch?
he like ruffles his hair. Yeah.
Throws him a Coke or whatever. I did think it was very, very interesting because this scene is ending and it fades out.
Mm-hmm.
And in the fade out, you see Melanie walk up behind Robert. And that's kind of where she's at in his life, really.
Yeah.
And it's kind of...
That's interesting.
yeah.
Huh.
But we fade to black and get on-screen text reading 4 years later. Big time jump.
Yeah.
I did want to point out that they had an original idea of changing this into a montage, and it was going to be kind of like a montage of the hits through the years of those 4 years. And it was
Okay.
going to sound, because I think Fincher was talking about something about sound devices changing in that span of time to where the sound widened with mixes and everything.
Okay.
And you were going to hear it happen through these singles and everything. I don't know what happened, but we get a title card that says 4 years later.
We did not get that.
They had big plans,
Yeah.
but not so much. But we're at the Chronicle. Robert introduces himself to Duffy Jennings, played by Adam Goldberg, who he sees taking over Paul's desk.
Not the Hebrew Hammer.
Yeah, dude.
I was like, I feel like no matter how many times I see this, it's so long that I forget pieces, and there's always an actor or two that pops up, and I'm like, oh shit, I forgot you were in this.
Yeah.
I forgot he was in this.
He was also in Stay Alive, if you recall.
We should cover that.
Yes, we should.
We're just walking away from this with the list of movies.
Yeah, that's awesome. But Robert sits on the desk, telling him that he has a good desk and that the guy who used to work here was a great reporter, much like Paul told him 5 years ago, if you recall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jennings shrugs this off, saying that he must have been. It's an honor to leave the Chronicle to go work for the Sacramento Bee. Dare to dream, right, Robert?
It was fucking shady.
Yeah.
Like, you're
Damn.
new here.
Yeah,
like
you
you're
now-
being a little too comfortable.
People liked Paul? I'm going to tell everyone what you've said here
You're
today.
out of here, new guy.
But Robert looms once more at Paul's desk for old time's sake, and Jennings basically excuses him very rudely. Robert, he says, well, I'm just over here if you need anything. He's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
he's
like,
mean
Jesus,
as
dude.
fuck.
Yeah, you can't go to the Angry Goat with us. Like, no,
Angry
yeah.
Whatever that bar was called.
Yeah, whatever it was.
You're not invited.
The thing that got me is that Duffy Jennings is a real person, and I'm like, I wonder if he was cool with,
Yeah.
with that. Or
Yeah.
what if he was mean to Robert Graysmith?
And he's
Oh,
like,
yeah,
the fucking
that, yeah.
world is going to
Yeah.
be... That's I would do that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm going to get that guy from Stay Alive.
Do not let me write a book involving the people that I've worked with.
I did want to point
Yeah.
out.
No shit.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no shit.
Nobody needs that. In this scene, Andrew Kevin Walker has a cameo. He's the screenwriter of Seven.
Mm-hmm.
And David Fincher, I can never tell when he's joking on commentary and when he's dead serious.
Yeah.
But he said that Andrew Kevin Walker wouldn't accept this little small cameo role if his character didn't have a purpose. And so he told Andrew Kevin Walker, your character is breaking the Watergate case. And so he said, you see him on the phone back there, and he's like, I think there's something going on at the Watergate Hotel. Like the whole time. And so that's what he's doing back there.
That is fucking hilarious.
I did want to point out as well, this scene is a good point. The production design has been on point in this entire movie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They changed, as you see 4 years later, everything in the Chronicle has changed.
Yeah.
The painting of the walls, the kinds of typewriters they have, everything at their desk, because it's that shift in time.
Yeah.
Something that really not many people would notice. But the production designer, Don Burt, said that it's important to keep in time with every scene that we're doing.
Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's true.
It's right. And the thing is, dude, this is, I think, his first film that he worked with Fincher on.
Yeah.
Then he worked with every single Fincher film since then. And he also won 2 Oscars working with David Fincher.
Well,
Damn.
I appreciate it, because if not, you get that clamshell bullshit like in It Follows, and then
Ruins the whole
thing.
it takes you out. It's like what? What is this?
Don Burt did not work on It Follows. But sometime at night, Toschi drops Armstrong off at his apartment, and after an awkward back and forth, Armstrong tells him that he should keep the car because he's not coming in tomorrow. He's put in for a transfer. He's going to be looking at fraud. He says that he can't be on call anymore, and he wants to see his kids grow up.
Ouch.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
going to be looking at transferring to fraud. Not he's looking at like fraud charges.
He's like, I'm going to start committing fraud. I think that is a better career path for me.
It's like, wow, dude, that's your dude, man.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
That would hurt so bad that he didn't tell me before. But it's almost like if this isn't the end, like I'm done. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I understand. I get it. But man, y'all been through so much
years.
together.
Yeah. And this has been massive.
Yeah.
And when you think about it, even if the case went cold for a little bit in those 4 years, that's still 4 more years of them being partners.
Yeah.
So it's tough. But Toschi does look wounded, but he supports his soon-to-be former partner's decision. Armstrong tells Toschi that he'll be okay, and Toschi barely agrees. Before he gets out of the car, Armstrong makes sure that he isn't leaving Toschi holding the bag on anything, and Toschi says that he isn't. This is a horrible question, because it's like, hey, are you sure that like the most famous unsolved murder case in the world
Yeah.
is... I'm not leaving you holding the bag.
Yeah.
No, you know you,
You
are.
absolutely are.
You
Hell
literally
yeah.
know you are.
That was for you.
Yeah.
But in a callback, Toschi says Armstrong will finally have time to try sushi.
Nah.
Yeah.
That
I was like,
hurt.
oh,
Yeah.
God. But we watch as Armstrong heads into his building to be greeted by his wife, and Toschi drives away into the night. But at home, Robert flips through a Zodiac scrapbook of articles and copies of his letters.
Not a scrapbook. And this was like put together.
It was.
Yeah. It was thoughtfully.
It was.
But Melanie scares the shit out of him, saying, "I'm not Paul Avery," into his ear.
It was funny.
It was funny. I will say it was very sweet. I don't know why she said that.
Yeah.
I think it would have been better if she said, "This is the Zodiac speaking," or something.
Well, it's a call, but maybe that's too far.
Is it?
Maybe. It was a callback to their first date, which kind of centered around Paul.
That's true. I mean, it's very sweet. That is sweet. But the button was never scary. But Melanie says that their boys need to be tucked in and that the baby needs changing. Robert says he'll flip her for it, but she's not about that life.
They had a baby.
Yeah. She walks away, telling him that no one has more Zodiac crap than he does. Robert flips through the book again, noticing that every article in it was written by Paul Avery. We cut to Robert parking in front of a houseboat the next day, checking the address on a piece of paper. He hears Brother Louie by Stories blasting from Boat 62 and heads over to knock on the door. A gray-haired and somewhat wired Paul Avery answers the door with a smile and grants him permission to come aboard.
I was like, what happened, man? Because Robert looks exactly the same.
He's got a little stubble, I guess. But Robert asks how he is, and he lies that he's fantastic. He admits that the B isn't the cron, but whatever. Robert just sits down on the couch and scans the table in front of him, filled with alcohol, drugs, and drug paraphernalia. Paul asks if he wants anything to drink. He goes, "I don't have anything blue."
That's sweet. He remembered.
That was adorable. But Robert tells him not to worry about it. However, Paul pours him a glass of vodka anyway and takes the bottle for himself. He sits down after cheering to Robert's health and his. Mostly his. He lights up a smoke and asks Robert what's new. Seagulls absolutely losing their minds outside. Robert says that he's been thinking that someone should write a book. Paul agrees someone should write a fucking book. But about what? Robert says, Zodiac. He says if you put all the information together, it could jog something loose. He partially steals his wife's words, saying that no one knows more about Zodiac than Paul does. But Paul confesses that he lost all of the files. This shocks Robert, but Paul says he lost them, tossed them. He moved onto a boat. He reminds Robert that they work in the daily business, as in today. He says more people die in 3 months on the East Bay commute than that idiot ever killed. Paul says the Zodiac killed a few people, wrote some letters, and then faded into a footnote. But then he leans in, a little more sarcastic and aggressive, saying that it's not as if he's been sitting here waiting idly for Robert to drop by and reinvigorate his sense of purpose. Paul says it was 4 years ago and to let it fucking go. Robert tells him he's wrong, but Paul counters. If it was so important, then what did you ever do about it? He says that Robert hovered over his desk, stole from trash cans, and he asks if he's being unkind. Yeah.
I mean, being real unkind. So many things in this movie would have just made me cry. I know that you moved onto a houseboat, but that's no excuse for ocean rudeness.
Yeah.
Fair point.
I think you're being really mean.
And he was helping him.
He was.
He was.
They were like a buddy cop movie.
Yeah.
But after he goes through that list, he goes, "Oh, that's right. You went to the library." They stare at each other for a moment, and Robert apologizes for bothering him before leaving, heading back to his car in the rain.
Even the sky is crying. That was devastating.
This breaks my heart every time I watch this movie.
Well, it's mean. We seen him help you, dude.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, even if all of that was true, it's mean, but like, it's not really true.
No,
you know?
Yeah.
I can tell you exactly what actually happened. They did meet up after all this, and he did, because they weren't friends. Like,
Right.
Yeah.
that was just fabricated for the movie. But he did know that Paul Avery had a vast knowledge of the Zodiac case.
Yeah.
And so as he's writing his book and he's interviewing all these people, he's like, well, maybe I should get Paul Avery in on this, the Chronicle writer that I kind of know.
Yeah.
And Paul just wasn't interested. That was it.
He didn't like give him a swirly or anything.
No. He didn't make fun of him going to the library. And the other thing is that Paul Avery went on to have a very, very, very good journalism career after that.
Yeah, that's something that I read, that his family was like, he did not deteriorate after the Zodiac case. Yeah.
A lot of, like, the movie makes it seem like the Zodiac kind of ruined his life.
Yeah, it does.
But I read in his obituary in the SF Gate that after this, it was 1974, he was covering the Patty Hearst case.
Yeah.
He wrote That was the other thing. The only reason he moved onto a houseboat is because he was living with another writer and they were writing a book on Patty Hearst.
No, he was drinking himself into a stupor.
That's not true.
I've seen it on TV.
Yeah, that makes it true.
But and so especially when what we see later, you're like, he was actually doing, he did have struggles, but he was doing quite well.
Yeah.
Occupationally.
It wasn't this.
Yes. And he had a family.
Yeah.
Which we don't really talk about.
No.
Yeah, they did mention his wife, and then it's like, so we're supposed to assume that he lost his job, he lost his wife, there's a lot of gaps for us to fill in about Paul Avery. That's kind of not fair.
Because I don't know when he got, because he was married to another person before he passed away, but he also had 3 daughters throughout his life.
Yeah,
and it's not mentioned once here.
Yeah,
because it's not as dramatic.
I guess not. Let it fucking go. That's way more dramatic. But Robert returns home with a stack of books, telling Melanie that he's been at the library when she asks. He's like, fuck you, Paul. But the camera presses in on Melanie, who looks mildly concerned and doesn't realize just how much her life's about to change.
I think part of her did know.
It looked like an inkling, and she's like, hopefully not.
Because that was how they met.
Yeah.
Because he was already so fucking ate up by this, and that never went away. She's been with him this long. I'd be very scared.
Yeah, it's just this movie's about a lot of things.
It's really sad.
But we cut to the morning of October 11th, 1977. Toschi sits alone in his car on the corner of Washington and Cherry. He surveys the area once again, as he's probably done for almost a decade, before driving off.
Happy birthday, Bill.
Yeah.
Right?
He kisses this guy.
Yeah.
Bill's
he's
not dead.
He's in fraud. he's in prison.
For fraud. But just as Toschi drives away, Robert pulls up in a taxi, steps out, and looks around. He looks at the house where the children called 911 on the night on Paul Stein's murder. And it just speaks to Robert as a person, because after he gets out of the cab, he leans into the driver and he goes, thank you.
Yeah.
You're a nice guy.
They just make him the most adorable fucking human.
They said, Jake Gyllenhaal said that when he met Robert Graysmith, he was expecting like this gruff, because he wrote, the book about the Zodiac. And he's like, this is just the nicest human being.
Yeah, there's just such an innocence to the way that he plays him.
Yeah.
Like you root for him.
Absolutely. But we then cut to Robert arriving at SFPD, walking over to Toschi's desk. He introduces himself to Toschi again, saying that they met at the movies once. Toschi jokes that it must have been magical. And Robert asks if he can buy him lunch, which is Toschi's only weakness.
Yeah.
It made me laugh because I'm like, that's all you have to offer him. He did not even ask a follow-up question.
Yeah.
No. He's like, oh, sure.
Yeah.
But in the next scene, we're at a diner. Toschi tucks into a free burger as Robert asks him about the Zodiac case. One thing I did want to point out is that Mark Ruffalo does not eat any animal products.
Right.
And so every single time you see the napkin come up to his mouth and it looks like he's wiping it.
He's spitting it out.
Yes.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah. And
they couldn't have given him a
I
veggie
know.
burger.
Well, David Fincher didn't think it looked like a burger.
Oh my God.
And so they literally went through 8 burgers filming the scene and he spit out every bite of it.
Oh.
Yeah. But Toschi tells him that they can't comment on an active police investigation and that they're actively pursuing all leads. Robert asks if he's the only one on the case, and Toschi puts down his burger, reminding him that Zodiac hasn't written in 3 years, and there are hundreds of other active cases that deserve more attention. Robert asks, so nobody cares. This sets off Toschi and almost ends the free lunch.
Well, that is so... You can't imagine what he's been through.
Yeah.
So don't do that.
That was a bad question.
Don't do that.
But Toschi assures Robert that he does care before angrily snatching up his burger again. There's a really great character moment here because Robert's like, can I show you something? And you see Toschi fighting his anger and just shrugging and allowing it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's great.
Yeah.
But Robert does show him something by opening up his briefcase. He says he's been doing research on the first cipher, and as he pulls out a few books, he says inside of them is everything that an amateur would need to create it. Toschi looks at him like an adult would a child. Robert explains that he remembers Toschi thought Zodiac might be military, so he went to every base library where these books could be found, and at each of them, the books were marked as missing, which means they were stolen. Every book on ciphers was stolen from the Presidio Library and the Oakland Army Terminal Library.
I was like, but wouldn't it still be in the system? I'm like, no, you dumbass.
It's stolen.
This is
gone,
the 70s. It's
Yeah, I
gone.
don't know anything about
They
that.
didn't scan it into a fucking computer.
The system. They just had the card in the back.
Yeah.
But he hands the paperwork over to Toschi, and Toschi asks, "Who are you again?" Robert says that he just wants to help. Toschi says that he can't allow him to help. He can't discuss the case with him, and he certainly couldn't tell him to go see Ken Narlow in Napa. Narlow.
This little
like,
coy
no, yeah, thank
game.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like my favorite thing.
Yeah.
It's so, there's something so adorable about it.
Yeah.
Right.
I did want to point out, for me, as they were watching, you're like, this could be the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Mm-hmm.
I did look it up, and I did see when Dave Toschi passed away, Robert Graysmith shared his obituary on his Facebook page, and he titled that post, "He was the best friend I ever had."
Oh, wow.
And so it's more true of this relationship than...
Yeah.
Then him and Paul.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I thought it was... that's very sweet.
Yeah.
But the music grows a little whimsical as Robert's orange car speeds over the Golden Gate Bridge and the camera finds it through the fog overhead. I heard on commentary that this shot was added later in post. It's not real. Now, when I say it's not real, I mean that it's created in a computer.
Right.
Yeah.
That it didn't physically happen. But the thing is that the only reason they added this is because they saw the poster that was going to be released for Zodiac, and they realized they didn't have anything with the Golden Gate Bridge on it.
Oh, okay.
And so they're like, we need to put a scene in there with the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yeah.
And the Zodiac never really did anything on the Golden Gate Bridge, so we'll figure it out. But in his office at the Napa Police Department, Narlow tells Robert that they don't cooperate with writers. But Robert tells him he's not a writer. He's a cartoonist. Narlow's like, Dave Toschi sent you?
That was hilarious to me.
But Robert says that maybe Toschi thought he could do some good. Narlow jokes, asking if he's a Boy Scout, and Robert confirms that he was, in fact, an Eagle Scout, first class. Narlow decides to cooperate, but tells him that he should also be speaking with Jack Mullenix in Vallejo. We then cut to the Vallejo Police Department, where Mullenix immediately tries to shut it down, but Robert uses the "I'm a friend of Dave Toschi's" card, telling Mullenix that Toschi said Mullenix could help.
Can you imagine how exhilarating that would be?
Oh, hell
You
yeah.
could be so obsessed with this for so long. Go to somebody who you think is your friend and he slams the door in your face, and then now it's like this breadcrumb trail that
Yeah.
you like.
Yeah.
I can't. That would be amazing.
I did read in the beginning, it might have been the preface of Graysmith's novel, he talked about finding files and going to old archives and stuff that I guess the police had tossed as well.
Yeah.
So he was scrounging up anywhere in anything he could find about the Zodiac.
Yeah.
And he also did interview all these people, and he also did like get access to files. Like, this is legitimate.
Yeah.
But Robert does play his cards right. He tells Narlow, the case is dead. Zodiac is long gone. He's old news. So what's the harm? Mullenix takes Robert into the evidence room, telling him no pen, no paper, anything he sees he has to remember in his head.
Man.
Whew.
Yeah.
I was like,
And
I
when
can't
you
even...
see what it is, how much it is.
Yes.
Like, there's no fucking way.
Yeah.
I can't even do a voice memo on my iPhone?
That's what you mean?
Yeah. God damn.
On the clam phone.
Yes.
On the flip phone.
I have a hard bargain, Mullenix. But he takes Robert to a shelf of boxes, and Robert asks which box it is. But Mullenix says that it's all of them on the shelf, and there's even more in the other room. He shows him the case number that they're marked with and asks Robert if he smokes. In a line improvised by Jake Gyllenhaal, Robert admits that he smoked once in high school. Mullenix is like, right.
Yeah.
But he confiscates all of Robert's pens, and we see Robert get to work, cracking open the boxes and pouring through the case files. He looks through notes, crime scene photographs, photos of evidence. So many words fill his mind in the quick cut shots of a montage.
And a research scene,
Yeah.
baby. I was very excited.
Oh, of course. We see on paper in sweeping shots, Darlene Farron, 9mm Luger, said nothing and begin firing. Arthur Lee Allen, birthday, 12/18/33. The most dangerous game. Do not eliminate this suspect because of handwriting. Robert's whispers fill his mind as he reads. Their telephone rang. Deep breathing. George Waters. He had followed her many times, deathly afraid.
Was it Michael Myers?
Yes. It was like behind a bush.
Deep breathing and following.
Yeah, ate a dog.
I know who did this.
Yeah, seriously. It's 77, dude. That's the year before. But Robert bails quickly, thanking Mullenix on his way out. Mullenix stands there with Officer George Bowert, played by James LaGrosse. Bowert asks who that is, and Mullenix says he's Robert Graysmith, a cartoonist who thinks he's going to solve the Zodiac case. Bowert patronizingly just says, "Good for him." Now, I appreciate all of the entrances of characters.
Yeah.
Because this seems like just a throwaway joke.
Mm-hmm.
But this character is going to be very important later.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's you.
Yeah.
That's awesome. But Robert rushes immediately to a diner, snatching up some napkins and writing down everything he remembers from his research. We cut to Toschi walking out of the station at night to find Robert sitting on a bench with his daughter Margot in a stroller. Robert thanks him for meeting him, but Toschi corrects him. They're not meeting. They're just two guys who happen to be sitting on the same bench, and he gives him 5 minutes. Robert asks if anyone ever got into contact with Mike Mageau, but Toschi reminds him that that's Vallejo's case and Paul Stein's is his. 4 minutes left. Robert says that Darlene Ferrin was being followed, and he knows Mullenix already found a George Waters, but Darlene had a lot of admirers who would come by the restaurant where she worked. Robert says that Darlene and her husband moved into their new house and threw a painting party, which is exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah.
I laughed because Toschi was like, that sounds like a terrible party. And it does. Like, what the hell?
I gotta help you paint your house
come
for free.
paint my house.
Are we going to have dinner?
You
or-
bring snacks and come paint my house.
Yeah.
I'll sit. I'll encourage you. No, more red.
Yeah.
Thank you. But Robert says that someone showed up that night who wasn't Waters, and Darlene was terrified of him. Toschi assumes that Robert thinks Zodiac knew Darlene, and Robert says that if Zodiac knew her, then maybe Mageau knows Zodiac. Toschi says that since Mageau is gone, he's going to have to find another way to connect Zodiac to Darlene. Robert says that he has another way, the phone calls. Toschi already knows that the Zodiac called the police, but Robert shares that there were 4 other calls, 2 to Darlene's house, 1 to her father-in-law, and 1 to her brother-in-law, all heavy breathing, and they happened before anyone knew that Darlene had been shot. Toschi is shocked to learn that this is all in the Vallejo file, and Robert says that it has to be more than a coincidence. Either Zodiac killed a random couple and recognized Darlene, or he killed Darlene on purpose.
So much stuff they didn't know.
No.
It seems like there was shit that just got lost.
Yeah.
And it was in the file.
Yeah.
Like, that's the most maddening part.
You just need somebody to come in sometimes.
Yeah.
It
Me?
took- yeah.
That's what I've been saying this whole time.
But Toschi actually looks impressed, admitting that this is very good work. Robert says that since he can't find Mageau, he's going to try to find Darlene's sister. Toschi stands up but stops before heading back, telling Robert that Zodiac has called people at home before, and while he can't give up privileged information like that, maybe Melvin Belli could.
I love it.
Robert takes the hint.
Yeah, you got it, boss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the following day, Robert waits inside Belli's house. His housekeeper, played by Do-An Lee, brings in a plate of cookies and says that Melvin should be along soon. Robert says that it's no big deal. He's only been waiting 2 hours.
Belli's doing this on purpose.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We've got an idea of who Belli who he is.
You really like to feel important. I mean, this is on purpose.
Oh, yeah. But the housekeeper asks Robert if he's here on business as he snags a cookie and does his best Toschi impression eating free food. He says that he's writing a book about the Zodiac, and she tells him that she remembers that. She spoke to him. Robert's confused, asking if she spoke to Belli about the Zodiac, but she tells him that she spoke to the Zodiac when he called.
She says it so casually.
Yes,
Yeah.
like it's no big deal.
But if you were listening, they do say that.
Yeah, Armstrong interviewed her.
Yeah.
But she says that the Zodiac said that he had to kill because it was his birthday. Robert's like, what? The housekeeper just asks if he would like something to drink. Robert's like, no.
What was that last thing
Yeah.
you said?
But he keeps pressing her for information, and she reenacts the call. She says Belli was away for Christmas. Zodiac called wanting to talk to him. She told him that Belli wasn't there, and he says, I have to kill. Today is my birthday. And then he hung up. Then the letter arrived. Robert realizes that the phone call then happened before the letter that arrived on December 20th, and Belli was only gone for a week, but returned on Christmas. The wheels are spinning in Robert's head as he realizes that Belli left on the 18th. The housekeeper asks if this is helpful.
Yes.
Very.
Yes, it is.
She seems like the sweetest person.
Yeah,
on
she
Yeah.
And that kind of feeds into something that he says later to Nikolai about a nice person picking up.
Yeah.
If I'm the Zodiac and
Yeah.
that person picked up, he'd be like, I'm the murderer.
Yeah.
I have to kill. It's my birthday. Today's my birthday. Nobody said happy birthday to me. But we cut to Robert in a phone booth, calling Toschi with the information. But Toschi says that Robert will have to confirm that. Toschi says that he never spoke to the housekeeper, but Armstrong did. Robert asks how he can get in touch with Armstrong, but Toschi puts the kibosh on that. Armstrong wanted out of this, and he's going to stay out of this. But Toschi says that if Armstrong talked to someone in justice, they would have had to put it in a report. Robert feels the dead end closing in, but Toschi just offers a name, Mel Nikolai. Robert thanks him and gets off the phone. It was very sweet.
They're a dream team.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But in the next scene, Robert sits in Nikolai's office and just cracks open his briefcase, ready to dive in, asking if Nikolai will confirm a date. I have to, when I was one of the first story assignments I ever had at the college paper, I didn't really know what I was doing yet. And so I was interviewing the provost of the university. Fucking bigwig.
Yeah.
And it was one of the first persons I'm nervous talking about. It was one of the first people I ever interviewed. And so I didn't really know what I was doing, and I didn't know the protocol. And it was about a big change that was going to be made that was going to piss off the arts and humanities department.
Yeah.
So I'm mad. And so I go in there, and like my first question, instead of breaking the ice, I said, "Why are you doing it?" And when I saw Grace Smith do this, I was like, "That's about right." When you don't have any training yet,
You just start crying.
You're tearing us apart.
Why are you so cruel?
I literally put my phone down and started recording. I said, "Why are you?" And he goes, "Let's take a step back." And I was like, "Thank you, sir."
It's like, get out.
Yeah, I could have ruined everything. I wrote the story, though. It was all right. But Nikolai is hesitant, but he says that he'll play along. He asks if the caller really was the Zodiac. Why would he volunteer his birthday? Plus, Nikolai says that nobody died on December 18th, just like nobody died over the weekend when the Zodiac said he was going to kill a dozen people or blow up buses or any of it. Nikolai says, he's a liar, Mr. Grayson.
He is.
It's just so funny to me that people are still surprised.
Yeah.
It's been over a decade. But Robert proposes that maybe he wasn't lying and maybe he didn't expect a nice person to pick up the phone. Nikolai shreds through these what-ifs and assures Robert that, off the record, Armstrong investigated this thoroughly and none of the suspects had the same birthday as the phantom caller. Upon hearing Armstrong's name, Robert feels yet another dead end, shutting his briefcase and putting his head in his hands. Nikolai senses the frustration and levels with him, giving him some advice. Robert is going about this all wrong. Fingerprints and handwriting is the way to go. He tells Robert to stick to the evidence. But later, Robert arrives home, placing a gentle hand on Melanie's shoulder as she sits at the dining room table and asks how her day was. She just responds, long. But after a moment, Melanie asks Robert who Sherwood Morrill is because he called and said he could meet Robert at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Melanie asks Robert if he's taking off work, and he says only an hour, and then he's shocked to find out that Sacramento is 2 hours away. How do you
knew. Yeah, you knew.
But she then asks him about an article in today's paper, reading directly from it. Robert Graysmith has quietly been shopping his book about the Zodiac. Robert sees no issue with this, but Melanie says that if they know one thing about the Zodiac, it's that he reads the Chronicle. It was very funny because she says, I don't think a lot of people should be knowing about this. He goes, are you embarrassed?
Yeah.
She's like, no, dude.
That's
scared.
not the point. Yeah.
But after she says that the Zodiac reads the Chronicle, Robert says that the Zodiac is never going to read Herb Cain.
The shade to Herb Cain.
Yeah.
I was like, why?
And how could you know that? But just then the phone rings. Robert answers it, and the voice on the other end asks if he's speaking to the Robert Graysmith mentioned in the paper today. Robert says he is. I was like, this is the Zodiac, Hanna-Barbera. I love Herb Cain. You're fucking dead. It's not the Zodiac.
You're fucking dead. But
He's got a little more course.
Yeah.
I would be even if you hadn't thought about the fact that the Zodiac could have seen that. Melanie's saying it 2 seconds ago.
Straight up.
And then he answers the phone like, hello, Dion.
Yeah.
Like, speaking.
Like it's nothing.
It's like, well, I'm terrified. I'm
Oh,
scared
yeah.
for you.
Did you like that I called him Hanna-Barbera? But the voice tells him that he can tell him who the Zodiac killer is. Robert asks who he's speaking to, but the voice just continues. He says that the Zodiac is obsessed with movies and recorded his murders on film. The voice said he tried to tell the police, but they blew him off. Robert steps into the other room, and Melanie looks on from the table. The voice tells Robert that there's a man he needs to find, Bob Vaughn. Robert frantically asks Melanie for a pin and she hands it to him. The voice says Vaughn is a friend of the Zodiac and doesn't know that his friend is a killer, but is storing the film canisters for him. Robert asks who this friend is, pressing the voice until he tells him. The Zodiac killer is named Rick Marshall.
This made me laugh because the voice was so cryptic.
Uh-huh.
And then Robert's like, come on, please.
Yeah.
Okay, here's his first and last.
And last.
I've given you enough to get started.
Yeah.
You know what I
Honestly,
mean?
you gave me Bob Vaughn.
Yeah. He's like, come on.
Please. But the man hangs up and Robert looks back at Melanie. She tells him that his toast is burning, which he didn't obviously think about. They said on commentary that I guess Robert Graysmith was known to eat a lot of toast. And so they just
We got to put that in there.
Yeah.
All right.
But the next morning, Robert meets with Sherwood, who is tending to his garden. Sherwood explains how we decide at some point in our lives to physically construct each letter in our handwriting. And though it may change over the years, the moves will always remain the same. The difficulty that he found, though, is that Zodiac's doesn't, specifically his letter K. In the earliest letters, he did it with 2 strokes, but then in the later letters, he wrote the letter with 3 strokes, and they don't know why. As Sherwood prepares to spray his flowers, he tells Robert that all the suspects were cleared from handwriting along with a print from the cab, and no match was ever found. Robert asks if someone could beat a handwriting test, but Sherwood says that there's no way, and that whoever the Zodiac is, it's not someone that he cleared.
Surely there's a way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There has to be a way. Like I should have done a deep dive on handwriting analysis before we sat down because that sticks with me as how certain he is. I'm like, how?
Did I ever tell you my handwriting analysis experience?
Yes.
Experience in high school?
Yes, he did.
My criminal justice professor did handwriting analysis on us. I don't know how adept he was, but he did seem to, he clocked me just right.
Yeah.
But he took them all, he shuffled them, and they were all anonymous, and then he put mine on the overhead projector, and he goes, well, whoever wrote this was sad. And you know what?
In your chair?
Yeah, I was like, oh, I thought you were going to say I was like courageous. I had the heart of a lion. But
Anything but that.
yeah, that was pretty, I was sad in high school. He was right. So I think handwriting analysis is 100%. Is what I'm saying. But something puzzles Sherwood, and he shares that about a month ago, a man named Wallace Penny showed up on his doorstep distraught, telling him that he knew who the Zodiac was. I do want to say that from what I read online, Wallace Penny is a composite character of a bunch of people who knew Bob Vaughn and Rick Marshall.
Okay.
So it's not just one dude, it's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Sherwood says that he said the Zodiac's name was Rick something, which I feel like this would be something you remember.
Yeah.
But Robert immediately answers, Rick Marshall? He tells Sherwood that the same man he spoke to called him at home. Sherwood says that he checked his files after Penny left, and he never cleared a Rick Marshall.
I like that he remembered the guy who warned him, but not the person that he said is the literal Zodiac.
And it makes me laugh because later, Robert, they talk, and he's like, you know the man, and then Sherwood goes, Wallace Penny? It's like, you just love the name.
Are you in love with him?
It's his favorite name. But at home, Robert brushes his teeth very lazily, but stops when his phone rings. The toothpaste just falls out of his mouth. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's lost in thought.
Yeah.
But he rushes to answer the phone, but the only thing he hears on the other end is heavy breathing before hanging up. The camera pans over to find Melanie standing in the hallway with concern on her face. Robert lies to her, telling her that it was a wrong number.
He lies to her badly.
Yeah. I was gonna
horribly.
say, she knows you're
knows.
lying.
Yes.
Yeah.
She obviously doesn't believe him and goes back to bed anyway.
Yeah.
I think that's my only thing.
Huh.
I get you're obsessed with it, or you want, you're making it a point to keep doing this and whatever. Let your family at least know what's going on.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
if the Zodiac just called your house,
Yeah.
that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know he's trying to, it's his way of, he thinks protecting them from it,
But you're not.
but it's keeping them in the dark. It's the fucking school bus threat all over again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let people know. But sometime later at Napa Police Department, Robert asks Captain Narlow if the name Rick Marshall means anything to him. Narlow stops for a moment before asking Robert what he's after. In a weird rebel without a cause moment, Robert's like, what do you got? But Narlo tells him, hypothetically, he just named his favorite suspect in the whole case. Off the record, he says that he was trying to get Marshall's fingerprints, so he handed him a photo. But before he handed it back to Narlo, he remarked that he got fingerprints all over it and wiped them off.
That is the most suspicious.
Yeah.
It's like, ooh, excuse me. Let me just get that back. Here you go, sir. Yeah.
That's a wild. You might as well just confess.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm the Zodiac. But Robert asks why they didn't test him for handwriting, but Narlo says that when they finally did test Marshall for prints, they cleared him against the one in Stein's cab. This doesn't sit right with Narlo, who doesn't understand why someone with the foresight to wear gloves to commit a murder would leave a fingerprint behind.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
There comes a certain point in a case that has gone this cold and gone on for this long that you have to start thinking maybe this piece of evidence isn't what we thought it was.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like that, like with the Jean Benet case. All these people that fit, and then they test the DNA and they don't fit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the DNA is tainted. Maybe there's something wrong with that. And if all of these other boxes are checked, if this dude fits on everything, but that fingerprint that we don't even really know if it's the Zodiac's or not,
Yeah.
maybe that fingerprint's not his.
Well, it's about to get even worse.
It's maddening. It's maddening.
But Narlo says that it's possible the print could have been left by a curious civilian or a cop. Robert reminds him that 2,500 suspects were disqualified based on this fingerprint.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But Narlo says that that's why they also used handwriting. But he says Marshall was disqualified for handwriting because SFPD saw a handwritten sign in the window of Marshall's house, thought it looked nothing like the Zodiac letter, and that was that.
You don't even know if he wrote that.
Not at all.
I'm pulling my hair out at this point.
Yeah, I think that's... Again, and I've said it before. I know that I don't really pay too much into true crime, but I think this is also another thing that would just keep frustrating me.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like, how are you guys really that's all it was? You know, that sign, he wrote it. That's fine.
I can understand becoming complacent because we've looked at so many people. We've looked at so much handwriting. We've, analyzed so many fingerprints, but god damn, this feels extremely sloppy.
But you know how fucking hilarious you'd have to be to put a sign in your window that looks exactly like the Zodiac letters? Keep off the grass. This is the Zodiac speaking or whatever.
It's got the symbol on it.
I think that might be. But Robert, of course, he says, how do you even know that Rick wrote it? And Narlo absolutely agrees. He also shares that Marshall was a Navy man who received code training, and he also worked at a silent film theater as a projectionist. So The Most Dangerous Game is not a silent film, but I think that's the connection Narlo's making here.
Yeah.
But Robert asks how he can get a sample of Marshall's handwriting, and Narlo gives him 3 options. 1, get a warrant, which he can't. 2, get him to volunteer, which he won't. Or 3, get creative. Back at the Chronicle, Robert calls Sherwood, who sounds fed up as fuck. He's like, I don't know what... This makes me laugh every single time. He's like, I don't know what to tell you. You give me handwriting, I'll analyze it. Other than that, you're on your own. But Robert asks about the man who was coming by his house about Rick Marshall, and he goes, Wallace Penny? But he asks Sherwood if Wallace Penny left a phone number, which he did.
Really?
Yeah. Why wasn't that your first?
Yeah.
Oh
But Robert calls Wallace Penny immediately.
It's just like, you didn't say Simon Says. It's like, what?
Why?
What games are you playing with me?
I was at your home.
Yeah.
Sherwood. It was at this moment when he called Wallace Penny that I was like, I'm a little worried about your cartoon output, man.
Yeah.
Like, I haven't seen you.
Yeah, he was already in trouble at the beginning.
But when he calls, Penny picks up. He tells him who he is, and Penny's like, oh, God damn it. He is so mad to have been found out. But he asks how he found him. But Robert just asks Penny for a sample of Marshall's handwriting, and Penny reluctantly tells him that Marshall used to draw posters at the theater where Vaughn worked, and he'll send one down. We cut to Sherwood's home office where he's analyzing the poster that Penny sent over, and he says that it's as close as he's ever seen, but he says that he'll need more samples to be sure. Robert promises that he'll get more, and he also plans to track down Darlene's sister Linda. He's already gone to the DMV and spoken to Darlene's parents, but no one knows where to find Linda. But after snagging a drink, Sherwood shares that while most of the writing matches the exemplar, it's the part that doesn't match that scares him the most. And the part that absolutely does not match is the letter K. But somewhere in the streets of San Francisco, Toschi sits in a car with his new partner, played by Adam Tress. Toschi asks him if he would happen to have any animal crackers, and his partner looks at Toschi like he's lost his goddamn mind.
You don't even know me, dude.
No.
You got some big shoes to fill.
I was like, Linger by the Cranberries starts playing. He misses Armstrong, man. But over the radio, Toschi gets a page to call in on a landline. He steps out of the car and unlocks a police telephone under the overpass. It's Captain Lee with Jennings from the Chronicle. He hands the phone over to Jennings, and he tells him that they've received a new letter from the Zodiac, and Toschi needs to see it now because it mentions him.
I would faint.
Yeah.
After all this time.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Toschi frantically gets back into the car, telling his partner to take them to the Hall of Justice. He pops the light on as his partner busts a very dangerous-looking U-turn. Once at the Hall of Justice, Toschi rushes inside to find Captain Lee flanked by two agents, played by Cooper Thornton and Casimir Milastan. Lee hands Toschi the new letter, and he reads it. Dear editor, this is the Zodiac speaking. He says to tell Herb Cain he is here, and he's always been here. It's like he does read Herb Cain.
He did read Herb Cain. Take that, Robert.
But the Zodiac calls out Toschi by name, calling him a city pig, and says Toschi's good, but he's smarter and better. He says Toschi will get tired and move on. But he says he's waiting for a good movie about him and wonders who will play him. He ends by saying that he is in control of all things. This was funny to me because it means the Zodiac didn't like Dirty Harry.
A good one.
Like, I need a good movie. No. But Toschi looks confused when Captain Lee says that the other officers with him are from Internal Affairs. He leans in and tells him, we need to talk.
I think you're in trouble.
Yeah. Being sent to the principal's office.
Yeah.
But later that day, the Graysmiths enjoy dinner together and can hear the sound of the television in the living room from the dining room table. A newsman, played by Bill Seward, announces that the Zodiac has broken his silence after 51 months. Robert reacts like a dog who just heard someone at the door.
Yeah.
But Melanie tries to meet his gaze to keep his attention on his family. He pretends very poorly.
Yeah.
He tries,
He does. He starts cutting the food on his plate and he goes, these carrots are perfect. But she tells him to just go. He breaks away from the table, and David, now played by Micah Sowers, asks to be excused to join his father in the living room. After recounting the new Zodiac letter mentioning both Herb Cain and Dave Toschi, the newsman tosses it to a reporter who shares that the writer Amistad Maupin of the Chronicle believes that this new letter is not only a forgery, but he believes that it was written by Dave Toschi.
Why?
What?
Maupin, who is a well-respected writer, says he believes Toschi wrote the letter to drum up publicity for himself. Why?
After all this time.
Yeah. There were rumors. They said that it's possible, or at least the theories.
Right.
Because looking at the letter, it looks like a Zodiac letter.
Uh-huh.
Even the writing looks like the Zodiac wrote it.
Yeah.
But there are people who theorize that someone in the police wrote it to bring eyes back to the case. To make it like the Zodiac came back so they could give more resources to trying to find who the Zodiac was.
Right.
That's a theory. I don't agree with it.
Okay.
Because it looks like a fucking Zodiac letter.
Yeah, it does.
He even puts at the bottom, it was like Zodiac. No, it says SFPD 0 and it says Zodiac. Take a guess. Yeah. It's like, dude, you fucking prick.
You motherfucker, man.
But Robert immediately calls the Toschi household, and Mrs. Toschi explains it all. Maupin used Toschi as a character in one of his columns. Toschi got a kick out of it, so he wrote anonymous letters to Maupin asking for the character to be brought back. Mrs. Toschi says it was like writing fan mail to himself, but that's all. Toschi didn't write the letter. Toschi stews and paces in the background as jazz music plays loudly. Robert says he knows Toschi didn't write the letter, and he's sure that everything will blow over. Mrs. Toschi is like, blow over? And she tells him that not only did Toschi have to give his handwriting like a suspect, he's been kicked out of homicide.
I was very surprised.
Yeah, that's a big...
What the... Really?
Yeah.
This is what I did read, that Sherwood was like, he didn't do this.
That's good.
Sherwood defended him and was like, that's it. He didn't do it. But, you know.
And honestly, he would be the person to go to.
Yeah.
So that's weird.
In real life, I mean.
No, I mean, Sherwood.
Yeah.
I mean, to kick him out that's a lot.
Yeah.
But Robert asks if he can talk to Toschi, but his wife tells him no. So he's like, hey, can you ask him if he ever investigated a guy called Rick Marshall?
Robert. For you, even for you, that's
low.
too much.
Yeah.
Toski's like, I'm looking into fraud right now.
It's been
I can't come to the phone right now.
It's been very lucrative for my former partner. But Mrs. Toski is flabbergasted. She attempts to continue reading Moppin and the Chronicle for filth, but Toski just grabs the phone from her and hangs it up, walking away. But the next day at the Hall of Justice, Robert waits outside and calls out to Toski when he sees him walking by with another officer.
Robert!
Yeah.
Toski is very surprised to see Robert, but just tells him to stop calling his house. Robert ignores this, telling him that he just needs his help to find Linda. He asks Toski for 2 seconds, and Toski very reluctantly walks with Robert. Robert says that he and Sherwood have been running handwriting samples. Toski interrupts him, asking if this is the same Sherwood who was fired from Question Documents and drinks like Paul Avery now. I was like, what?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Robert says that Sherwood retired, but Toski basically calls bullshit. Robert asks if he's saying that Sherwood is wrong, and Toski says that what he is saying is stop calling his house. Robert tries to press on when Toski walks away, saying that they're looking into Rick Marshall. This is when Toski attempts to interrupt him the entire time, but Robert continues that he knows Toski doesn't think that it's Rick Marshall, but he thinks that Marshall knew Darlene, and since he can't talk to Majot or Linda, he's going to talk to Bob Vaughn.
Daddy, chill.
Toski finally stops him, and Robert's like, what?
He goes, Robert, stop. And Robert goes, what?
Yeah.
Dude.
So funny.
Chill out.
Yes, please. But Toski does finally break through, telling Robert that people like Rick Marshall are blind alleys that lead nowhere. And then he breaks it down to him. The chances of them actually arresting someone now are slim to none. It's been too many years. Evidence is lost, people get old, and they forget. He tells Robert that he's been a cop for 25 years and murder police for 10. He facetiously asks what Robert does for a living before reminding him that he's a cartoonist.
Knock it off. Don't tell me what I am. I was like, he's basically a deputy or a detective now.
Robert goes, what are you saying? He's like, what does that mean? But Toski says Zodiac was his job, not Robert's. Toski starts to walk away, and I have to admit, it's the worst line reading in the movie. But as he walks away, Robert goes, he's still out there, Dave. And Toski's like, I'm through with you. Yeah. It's very funny.
Probably the 87th time Fincher had to do it.
He's like, I'm tired.
I get he wants to help, but dude, come on. Like you clearly can tell he's you know what I mean? He's like, dude, I'm tired.
He's been through.
I've had enough.
But he's still out there, Dave.
That's okay.
That's fine. Then let him just be out there. I did want to say I think that this is a really important scene for Toski as a character, because it shows not only that he's dealing with what he feels like is his own failure, he also kind of feels like he's being bested by someone who really shouldn't be besting him.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like he's going through a lot.
But Robert also does have certain capabilities that Toski did not have.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, I mean, or certain advantages. You know what I mean?
Because they
that's
never
really
would have
not
let
fair.
Toski look at the Vallejo file.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's they should just be working together.
Like they were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But back at home, David and Aaron Graysmith, played by Zachary Sowers, help their father with new theories, including using the lunar calendar and lining up dates with murders. So the two actors who are playing his sons...
They're brothers?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I was like, I remember Sowers. That's cute.
Robert is supportive of their assistance with the project, but makes them promise not to tell their mother. David asks why he doesn't sleep in the same bed as their mom anymore.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Yikes.
That was very abrupt.
Also, though, this is not... he shouldn't be doing this.
No.
With the kids. And also the fact that you know that you need to say, now, don't be telling mom about this. You know that you shouldn't be doing this.
True. But a phone call saves the day, and Robert doesn't have to answer that question. It's Captain Narlow returning Robert's call. He tells Narlow of their recent moon-based theory, and Narlow asks who he's working with on this. Robert lies. He goes, it's just some colleagues. And then Aaron goes, Dad?
Yeah, that's great.
But after Aaron gets his father's attention, we see that he is holding an unsolved cipher among Robert's things. On August 9th, 1979, Paul Avery sits in a dimly lit bar, smoking a cigarette, sitting next to his tank of oxygen. A newscaster on television reports that for an entire decade, federal agencies took a crack at solving the Zodiac's second cipher, but where they failed, a cartoonist has succeeded. Paul watches on as the reporter interviews a very nervous Robert, asking how he did it.
He's palpably nervous.
Yeah.
Like, it was very funny.
He was like, I like the library.
I like to
love
read and
puzzles
enjoy
and-
books.
But Paul takes a breath of oxygen from the tank before muttering, "The fucking library."
But they really do frame it as though, that was Avery. It took everything out of him,
Yeah. And the thing was, he does look on a little impressed, and he does begin to cough, which is very sad.
Yeah.
But he would frequent, I think it was called M&M's. It's called Morty's in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
But he would frequent that the journalist bar.
Like
Yeah.
Marshall Mathers'
No,
house?
more like the candy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
A candy shop.
Yeah, well, it's a bar. But so that is accurate, what we see here.
Mm-hmm.
And he did, I believe, have emphysema.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that's all accurate. But the whole thing about
The way
his...
that they
Yeah.
package it.
Because that's kind of how it seems.
Yeah, but that's
like they don't explicitly say that, but they lead us there. You know?
But that is the last we see of Paul Avery. That's a picture wrap on Paul
Yeah.
Avery.
Yeah.
But back at his apartment, Robert scribbles down a note while on the telephone. Linda Del Buono, San Joaquin. He thanks the person on the other end and gets off the phone just as Melanie steps into frame. He tells her that he just found out that Linda is in jail, and he goes, "Isn't that great?"
Yeah, awesome.
Not for Linda.
Yeah.
I'm sure Linda's thrilled about it.
But Melanie cryptically asks why he did it. Robert, surrounded by Zodiac papers, still thinks that she's talking about Linda. He's like, he's the only one that can connect to Darlene and the Zodiac. She's like, oh, what?
He's a man obsessed.
He is.
Yeah.
Like, if you would just look at her, you can tell, that's
not-
That's not what she's talking
Yeah.
about.
Why would you need to know where Linda lived?
Yeah.
But Melanie wants to know why Robert went on television and put himself out there for the Zodiac to see. Robert tells her that she's being paranoid, but she asks him who's been calling their house in the middle of the night once a week.
He's like, they're all wrong numbers.
Yeah.
I told you
It's
that.
really weird. Go to bed. But he just tells her that it is nobody on the phone and tries to walk away from her. She follows him, asking what it's going to take for him to be done with this. He tells her that he can't talk about this right now because he has to go see Bob Vaughn, but Melanie persists.
He tried to Einstein her.
It's like, I'm busy. I gotta... But she asks when it's going to be finished. When he catches Zodiac? When he arrests him? Robert gives an honest answer. He says he needs to know who Zodiac is. He needs to stand in front of him, look him in the eye, and know that it's him. Melanie earnestly asks if that's more important than his family's safety, and Robert says of course it isn't, but he heads straight for his car keys. Melanie stops him, asking why he has to do this, and Robert shrugs, almost defeated, telling her, because nobody else will.
Robert, a lot of people tried.
Yes.
Yeah.
So please don't act like
Everybody-
I'm the only one that cares about catching this guy. Like, no.
Well, he's been on that bullshit for about a year,
Yeah.
so
You
nobody
need to-
cares.
Yeah.
Cool.
You need to tone yourself down a little bit.
But this obviously isn't good enough for Melanie, but he just asks her if she's done and asks if he can go. Melanie doesn't answer, and Robert leaves the apartment. But we cut to Robert standing outside of a beautiful vintage theater in the rain. A car pulls up, and the window rolls down. It's Bob Vaughn, played by Charles Fleischer. Think he's Roger Rabbit, isn't he?
Is he?
I think so.
Oh, how cool.
Okay.
I read somewhere a long time ago, I'm trying to remember, but I think they said that Charles Fleischer has known Jake Gyllenhaal since he was like a child.
Aw.
And so this is extra interesting what's about to happen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no shit.
But Vaughn introduces himself, and Robert tells him of a nearby coffee shop where they can talk. But Vaughn suggests going to his house instead.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the way he even, like, everything he does is so scary. Even the way he
Yeah.
talks
Yes.
is so fucking, like, evil villain scary.
Yeah, I expected him to pull out like one of those dummies, and he's like, I'm a ventriloquist. And it's
He's
like,
like,
no, yeah, no.
No.
Yeah, and Robert's just like, how gracious of you. Like, it's just like, dude,
He's too, I don't know. But it's funny
your,
to
like,
me.
radar is broken.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's that obsessed.
Yeah.
But in all honesty, this feels a lot like Paul Avery's meeting at the abandoned.
Yeah.
Yeah, foolish.
You said it was dangerous and stupid. And you're
Yeah.
like, oh, your house.
Yeah.
Bet.
Fantastic.
Lead the way.
But Robert says he doesn't want to put him out, but Vaughn, shrouded in shadows, says that it wouldn't be a problem and says that Robert can follow him. Robert agrees. But we see them arriving at Vaughn's house that night in the rain and parking in their separate vehicles. Vaughn lets him inside, politely telling him to watch his step on the way in. Robert compliments Vaughn's house as he takes off his wet jacket and walks Robert into the kitchen asking if he'd like some tea. Robert declines and gets down to business as Vaughn starts to make a pot of tea for himself. He asks Vaughn about the most dangerous game and asks if the Avenue ran it while he was an organist there. Vaughn says it was a classic. RKO, 1932, Fay Ray, Joel McRae, Leslie Banks. He says they ran it many times, but says he'll have to check his records when Robert asks if they ran it in 68 or 69. Vaughn asks why Robert is curious, but Robert asks Vaughn flat out if he remembers the Zodiac. Vaughn stops in his tracks, asking if this is about Rick Marshall. Robert asks if Rick was a projectionist there and says that there's a connection between the Zodiac attacks and that film. Vaughn asks if this is about the symbol and rushes to retrieve strips of film that show the countdown. He says it's trimmed off of every reel before it's shown, but always arrives with it. We see the countdown on the film, and it does look suspiciously like the Zodiac symbol. After looking at it for a moment, Robert says that they got a tip that Vaughn has been storing film canisters from Rick Marshall that he told Vaughn to never open. Vaughn goes, "A tip?" It's like, oh, God.
Yeah.
It's like, is this Wallace Penny? But Vaughn confirms this, and when asked, says that he never opened it. Robert goes, "May I see it?"
You know what? If there's one thing Robert's going to do, he's going to shoot a shot.
True. That is true. Unfortunately, Rick Marshall took those back in 1972. He asks if this is why Robert thinks that Rick is the Zodiac, but Robert says that it also has to do with the poster. Vaughn is confused, so Robert explains that the writing on the poster that Rick Marshall drew is the closest they've ever come to a match with the Zodiac letters. Robert unfolds it, but Vaughn tells him Rick Marshall never drew any of the posters. In fact, Vaughn does all the posters himself. It's his handwriting.
What?
I would vomit right on the table. I would be tripping over myself to get the fuck out of that house. That is the scariest.
Yes.
That's so fucking. I was like, well, you know, the posters. You know,
It doesn't matter.
I said it. I was kidding. I was joking.
It was all a joke. I know you.
I was
drew
just
them.
trying to.
I meant I liked them.
Yeah. Great art.
Couldn't be closer to the Zodiac's handwriting. I was just trying to get you to tell me shit.
I was just
lying.
trying to get you to let me out of the house.
I was kidding. No, if you could show me back to my car, please. That is so scary.
Yes. And this moment for me, it begins one of the most terrifying moments in the whole film.
Yes.
But the rain patters outside as realization sets in on Robert's face. He looks down at the poster as Vaughn looks on at him. He folds it up and attempts to make a clean break, but Vaughn offers to look at his old records to find out when they played the most dangerous game. Robert says it's all right, but Vaughn says it's no trouble. They're just down in the basement. He switches on a light, and fear fills Robert's face as he remembers the Zodiac's letter, stored in his basement for future use. He says, "Not many people have basements in California." Before stepping downstairs, Vaughn replies, "I do."
There's
Is that true?
Yes.
Really?
about basements. Yeah. You couldn't pay me to fucking go down in that.
Oh, no. Well, but I mean, if you have the records, it's good.
I'm still confused though. Why?
I don't know.
I mean, we had a basement in our house.
I don't.
In Texas,
Yeah,
though.
I don't
Yes,
work.
in Texas.
Yeah.
Yes, in
I
Texas.
don't work in Vallejo. I work here.
All right. Yeah. Right. I'm just a cartoonist.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
know.
yeah.
I have no idea.
I love this shot so much of the fear in Robert's face in the foreground.
Yeah.
Very tightly.
And
then
the
you-
framing of him in the
blurry.
by the basement. Man.
It's frightening. And it honestly, it makes him look like a specter.
Yeah.
And you're just screaming at Robert to not
leave.
go in that
Yeah.
fucking basement.
But Robert cautiously follows, step by agonizing step behind Vaughn, who switches on the lights leading the way. Vaughn explains that he keeps all the original posters for himself, but the one-off ones like Robert brought today, he usually just trashes. A few lights are on, but Vaughn remains shrouded in shadows as Robert follows through the dark, cobwebbed basement. The camera follows Robert as he creeps forward, but Robert notices the sound of movement in the floorboards above his head. He asks if Vaughn lives alone, but Vaughn just consults his records. He finds that the film ran in 1969, and without even thinking about it much, he says that would be 9 weeks before the first Zodiac letter, correct? Robert says, yeah,
Yeah.
very nervously, and Vaughn asks if he thinks that the Zodiac saw the film in their theater and was inspired.
Who told you that?
Yeah.
You!
Yeah.
Were you inspired? But more footsteps creak above Robert's head, and the camera presses in on him. He asks one more time if Vaughn is sure that there's no one else in the house. Vaughn asks if he'd like to go upstairs and check, but Robert declines. He starts to back away as wailing noises fill the area, and Vaughn's pot of tea whistles in the kitchen. Robert thanks him for everything, and Vaughn just says, "You're welcome," as he switches off the light and stands there in the darkness.
Why'd you turn that light off?
Yeah, why would you do that?
I'm
like-
dead. I'm positive.
Yeah.
That's Rick Marshall upstairs.
Yeah.
Y'all are going to kill me.
Bob Vaughn's like, I was born in shadows.
Yeah.
Molded by it.
Fuck this.
But Robert fucking takes off running, rushing up the stairs and for the front door, which he finds is locked. Vaughn steps behind him, appearing first in a mirror like the goddamn Candyman.
Yeah.
Robert turns around fearfully as Vaughn just calmly unlocks the door for him. Robert sprints to his car with a "thank you."
He still said thank you.
He did.
I would have fucking Kool-Aid manned out of that fucking door. That was terrifying.
There'd be a Robert-shaped hole.
Yes.
Even though he was calm, don't approach me like that, dude.
No.
Like, come on. I have to unlock it. Okay, let me get
That's
out of the
fine.
way.
Yeah.
You don't need to be 2 inches away
It's
from
like,
me.
are you fucking with me?
Yeah.
Are you trying to scare me? That would be traumatizing.
Yes.
That might be it. At least I'm not going to interview anybody at their home or
Yeah.
whatever.
No more.
This would be a wake-up call.
For me, there's a great performance at the end that doesn't get enough credit, but Vaughn offers, as he's closing the door, he goes, "Good night, Mr. Graysmith," and his face alternates between sincere and scary like 5 times.
Yeah.
I don't know how he did that. I did read this happened.
Really?
Yes. I don't know if it was as scary,
Yeah.
but he did go down to the basement.
That's crazy.
All of that. But they also said on commentary, David Fincher said that they modeled Bob Vaughn's basement after Dermot Mulroney's basement. And I'm like, what is Dermot Mulroney
the fuck?
got going? I don't know why I keep saying his full name.
I think
But-
maybe we should inspect David Mulroney's basement.
I think we should check his handwriting. again.
Somebody get his prints.
Yes. But Robert drives home in the rain, making it back to his apartment in one piece. But as soon as he gets inside, he calls out to his family but gets no response. He switches on the lights in the house, and we see how haggard and exhausted he appears in the face. He makes his way to the kitchen, finding a note next to the phone. "Took the kids to mom's. Don't call."
Don't call.
Yeah.
I get it, though. And I think this is the right move.
It was.
He's got to understand how scary that shit is.
Yeah.
Like, I know he's obsessed, but your wife has told you.
Well, and he should know better than anyone.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Well, he was there for the whole "I'm not Paul Avery" thing.
Yeah.
Why the fuck would you still do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, but he crumples the note in his hand angrily. But on the back of the note, he finds the note he scribbled earlier. Linda Del Buono, San Joaquin Honor Camp. I thought this was very poetic that on the back is why all this is happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thought that was pretty neat.
And he's like, I need to
Yeah.
go over there.
I need
They're
to check on
gone.
that.
No.
Should make things easier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God, the house just got a lot quieter. I'll figure this out in no time.
But in the next scene, Robert arrives at San Joaquin Honor Camp looking a little worse for wear, but walks into the meeting room and introduces himself to Linda Del Buono, played by the always awesome Clea Duvall.
Clea Duvall,
Yeah.
I, again, totally forgot that this was her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was very excited. I love her.
They said on commentary that they filmed this once before with another actress, wouldn't say who, and for some reason they had to film it again. That actress was unavailable, but Clea Duvall was available.
Okay.
Yeah. Stokely is never the wrong choice.
No.
So,
We're glad.
yeah.
They also said on commentary the reason, and this is very surprising, but the reason that Jake Gyllenhaal and Mark Ruffalo were cast in this movie is because David Fincher had a meeting with Jennifer Aniston, who worked with both of them and said they were both great.
Okay.
I love
take it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's-
I'll take it.
Yeah, that's great.
Thanks, Jen.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
But Robert sits down across from her at a stainless steel table and says that he's here about the Zodiac. She says it figures because he has the look. He asks what look, and she says that she didn't mean anything by it. But Robert dives right in, asking her to tell him about the painting party. Linda says that she told the cops about it so long ago. If you recall, Darlene was murdered over a decade ago.
Yeah.
But Linda smokes a cigarette explaining that Darlene had a lot of guys around, even though she was married. But one guy stood out as very weird. She says that he would bring Darlene gifts from Tijuana, and she doesn't know why Darlene was even friends with him because she once told Linda that he killed somebody, maybe when he was in the service. Robert, with a one-track mind on Rick Marshall, asks if the man was in the Navy. Linda thinks so, but Robert asks if this guy was into movies. Did you ever listen like a projectionist?
Yeah, you're really leading her.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it only fucking gets worse.
It does.
Yeah.
Linda says that he definitely wasn't into people. The painting party that Darlene threw, people were just supposed to show up, but dude shows up in a full suit and just sat alone in a chair all night and didn't talk to anyone. Linda says it creeped her out, and Darlene told her not to go near him. And just a couple weeks after that, Darlene was murdered. Robert's like, yeah, sorry, what was his name? Linda says that it was short, like Stan or something. Robert's like, Rick? Linda says that she doesn't think so.
Rick sounds just like Stan.
Yeah. They're both four letters.
You're leading the witness.
Yeah.
Objection.
No, because he's like, follow what my mouth is doing.
Yeah.
No, it was Rick.
Rick Marshall. But Robert asks if she's sure and says it was a long time ago and tells her to think hard. Annoyed, she says, I am thinking hard.
Well, yeah, dude, chill out.
Yeah.
This is when I laugh. He goes, it was Rick.
Yeah.
It was Rick Marshall. He goes, say it. But Linda refuses, saying it wasn't Rick.
You said Rick. Thank you very much.
Thank you. But Robert gathers his things to just leave, but Linda turns around before he can, revealing to him, it was Lee. Robert recognizes the name, asking Linda again, and she tells him that Lee sounds right.
Lee sounds very right.
Yeah.
Yes. And it's very, very interesting to me because through watching this film, even though Lee was the biggest suspect for forever, in my mind, I'm thinking about Rick Marshall.
Yeah.
I've forgotten about Lee.
They do a good job because, I mean, I'm sure that's how the investigation was.
Yeah.
You focus on somebody and then so much time goes by, you get a new lead that fades into the background, and then to circle back and be like, oh, fuck, that guy was scary as hell. And we were positive that it was him.
And we had a mountain of evidence.
And he had all those squirrels in his trailer.
And that was weird, right?
That was fucking weird.
There's no way for a squirrel to live.
Yeah.
No.
But we cut to Robert running in the rain up to the front door of the Vallejo Police Department and banging on it after hours. The desk officer, played by David Winston Barge, tells him that he needs to come back tomorrow if this is an emergency, but Mullenix steps out and Robert begs to be let in. He says he just needs to look at one file and he knows exactly where it is. A very reluctant Mullenix approaches the door, opening it up and letting Robert inside. He tells Robert that he shouldn't be talking to him, but gives him 5 minutes. In Mullenix's office, Robert finds the file immediately, opening it up, showing him a report from an interview with Linda, where she states that one of Darlene's closest friends was a man named Lee, who used to bring her presents from Tijuana. Mullenix says that this doesn't mean anything, but Robert tries to play the Toschi card again, but Mullenix says that Toschi agrees with him and says their investigation into the matter is over. He does apologize to Robert.
Yeah, but he crushed his dreams and then he apologized.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Whoops.
But sometime later, Robert is back home, frantically going through his files and spilling coffee all over them. He gets a phone call and rushes to answer it, but only hears heavy breathing on the other end, so he hangs up. Suddenly, tense music rises as his front door opens and shadows move all around. He calls out, but we see that it's only Melanie carrying papers. She tells him that he hasn't returned her calls, and she tried to send him the files that she's holding. She asks him how the book is coming and says that she called the Chronicle to try to get a hold of him as well. He tells her that he isn't a cartoonist anymore, and she says that she heard.
So he lost his job too?
Yeah.
But you know what? Robert, I haven't seen you do a sketch in over 2 hours
That
at
is
this
true.
point.
He didn't even draw the Zodiac.
So, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but you know.
But she walks over to him, asking the last time he ate something. Robert doesn't answer that question and just lowly states that nothing makes sense anymore. Melanie asks if it ever did, and Robert says, yeah, it did. Melanie tells him that this was just the date that didn't end.
That hurt.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
She's not wrong.
No.
Not really.
But it hurts to hear.
Yeah.
He tells her that she doesn't mean that, but she says that she does, at least a little bit. But Melanie tells Robert that the kids miss him, and they both agree that they can't see him like this. So she tells him to do whatever he has to do, but to finish this. She drops the stack of papers in front of him and leaves the apartment. Robert crawls over and picks up the stack, the first page of which is Arthur Lee Allen's driver's license, and his birthday is listed December 18th, 1933.
The date of the phone call.
Yeah.
And he looked very happy in his ID.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't know he could smile like that.
He's like, I'm getting away with murder.
Yeah. We met a very serious man.
Yeah. Allegedly. I'm not trying
Yeah.
to. Yeah. Podmortem doesn't. We don't come down on any side of
No.
that.
Allegedly.
I did want to point out that in that montage, whenever Robert is looking at the Vallejo files, it straight up shows you Arthur Lee Allen's birthday is December 18th, 1933.
Yeah.
But it becomes just a stream of information.
Yeah.
But we already know it if you're really, really, really paying attention, or if you have to write a really detailed script for a podcast. But we immediately cut to Robert knocking loudly on the Toski's front door in the rain in the middle of the night.
You said not to call. You never said not to knock on your window in the middle of the night.
Hey, semantics, right? But the Toskis wake up in bed in the dark, in disbelief that Robert's actually here. Toski hops out of bed saying he's going to kill Robert and telling his wife to call the SFPD. Mrs. Toski just goes back to sleep.
She knows.
She's like, you want to know what's going on.
Yeah. Go talk to your friend, dude. Goddamn.
But when Toski enters the living room, telling Robert to get away from the window, Robert just shouts that the Zodiac made a mistake. He says he'll meet Toski at the front door.
That killed me.
But at the front door now, Robert says the Zodiac's birthday is the one time he was weak, the one time he gave something away. Toski tells him that he's calling the cops, but Robert just finally yells to him, "It's Arthur Lee Allen." Toski opens the front door, and Robert slams the driver's license photo onto it, and it sticks in the rain. Toski asks where he got that name, and Robert says that Allen called the Belli's house and said, "I need to kill. Today is my birthday." It was his birthday.
We still can't use this?
No,
Yeah.
I mean,
damn,
how much more?
You have
Again.
a witness.
Yes.
I mean,
But no, we're
That
still...
much circumstantial evidence shouldn't be considered circumstantial anymore.
No, but his handwriting looked different.
Yeah, according to one guy.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, one guy. But after looking at the photo, Toski invites Robert inside. They head into the kitchen, and Toski gives him a towel to dry off with, telling him that of all the suspects, Allen was the only one who ever wrote to him afterward. Robert's like, they like to help.
They do.
They do. And obviously, Toski knows this. He's,
Yeah. Listen, Dave, I don't know if you know this.
Yeah, but suspects, right? But Toski says that Allen was arrested in January 1975 for molestation and sent him a typewritten letter.
Again?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Toski says that using a typewriter isn't a crime, but Robert says that Allen also knew Darlene, handing over Linda's statement from the Vallejo file. Robert says that Molinik said that Allen was Toski's favorite suspect and that he spent 2 years investigating him. Toski looks a little defeated, telling him that the evidence said no and Sherwood cleared him. Robert throws Toski's words back into his face. The Sherwood who drinks like Paul Avery now?
Ooh.
No.
Yeah.
But at a diner that morning, the camera glides over to a table to find Robert and Toski going over all the evidence in a booth.
Are we back in business now?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're BFFs
All right.
again.
Yeah.
A server clears their plates as Robert says that Sherwood's clearing of Allen and Terry Pascoe's insistence on not disqualifying Allen on the basis of his handwriting should cancel each other out. Toski disagrees, saying that Sherwood was the head of question documents, and all it would take would be for a defense attorney to call Sherwood to the stand, and they wouldn't have gotten Allen in court anyway due to the lack of evidence. Robert runs off a list of the evidence: the ciphers, the boot prints, same size shoes and gloves as Zodiac, the most dangerous game, his watch, the misspelling of Christmas, the background of school children, the bloody knives in the car. But Toski says that it's all circumstantial. He says Paul Stein's shirt, his keys, those should have been found in his trailer, and they weren't.
Well, how many pieces of Paul Stein's shirt did he really have left?
Yeah.
He was mailing them left and
That's
right.
true. He had to have mailed.
Yeah.
You got to be out of it by now. It's one shirt.
That's true.
I'm just saying.
But the mention of the trailer sets off Robert, and he pulls from a stack of papers, reminding him of Catherine Allen's statement that Allen cleaned out his trailer and moved it to a different county 48 hours after he was interviewed at the refinery. Toski just shrugs.
right there.
That's guilty as hell.
That is like a textbook suspicious.
He's like, I gotta get the fuck out of
guilty
here.
ass behavior.
But Robert rises from his seat, asking to go through the timelines of Arthur Lee Allen and the Zodiac side by side. Toschi fills in the dates while Robert recounts the events. The first murder took place Christmas 1968, 8 months after Allen is fired from the school and his family discovers he's a pedophile. The letters then begin in July of 1969, and after the murder of Darlene Ferrin, they continue until Toschi interviewed Allen at work. After that, none of the letters contained swatches of Stein's shirt because he got scared and dumped them because he knew they were onto him. There wasn't another letter until January of 1974, silent for 3 years, but now he's more comfortable because everyone has moved off of him as a suspect. So suddenly, 3 new letters in January, May, and July of 1974. But then the letters stop again. Why? Because Allen was arrested in January 1975. They send him to a Atascadero, and there wasn't a single letter while he was there. But then when he's released in August of 1977, he gets out, types Toschi an apology letter, and the Zodiac sends his first letter in 4 years. Robert sits back down after kind of killing it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, everything's right there.
Arrest him today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny because
Today?
Robert's
Right
like,
now.
let's pay the bill. We'll go to Allen's house. But Toschi says that Zodiac had to know Darlene, and because of the Vallejo file, they know Darlene knew a man named Lee. But all coincidence aside, how does Robert know that Arthur Lee Allen is the Lee from the file? He says Vallejo is a small town, but it's not that small. He asks how he can put both of them there together. Robert explains that this is a massive case that has covered both Northern and Southern California, with suspects and victims spread out across hundreds of miles. Toschi agrees with this. Robert plants a salt shaker on the table, which represents Darlene Ferrin, who worked at the Vallejo House of Pancakes on the corner of Tennessee and Farrell. He grabs the pepper shaker, and before planting it nearby, says that Arthur Lee Allen lived in his mother's basement on Fresno Street. Door to door, it's less than 50 yards. Toschi asks if this is true, and Robert tells him that he walked it himself.
I believe him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Toschi leans back and just says, Jesus Christ. The server drops the ticket as Toschi sits there in disbelief. But after a moment, Toschi just shakes his head, reiterating the evidence, the prints, the handwriting. Robert says that he's not asking him as a cop, but Toschi reminds him that he is a cop, and he can't prove this. Robert says that just because he can't prove it doesn't mean it isn't true. Toschi just replies, easy, Dirty Harry, and he tells Robert to finish the book. Toschi stands up, reaches into his pocket, and pulls out some cash. He sincerely looks Robert in the eyes and says, thank you. Thank you for breakfast, before dropping the money on the table.
Did Dave Toschi just buy somebody food?
That's a character arc.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, oh, he meant that. Like,
Yeah.
he really meant that.
Yeah. I thought this was one of, again, these character moments between these actors.
Yeah.
Toschi starting only with thank you.
Yeah.
Because he's like, you just gave me closure.
Yeah.
But then he has to soften it. Thank you for breakfast.
Yeah.
I was like, this is perfect. But Toschi leaves the restaurant, walking through the still dark morning into his car. But outside of an Ace Hardware store on December 20th, 1983, Robert steps out of his car and walks inside. He looks through the aisles until behind a counter, he sees Arthur Lee Allen working inventory. With a smile, Allen asks Robert if he can help him, but Robert just tells him no. Realization seems to wash over Allen's face as the two men look at each other for what feels like forever. Baker Street by Jerry Rafferty plays almost triumphantly in the distance as Allen looks away, and Robert just nods, confident and certain, before walking away.
That's what he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
Yeah.
he needed.
He knows.
Yeah.
I read that he said that he pulled up in real life.
Uh-huh.
He pulled up to the hardware store and was sitting in his car, and Arthur Lee Allen pulled up right next to him, like blocking his driver's side door. And the two looked at each other through the windows. That's what happened in real life.
Holy shit.
But again, even portrayed in the film and in that moment that he says happened in real life,
Yeah.
that is a knowing look.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, no,
like,
yeah,
to
yeah.
me, you're just confess. I mean, you know what I mean?
And you know the funny thing is...
There's no other reason why you would do that.
Oh, no, not at all. The dramatized version sounds like the real life version.
Yeah.
I think this seems more subtle. If they would have put that in the movie, people wouldn't have believed it.
Yeah.
But that's what happened.
And I do, and I'm not saying, but I'm very surprised that with like people that, and because I know there had to be other people that were like trying to do the same thing or help or whatever. I'm really surprised none of them took any kind of vigilante justice of their own.
Yeah.
Like that's very surprising.
That is surprising.
That nobody was like, I'm stopping this now.
That's
and
true.
then took it upon themselves. Like, it's really weird.
I could even see like a detective doing that.
Yeah. Dude, after working a case for 10 years?
Yeah.
I'm glad no one did because that's...
Yeah,
No,
you can't. Don't be doing that.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Pod Mortem says.
Yeah.
Pod Mortem says don't be a vigilante.
No Batman. No.
But the screen fades to black. But we return on an airport 7.5 years later on August 16th, 1991 in Ontario, Canada. Officer Boward, who is now taken over for Mullenix, is led to a break room by airport security and passed a stack of Robert Graysmith's book, Zodiac, which is marked as a bestseller.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
That's what he said in the other scene.
Yeah.
If anybody deserved it,
Yes.
you know what I mean?
Mike Mageau, played by Jimmy Simpson, joins Boward shortly after in the room.
Jimmy Simpson
Yes.
is a great actor.
He is.
So it is so unfair that whenever I see him, I think it's Liam McPoyle.
It's a McPoyle. Yeah.
It's not fair.
I literally saw him and I was like, start breaking bricks.
Yeah.
Wet nips. It's not fair. Wasn't he in Stay Alive too?
Yes, he was.
I mean,
We should
Stay
cover.
Alive.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Not
I
the
don't think there's a
But we should...
Stay Alive 2 Electric Boogaloo. We should.
I did want to point out that Jimmy Simpson actually auditioned for the role of Duffy Jennings.
Oh, okay.
But when David Fincher saw him, he's like, you look just like the kid we cast for Mike Mageau. And that's how it happened.
That works.
All right.
I don't blame him, but it is wild to me that Mageau was like, I'm piecing the fuck out of here.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just stayed gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, again, who could blame him? That is so
Traumatizing.
traumatic. Yeah. But that dude was like, I'm out.
No.
Like,
Do
wild.
not blame him at all. But Boward introduces himself as the man Mageau spoke to on the phone. He thanks him for meeting him and asks him to sit down to show him a lineup of photographs. Mageau says that it's been 22 years and he isn't sure that he can help. Boward makes sure that he knows he doesn't have to pick anyone just because he's showing him these pictures, and Mageau understands as Boward places the photos in front of him. After a moment, Mageau leans in and points directly to a photo of Arthur Lee Allen. Boward asks how sure he is, and he says that he's pretty sure. He says the face was rounder like the photo next to Allen, but he's sure that it was the man he pointed to first. Boward asks, on a scale from 1 to 10, how certain he is, and Mageau says it's at least an 8. Mageau explains, the last time I saw this face was on July 4th, 1969. I'm very sure that's the man who shot me. Donovan's Hurdy-Gurdy Man begins to play, and we're treated to text before the end credits. It reads that after this meeting, authorities scheduled a meeting with Allen to discuss potential charges, but Allen died of a heart attack before the meeting could take place.
That heart attack was out of spite. He did that on purpose.
Oh, no, yeah.
You can't tell me otherwise.
It sucks.
Yeah.
But it also says that in 2002, a partial DNA profile was made based on the envelopes sent by the Zodiac, and they didn't match Allen, but San Francisco and Vallejo refused to rule out Allen based on this evidence alone. In 2004, San Francisco deactivated their investigation, but it still remains active in Napa, Solano, and Vallejo, where Allen is their only and prime suspect. But as for our characters, Toschi retired in 1989 and was cleared of all charges that he wrote the Zodiac letter in 1978.
Good.
Yeah.
Paul Avery passed away in December of 2000 from emphysema, and his ashes were scattered by his family in the San Francisco Bay. And Robert Graysmith still lives in San Francisco, enjoying a great relationship with his children, and he claims to have not received a single anonymous phone call since the death of Arthur Lee Allen.
I think we all know why.
No shit.
But at this point, the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of Zodiac?
I really enjoyed this movie. My only complaint really is just kind of that it's long, but I felt even at that, the pacing is fine.
Yeah.
Because it tells you everything you need to know. You get all this information when you're supposed to. You get all these scenes that happen in order of time and dates and everything, and I feel like it moves it fine. I really enjoyed this movie. True crime isn't really my thing, but as a movie, this was great. Like, this was really, really good.
Yeah, I love this too. I think it's fantastic. I was honestly trying to think of cons, and the runtime was mine as well. But then I'm like, okay, where would I trim anything? And I've got nothing.
Yeah, you
so
can.
like I can't really count it against the film if there's nothing that, well, this went on a bit long. You know,
Yeah.
I've got none of that. I really appreciated kind of bookending the film with Majot then, and I know not now, but now, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
And the fade in of Donovan is just, it's excellent.
Yeah.
You know, this could have easily been such an unsatisfying ending because they give us a form of closure, but it's not the closure that we want, you know? And I did read that he wasn't 8 out of 10 sure, but he did identify Alan.
Yeah.
But he was like, I had a flashlight in my face. You know, I was being shot. It's hard to say for sure.
Understandable.
But he did identify him.
Yeah.
I do just want to mention very briefly because I know a couple years ago, probably a couple years ago now, they came out and said that they identified the Zodiac killer now. Gary Francis Post. And I just love that collectively we were all like, nah. Like, the Golden State Killer was identified. The whole world stopped, you know?
Yeah.
Like, took in a breath we didn't know that we were holding. They're like, we found this. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. And I did read, because I was digging into that. I read there's this guy, Tom Voigt.
Okay.
And he's an expert on the Zodiac Killer and the Zodiac killings. And he is quoted as saying that Gary Francis Post being Zodiac is, quote, hot garbage.
Wow.
He called it literal bullshit.
Wow.
Yeah, his he believes that it was either a guy named Richard Gaikowski or it was Arthur Lee Allen.
Okay.
Which really seems to be the prevailing theory.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it was Rick.
It was Rick Marshall.
Yeah.
Rick Marshall.
Say it.
Yeah,
Say it right now. No, this is great. I mean, you've got enough of a blend of these actual events, the actual dates that they happened, meeting with survivors, being respectful to the survivors and the victims. And yeah, you put a little hot sauce on these detectives and their dynamics and, you know, Paul and Robert and whatever, you know, you got to make a movie. I get that.
Exactly.
But the way that it's done so masterfully and so it's just incredible. I really can't say enough good things.
No, I absolutely agree. This is one of my favorite films ever made, which is why we chose it, or why I chose it for my birthday. And it became the longest episode we ever made.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all very tired. I feel like Toski right now.
But no, it's just an amazing, amazing film. I think it's so perfect in its execution in the way that it tells this story. The way that it all unfolds, it is a masterclass in not only filmmaking, but of screenwriting. And I think that just everything about it is top notch. Everything was perfectly paced, smartly applied. The amount of research that went into it to do this accurately is staggering, but it's also incredibly admirable, as you mentioned, Nay, that they brought in survivors.
Yeah.
And they had them help tell this story that happened to them.
Yeah.
It's very respectful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not only is it respectful, but it's also helping to keep it from being sensationalized.
Yeah.
Because if you put this in a lesser filmmaker's hand, those murder scenes would have been very different.
Yeah.
And they would have been to where it's like, okay, this is just exploitative.
Yeah. And that's the line that I feel like is very hard to tread when it comes to any form of covering true crime, whether a film, podcast, documentary, whatever.
But I think the way that it tackles, I always wrote down, I do it every day. No, I meant to say I also wrote down the themes that I think it tackles of paranoia, obsession, failure, and closure. And I think that it goes into those themes so well, and it is so fitting in this case to look at all of those. So, I mean, I just think this is the perfect thriller. Yes, sometimes a thriller is a subgenre of horror.
Woo!
And that may open the door to a lot of things.
Woo!
Some people, I hope, are smiling right now.
I know I am.
Yes. But I guess we can go into ratings.
Yeah.
For me, on the positive side, everything. Every single thing about this movie. Performances, screenplay, the accuracy, respect for all the victims and people involved, cinematography, set design, production design, seamless CG, so well directed.
Man.
Yeah.
Like that, I didn't know half of it until all the supplemental features on the Blu-ray.
Yeah.
To learn that the shot of Paul Stein's cab was completely CG.
Yeah.
The city of San Francisco at the opening and the water and the people fishing and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's not a actual person.
That's
Yeah.
incredible for
really
them to
is.
be able to do that.
That's incredible. In 2007.
Yeah.
Like, it's just brilliant. I think it's perfectly paced. It is brilliant. It's amazing. The thing is that there, and this might shock you both, but there is a director's cut that I just bought a few weeks ago that I have never watched.
How long is that? Yeah.
I believe the director's cut is 3 hours long, and I will be watching it shortly.
That's a lot to add.
Yeah.
That's like half an hour.
Let's watch it. Let's
Give it a
cover it
li-
on the show.
Let's give it a little time, please.
But no, I very much appreciate you guys letting me choose this.
No, of course.
Man, yeah.
It's been a very, very, very fun evening.
Oh, yeah.
Long evening.
Long,
Yes.
long evening.
But no, I've had a blast talking about this film, the ins and outs, all the pieces of it. It should come as no shock at all. For me, out of 10 sinister ciphers, I am going to give Zodiac 10 sinister ciphers out of 10. This film is perfect. It's perfect. But I will now open the floor to you.
I really enjoyed this movie. Like I said, true crime really isn't my thing, so I'm going to go into this as a movie. Because a lot of this shit is terrible. You know what I mean? That happened.
Yeah.
But again, the movie was very well paced. Everything was great. I didn't know that about all the CG.
No, not at all.
I couldn't even tell. There was a one or two things that I was like, that looks, but honestly, even then, it wasn't like, oh, that's shitty. It was just like, that
could be.
Whatever. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
then you just move past it immediately. Very, very good performances. I like everybody in this movie. It is frustrating, watching and seeing what, the evidence and stuff they went, and then it's like, God damn it. But I mean, everything was really, really good. I know I did say about the runtime there couldn't be anything taken out, but it is a bit long. But other than that, I don't really have any negatives to say. Like, I don't really have anything bad to say about the movie, other than it not really being my bag. But I mean, it was a really good and well put together movie. Like, I can honestly say the same thing. I don't think I have a complaint other than, just it being really long. But I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
Not even that the pacing made it feel long or that whatever, because after a certain point, the movie just goes and you don't realize that you have a whole other hour and a half left.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh shit, that went by quick. Because you're so engrossed in the story. You're just so invested in everything. It's like, well, okay, wait, no, go there. You know what I mean? You know what's going on. And again, it being true crime does give it more. But again, I'm coming in as a movie. But for me, on a scale from 1 to 10 sinister ciphers, I'm going to give Zodiac an 8. I really enjoyed the movie. Again, I'll say it again because I do enjoy the movie, but it is true crime, and that's not something that I'm really into too much.
Yeah.
So I can't, but you know what I mean?
No, yeah.
With myself, fully give it those 2 extra points. But if it was, I'd be right there with you. Like, honestly, they're looking this as a movie. And if I'm just kind of, taking away that all this really is real, this movie's fucking great. Like, the movie is fantastic. I would recommend this to anybody, any kind of movie lover of any genre.
Yes.
Period. Just watch Zodiac. It is true crime, so it is very terrible. What happened?
Yes, absolutely.
No, I'll be brief because I think we've covered about everything, and T, you kind of wrote a love letter to it in your conclusion. So I'll just piggyback off of that. I said up at the top that there are certain movies that feel like they were made for you because of so many aspects of your interests, or who's in it or who made it or whatever. And this is one of them for me that just ticks all those boxes.
Yeah,
scratches all the itches. You know what I mean? It's fantastic. David Fincher has a hold on me. Whatever, if his name is attached to it, I will watch it. And
yes,
I know that I'm gonna love it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really don't know. I feel like we've said enough. I feel like, to be honest, we've taken enough of your time.
Yes.
So I'm gonna, wrap it up here. And on a scale from 1 to 10, sinister ciphers.
Yes.
I also gave Zodiac a 10 out of 10. It's just one of those films. And again, I have not watched it as frequently as you have, but every time I do, it is such a treat. And I notice something that I didn't notice before. And there's all these little character moments that are really big payoffs if you're paying attention. And
yes,
it's just an incredible film. It's a really tragic and interesting case. It's just, it's great. And happy birthday, Dave.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Zodiac, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Instagram and like us on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at RealStreeter84. Please consider pledging to our Patreon and stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, though we'd all like everything to be wrapped up with a bow, sometimes just knowing you did everything you possibly could is the best form of closure. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We want to give a very special thank you to all of our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah!
A special thank you to Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis and Nisa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Andy Teague, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Jonathan, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, Brittany Ramatar, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Eden, Jordan Roberts, Dylan,
Melissa Sierra, Holly Bryan, Jordan Blevins, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newding, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Mandy M, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Nick Spill, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Maya Noches, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer,
Ben Coons, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Hannah R, Brandon, Nicholas Carter, Sawyer Reese Farr, Dr. Diva Loves Horror, Girl That's Scary, M. Fryback, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Natalie de Guzman, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Paul Jordan, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Cody Graves, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanavan, ML Tafoya, Abigail Spitzer, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, and Kayla E.
Wow.
Hey!
Man, that list is growing.
That's amazing.
Thank
Hell
you
yeah,
all.
thank you.
We appreciate all of you so much, and we valet hope you enjoyed the episode.
No, very good. Very good.
Thank you. Until next time.